Little Yuaner also clearly distrusted him. I think that there's something fishy about him as well. Lu Zhou stopped walking. He paused halfway on the staircase and said, "How so?" Ming Shiyin bowed at Lu Zhou before walking up to Wei Zhuoyan. He said, "Wei Zhuoyan, you've got guts." Wei Zhuoyan said in a puzzled tone, "I'm not sure I understand your meaning, Mr. Fourth." "All right, that's enough. I know about your scheme. Your scheme is too boring and predictable." Ming Shiyin shook his head. "I truly don't understand what you're trying to say, Mr. Fourth." Wei Zhuoyan's bearing was clearly different from when he had just arrived at the Evil Sky Pavilion's Great Hall. Would a Grand Commander-in-Chief of the three armies, a man who holds vast military power, come here and atone for his sins on his own accord? Ming Shiyin laughed. Wei Zhuoyan shook his head and said with a sigh, "I've had difficulty sleeping and eating these days. I've been constantly thinking about it and was torn between various options. This has kept me up countless nights. I can't do something against my good nature. The incident of the Fish Dragon Village is my doing, and mine alone. I'll bear the consequences of my actions. The Evil Sky Pavilion is free to kill or torture me as they see fit." Ming Shiyin was taken aback. He's good with his words. Is he trying to bully me for being less eloquent? Moreover, it's truly strange that his resolve is so firm. "Aren't you going to beg for mercy?" "I have no right to beg for mercy. Since I came here, I didn't think about leaving alive. However, I have one request." "And what's that?" "I wish to take my own life." Silence descended on the Great Hall. This was the first time any of them had heard of such a request. Ever since they drove away the 10 great elites, the Fiend Temples with Xianxia, the Black Knights Fan Shouwen, or Hua Wudao with his obsession, they had not met someone like Wei Zhuoyan. Wei Zhuoyan's intention truly confused the others. The more humble he was, the more suspicious Ming Shiyin became. Ming Shiyin walked up to Wei Zhuoyan and said in a low voice, "You're a seven-leaf elite. Why do you doubt me so, Mr. Fourth? The Evil Sky Pavilion has asked me to own up to my sins, and here I am. Could it be that you want me to return, amass my forces, and fight with the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Wei Zhuoyan could not understand what Ming Shiyin wanted as well. "You don't like it when I'm going against you. Now that I'm doing as you requested, you question my motive. What do I have to do to satisfy you?" His thoughts were clearly written on his face. Wei Zhuoyan seemed to have a point. Ming Shiyin scratched his head. For a time, he could not figure out what was wrong. Duan Mushang and Little Yuaner could not figure it out as well. In fact, it was wishful thinking to expect them to figure out what was wrong. After all, this was the first time they were faced with such a situation. Little Yuaner finally said, "Fourth senior brother, perhaps? He sincerely intends to repent by coming to the Evil Sky Pavilion, since he has been troubled by this matter for a long time?" "Little junior sister, you're too naive. I won't believe anything that comes out of this man's mouth," Ming Shiyin said. Little Yuaner protested weakly, "But he's willing to die." Well, yes, there was that. Wei Zhuoyan seemed ready to die without any qualms. How could Ming Shiyin find fault with this? However, he said disdainfully, "Perhaps he's hiding some terrifying witchcraft trap on him. Maybe he's waiting for Master to approach him before he pulls the same stunt as the 10 shamans to take all of us down. Such methods are too crude." He continued to add, Yes, that's highly possible. Everyone, move back. We can't let him achieve his goal." Ming Shiyin sounded slightly paranoid, but he had a point. From the moment Wei Zhuoyan entered and kneeled to offer his apology, everyone had already found it strange. He seemed determined to humble himself and apologize. This was not the way the commander-in-chief of the three armies would act. Moreover, not too long ago, when Zhang Aijian passed on the Evil Sky Pavilion's message to Wei Zhuoyan, Zhang Aijian had mentioned when Zhuoyan did not think much of it. This happened recently. Why did his behavior take a 180-degree change? Everyone looked at Wei Zhuoyan again. Wei Zhuoyan spoke with a straight face and a fearless tone. "Even if I'm trying to trick you, you're all guarded against me. You can think of me as a despicable person who's trying to plot against you, but please let me die." This was awkward. Mingxirin prided himself on his intelligence, but he truly could not put his fingers on what was wrong. Duanmu Shang sighed as he shook his head and said, "Perhaps, little junior sister is right. He might be sincere." Wei Zhuoyan said solemnly, "Indeed, I have thoroughly repented." That sounded awkward. It was one thing for another person to say this, but it was different coming out from his own mouth. "Enough," Lu Zhou said. The great hall fell silent. Mingxirin retreated with a sheepish expression on his face. He was too embarrassed to say anything else. Lu Zhou sauntered toward Wei Zhuoyan. Wei Zhuoyan, who was still kneeling, looked up and met Lu Zhou's gaze when he saw Lu Zhou walking over. It was said that the eyes were windows to a person's soul. Based on the look in Wei Zhuoyan's eyes, it was clear that he was not afraid. Lu Zhou looked down at Wei Zhuoyan and said indifferently, "You're really unafraid? I don't even fear death. What's there to be afraid of? What if you're not the only one I intend to kill?" Wei Zhuoyan was stunned. At this moment, the great hall fell silent again. If a needle had fallen to the ground at this moment, they would have heard it. Mingxirin, Duanmu Shang, and little Yuaner turned to look at their master. They really had to applaud their master for being so ruthless. Only their master could deal with a person like this. "Why do you have to do this, Pavilion Master?" "Because you're not being honest." Wei Zhuoyan was taken aback again. He felt as though his thoughts had been laid bare. A sense of apprehension rose in his heart. However, he said, "That's not important. Everything's not important. Didn't the Evil Sky Pavilion want me dead? It's meaningless to discuss other matters." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "No, it does have meanings." His disciples were puzzled by this. Lu Zhou stared at Wei Zhuoyan and said with a sigh, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." "Okay." Wei Zhuoyan's "okay" sounded a lot less confident compared to before. Lu Zhou raised his hand without any warning and struck Wei Zhuoyan with his palm. His Brahman 8 meridians primal chi condensed into energy and landed squarely on Wei Zhuoyan's chest. Bam! Wei Zhuoyan reeled from the impact. "General! General!" the soldiers exclaimed with shock. Thud! Wei Zhuoyan fell to the floor and continued sliding backward. He slid all the way into the midst of the soldiers. The others looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. They all knew how terrifying their master could be. He was even capable of killing an elite like Renbuping with a single palm strike. On top of that, the technique he had used was the 9 cuts hand seals. This technique could shock heaven and earth and make the deities cry. Why was it that their master only sent Wei Zhuoyan flying? Wei Zhuoyan was not even hurt. Isn't this palm strike too weak? The disciples were baffled by this. They looked at Wei Zhuoyan, who had sat back up as he pressed a hand to his chest. Lu Zhou said, "Is this the same Wei Zhuoyan with a 7-leaf avatar?" Wei Zhuoyan endured the pain and said, "I've already owned up to my sins. If you want to kill me, please make it quick." "Fool!" Lu Zhou cursed. Wei Zhuoyan was stunned. Lu Zhou's voice was stern as he said, "Come clean, and I won't punish you for impersonating Wei Zhuoyan." Impersonation. Mingxirin was stunned when he heard his master's words. Up until now, Wei Zhuoyan had managed to counter all the accusations leveled against him. But this accusation seemed to make him shudder. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lu Zhou. "Old senior, I don't understand what you mean." Lu Zhou said, "Wei Zhuoyan is renowned on the battlefield. He commands 3 armies. When he led his men on the campaign against Rongbei, they fought an intense battle against the other tribes, and he even sprouted his 7th leaf mid-battle." Wei Zhuoyan did not understand where Lu Zhou was going with these talks. Lu Zhou's disciples felt the same way as well. However, for their master to say such words, there must be a reason for it. They stood respectfully with their arms at their sides as they obediently listened to their master's words. His cultivation base is profound and his status high. He's truly a general who rose to his rank by crawling up a pile of bodies, Lu Zhou said. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhuoyan slumped to the floor. His face turned ghastly pale. Little Yuaner and Duanmu Shang were still puzzled. But realization had already dawned on the intelligent Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin pointed at Wei Zhuyan and said, "I get it now. You're just an imposter. This explains everything." Upon hearing Ming Shirin's words, the others finally understood what was going on. Wei Zhuyan's mind turned blank. Ming Shirin stepped forward and pointed at Wei Zhuyan as he said, "I finally understand what Master is trying to say. You've been acting all this while. I thought that you were strange. You want to be a scapegoat? I must say I'm impressed by your resolve. Alas, your cultivation base isn't right, your mannerism, words, and actions are too unnatural. Although you tried your best to act as if death is your old friend, you lack the decisiveness and killing intent of a soldier." I'm right, aren't I? In the beginning, everyone thought Wen Zhuyan was concealing his cultivation base. As it turned out, he really was not concealing his cultivation base. Duan Mushang and Little Yuaner looked at Ming Shirin as if he was a madman. Isn't he ashamed of being the insufferable know-it-all after the truth is revealed? Ming Shirin continued. Also, it said that Wei Zhuyan's deputies were powerful as well. Even if they didn't have 7 leaves, they have at least 3 or 4 leaves. However, you only brought a ragtag group of soldiers with you. Why don't you come clean and tell us your name? Are you Wei Zhuan's twin brother? Ming Shirin's questions at the end were the same questions Lu Zhou had in his mind. In truth, the moment Wei Zhuyan entered the Great Hall, Lu Zhou had already known he was an imposter. His eye of truth had revealed the imposter's cultivation base to him. Ming Shirin glanced at his master and understood what he meant. He turned back to Wei Zhuyan and said with a deep voice, "I'm telling you, we know you're an imposter. I don't care what your reasons are for taking the fall for Wei Zhuyan. But the Evil Sky Pavilion won't let Wei Zhuyan off the hook even after your death. You'll only die in vain." The imposter gulped nervously. Sweat was trickling down his face. His expression had also turned slightly sour. "Tell us, what's your name?" At this juncture, it was clearly futile to keep up pretenses. He knew the Evil Sky Pavilion would not let this rest. If he remained stubborn, he would only die here in vain. In the end, he said, defeated, "Wei Zhuan, his twin brother? Wei Zhuyan is my older cousin," Wei Zhuan said. "That's no different from a brother. He's quite vicious to send you to die in his place." "What a cheap trick," Ming Shirin said scornfully. Wei Zhuan shook his head. He seemed relieved now. "If I don't die, my entire family, 100 of them, will die." Ming Shirin clapped his hands and said, "Truly vicious. It seems like Wei Zhuyan truly has what it takes to be the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. I have no choice. It's true that you didn't have a choice. You must have practiced a lot back home just to put up this show. When I first saw you, I thought you're a great general. After all, nobody in the Evil Sky Pavilion has ever seen Wei Zhuyan. Your hard work is commendable. Alas, you couldn't fool my master's eyes," Ming Shirin said, not forgetting to flatter his master at the end. "Old Fourth really is a master of flattery." Duan Mushang cupped his fists and said, "Master, regardless of his identity, we should kill all of them here. Then we'll send word to Wei Zhuyan and demand that he surrenders." Lu Zhou ignored Duan Mushang. He looked at Wei Zhuan appraisingly before he looked at soldiers standing behind Wei Zhuan. The soldiers were long past their breaking point. Their limbs were limp, and their faces white with shock. Lu Zhou shook his head. He looked at Wei Zhuan and said, "I'll give you a chance to live. This includes your family as well." Wei Zhuan was stunned. He had trouble processing Lu Zhou's words. Lu Zhou continued, "From this day on, you'll be the real Wei Zhuyan." His disciples were stunned as well. Wei Zhuan asked, "What do you mean?" Ming Shirin said with a smile, "That's brilliant, master. Wei Zhuyan commands the 3 armies after all. If he dies, there's sure to be chaos. Just as well, you can take his place and continue to play the part of Wei Zhuyan. This is called beating someone at their own game." Everyone else understood Lu Zhou's plan now. Wei Zhuan swallowed. He regarded the villains around him warily. "What? You're unwilling?" Ming Shirin asked. In that case, you can die. Your family and your cousin, Wei Zhuoyan, will still have to die. That's the golden rule for my master. There's no room for exception. I. It was clear that Wei Zhuoran was lacking in confidence. However, even if the people of the palace found out that he was an impostor, would they dare to expose him? For as long as Great Yen stood, the people with power would naturally understand that it was more important to prioritize the bigger picture. Lu Zhou waved his arm and said, "Lock them up. Don't let them leave before Wei Zhuoyan's dead." "Yes, master." Just when Duan Mushang was about to bring Wei Zhuoran away, Zhao Yu rushed into the great hall. A female disciple from the derived Moon Palace female cultivator was next to her. "Master, junior sister Tianxin is showing some changes." Ming Shiyin, Little Yuaner, and Duan Mushang were shocked. Lu Zhou appeared calm. Zhao Yu continued, "I don't understand. Her Dantian Sea of Qi has clearly been disabled, but she's absorbing primal Qi. I find this confusing and would like to ask for your opinion, master." Lu Zhou said nothing. Instead, he walked out of the great hall with his hands on his back. Little Yuaner and Ming Shiyin hastily followed him. Duan Mushang waved his overlord spear at Wei Zhuoran and shouted, "Let's go, future great General Wei." In no time at all, Lu Zhou and the others arrived at the South Pavilion and outside of the room where Yi Tianxian was kept. They were still some steps away when they felt the faint waves of primal qi from the room. It was not strong. However, this should have been impossible for a cultivator whose Dantian Sea of Qi had been disabled. Lu Zhou waved his hand. The door was opened. He was greeted by a shocking scene. Yi Tianxin was levitating above the bed. Her body was gleaming with a faint radiance, the color of white jade. She was absorbing the primal qi in the surroundings. Her skin tone was slowly recovering, and her white hair was slowly darkening. Incredible! Lu Zhou remained calm as he observed Yi Tianxin's changes. Ming Shiyin and Little Yuaner came to the side to have a look. Both of them were shocked. The transparent primal qi wrapped itself around Yi Tianxin as more and more primal qi was pulled in from the surroundings. Her hair was turning blacker and blacker by the minute, and her skin tone was gradually changing to that of a normal person's. Her bi-characteristics were slowly disappearing. "Master, the primal qi is still gathering," Little Yuaner reminded him. Lu Zhou remained silent. With his current cultivation base, it was not difficult for him to sense primal qi. Golden Court Mountain was one of the 72 blessed lands. It had a natural advantage and was rich in primal qi. It was also protected by a barrier and was practically untouchable. This made Golden Court Mountain a place well-suited for cultivation. Lu Zhou could sense the primal qi that was being gathered around them. Moreover, it seemed to be gaining speed. Creak, creak, creak. "Master, what's happening?" Little Yuaner asked, slightly worried. Ming Shiyin was surprised by the sight. He said, "This might be one of the Bai people's characteristics. Will senior sister Tianxin die?" Little Yuaner was not very experienced with the affairs of the world. Her opinions and hostility against Yi Tianxin were much lower after this incident. "I don't think so." Creak. The primal qi formed a special energy that wrapped around Yi Tianxin. Ming Shiyin cupped his fists and said, "Master, did you know about this special characteristic of the Beis?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. "If she's not a Bai, how could she be more talented than you in cultivation?" Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, Ming Shiyin was hit with a pang of realization. He had joined the Evil Sky Pavilion much earlier than Yi Tianxin. He had also cultivated painstakingly. However, after Yi Tianxin had joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, her cultivation base surpassed his in no time. For this reason, their master had happily given her the amorous hoop. With a heaven-grade weapon in her possession, she became even stronger. He, who prided himself on being a genius, suffered a blow from this. By the time his little junior sister had joined the pavilion, he had already gotten used to it. At this moment, Yi Tianxin slowly descended on the bed. With a soft grunt, she slowly opened her eyes before taking in her surroundings. When she saw that Lu Zhou was standing beside her, she became emotional and struggled to get up. causing the energy around her to disperse. Xianxia hurriedly got up and kneeled on the bed. Since I know the true culprit behind that incident, I wish you'll allow me to kill that bastard with my own hands, master. After my wish is fulfilled, I'll atone for my sins with my life. Atone for your sins with your life? Mingshi hastily went up to her and said, This Wei Juan is a fake. Don't you go killing the wrong person. A fake. Xianxia was stunned. Mingshi filled her in on the latest developments. When she heard this, Xianxia visibly withered. Her expression was dark, and she appeared to be listless. If it were not for her anger, she might have remained unconscious for a longer period of time. Your Dantian's Sea of Qi has just recovered. You shouldn't pull a stunt like that, Mingshi advised her. Just recovered? Xianxia appeared lost. She hastily lowered her head and looked at the skin of her wrist. Then, she grabbed her own hair. For a moment, she was dumbfounded. Mingshi said, You're a bai. A bai. Humans are the most intelligent of all creatures, and yet, many variations exist. Some are tall while some are short. Some are fat while some are slim. Some are dumb while some are smart. In cultivation, some are more gifted than the others. Mingshi said cautiously but frankly. Xianxia was taken aback. Mingshi was ready to explain things to her slowly. Lu Zhou raised a hand and interrupted him. He said, Xianxia, I have a question for you. Xianxia immediately trembled. She regained her composure and looked at Lu Zhou subserviently. Do you know about Cheng Huang? Cheng Huang. Xianxia appeared puzzled. Then, she appeared to mull over Lu Zhou's words. No matter how she racked her brains, she did not know anything about it. She shook her head and said, I don't know what Cheng Huang is. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Xianxia again. Name, Xianxia. Race, bi-human. Cultivation base. Nascent divinity tribulation realm. Recovering. Lu Zhou noticed that an extra human was added behind the word bi as an added explanation. Also, her cultivation base seemed to be recovering. However, her loyalty had not been triggered. He thought about it for a moment. There was no doubt her hatred had been cleared. Perhaps, she needed to be reinitiated into the pavilion for her loyalty to appear? Did she break the cocoon and morphed into a butterfly? Or did she break it only to bind herself? Lu Zhou was in no hurry anyway, so he said, Never mind. If even the Bai did not know about Cheng Huang, perhaps it did not exist in the first place. Moreover, Lu Zhou had practically no interest in Cheng Huang. With the reversal card, he could live on forever as long as he stayed out of harm's way. Why would he need Cheng Huang? Lu Zhou's objective was not Cheng Huang's life-extending ability. He had a vague feeling that he would be able to regain his lost memories if he could find Cheng Huang. With this thought in mind, he turned around and left. Rest well, master. Rest well, master. Little Yuaner followed Lu Zhou when he left while Mingshi stayed to explain what had happened to Xianxia. He began from the Bai people, Cheng Huang, their master's investigation of the Fish Dragon Village incident, to him being afflicted by the witchcraft trap, and manning the cloud-splitting chariot. He recounted everything to her. Xianxia was, naturally, stunned by his words. After a moment, she said earnestly, In any case, I'll remember your favor, fourth senior brother. Don't thank me. You should thank Master. I've committed a grave mistake. I don't think Master will let me return to the Evil Sky Pavilion that easily, Xianxia said. Don't worry about it. It's true that it might be difficult if this had happened in the past, but Master's behavior and temper have changed quite a bit lately. If you show some effort and sincerity, I don't think it'll be a problem for you to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion, Mingshi said. Besides, we're short of hands. Whenever he thought about how a person of his status had to man the flying chariot's helm, he felt slightly embarrassed. Fourth senior brother, are you serious? Xianxia asked tentatively. Of course. Humans are reciprocal in nature. Master has given me the separation hook and scabbard. For that alone, I won't say anything bad about him ever again. Don't give me that look. I'm perfectly normal, Mingshi said. When she heard Mingshi Yin's words, Yi Tianxin sighed with relief. After Lu Zhou left the South Pavilion, he did not return to the Evil Sky Pavilion. He checked the list of missions on the system dashboard. Apart from the missions of instructing his disciples, the mission of making Wei Zhuoyan admit his guilt was still ongoing. The fake Wei Zhuoyan admitting his guilt, naturally, did not count. Lu Zhou gave it some thought as he made his way to the North Pavilion. Little Yuaner asked curiously, "Master, what are you going to do in the North Pavilion?" Lu Zhou glanced at Little Yuaner. He could tell there was something on her mind. He asked casually, "What's the matter?" "I've been cultivating the Supreme Purity Jade Slip, but I can't help but feel that there's something wrong with it." It was a good sign that Little Yuaner was willing to ask for advice. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Let me interrogate Fan Shouwen first." "Thank you, Master." The two of them reached the North Pavilion. The charred Fan Shouwen was lying on the floor. He seemed barely conscious. His breathing was extremely shallow, as though he was going to die at any given time. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Lung Luo, do you want to witness Mo Li's death so badly?" Creak. Fan Shouwen could not move, but he managed to clench his fist. The sound of him cracking his knuckles rang in the air. "I can help you kill Mo Li," Lu Zhou said slowly. Fan Shouwen struggled to open his eyes that could still be seen on his blackened face. Lu Zhou continued, "However, there's a condition." Lu Zhou could clearly see that Fan Shouwen was shaking. "The condition is simple. From this day onward, you'll have to be loyal to the Evil Sky Pavilion." The room fell silent. Fan Shouwen stopped shaking and seemed to have regained his composure. He did not speak, but a self-mocking expression could be seen on his face, as though he wondered what use he would be in his current state. He was aware of his situation. The leader of the Black Knights, the first on the blacklist. All those were meaningless now. Little Yuaner kept her distance since she was frightened by Fan Shouwen's appearance. Fan Shouwen was as dark as charcoal. He looked more like a monster than a human at this moment. Apart from being gravely injured, it was highly likely that his cultivation base had been crippled. He was useless now. Was there a need for the Grand Evil Sky Pavilion to accept someone like him? Little Yuaner had difficulty understanding her master's decision as well. Naturally, she did not dare to question it. Master must have his own reason for doing this. "If you agree, I have ways to save you." Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, Fan Shouwen trembled. He mustered all his strength and lifted his head. He wanted to look at Lu Zhou. Alas, his injuries were too severe and he ended up slumping to the ground again. As he fell back on the ground, a wisp of a voice escaped from his mouth. "Sure." A single syllable was all he was capable of speaking at this moment. "Ding." Obtained an 8-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm subordinate. Reward, 2,000 merit points. Special suggestion. The difficulty of controlling this subordinate is higher than usual. Please increase his loyalty. Lu Zhou glanced at Fan Shouwen when he heard the notification. Name, Leng Luo. Race, human. Cultivation base. Nascent divinity tribulation realm. Highly damaged. Loyalty 2%. The low loyalty clearly showed it would be difficult to use him. In any case, Fan Shouwen was once on the top of the blacklist. Moreover, he was also the leader of the Black Knights who held much authority. On top of that, he had a terrifying 8-leaf cultivation base. It was not surprising for someone like that to be prideful. Even Wei Zhuoyan, the commander of the 3 armies, was not like him. In any case, his addition to the pavilion would still be a good thing. Very well. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Since you've joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, you're not allowed to serve another master. Fan Shouwen tried to speak, but the only sound that came out from his throat was a gurgling noise. Lu Zhou raised his hand slowly. A faint azure light appeared in his palm. When he waved his hand, the azure light descended. Upon seeing the ball of energy, Fan Shouwen's eyes widened. This was the critical heal card. It was worth it to exchange a 300-point card for a formidable subordinate. Moreover, the system had rewarded Lu Zhou with 2,000 points. Lu Zhou began to think about how to control Fan Shouwen. Indeed, it would be difficult to control someone of Fan Shouwen's caliber. In the end, he decided he would slowly deal with this matter. Fan Shouwen was heavily wounded. The critical heal card could only heal 30% of his injuries. In his current state, he would not be able to play any tricks. The azure light shrouded Fan Shouwen's charred body, entering his body until it reached his extraordinary 8 meridians. The gentle energy instantly coursed through his body. Lu Zhou appeared calm as he studied Fan Shouwen's change. The effects of the critical heal card reminded him of a Buddhist healing technique, the Merciful Arc of Salvation. The Merciful Arc of Salvation was a technique that only nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm experts could cast. Moreover, it was highly taxing to cast such a technique. It was the equivalent to transferring the healer's energy into the target's extraordinary 8 meridians. The energy would be used to expand the meridians again. The target's wounds would then be healed by Merciful Arc of Salvation's special effect. Fan Shouwen, loyalty plus 2%. It was impossible for Fan Shouwen not to be shocked and moved by Fan Shouwen's seemingly selfless act. He was naturally unaware that Lu Zhou had nothing to do with it, and it was all thanks to the critical heal card. When Lu Zhou saw Fan Shouwen's loyalty rise by 2%, he appeared calm. It's difficult enough to raise his loyalty now. I can't imagine how difficult it'd be in the future. Also, 2 of his subordinates had died in the Evil Sky Pavilion. This will definitely be an obstacle to gaining his loyalty. It'll take more than a day or 2 to raise his loyalty to 70% or 80%. The critical heal card's effect lasted for half an hour. Lu Zhou calmly observed Fan Shouwen the entire time. He was not worried with the critical card heal at work. After half an hour, the azure light began to fade. The entire time, little Yuaner had looked on in shock. She stood at the side obediently, not daring to disturb her master. Finally, the azure light disappeared completely. The dried blood and crust fell off Fan Shouwen. He tried to move. He placed his palms on the ground and pushed himself up. It seemed like he had regained some of his strength. However, his injuries were far from healed. Fan Shouwen retreated into a corner and leaned on the wall. This was a better vantage point than the earlier one. He panted heavily as he said in a hoarse voice, "From this day on, Fan Shouwen no longer exists. There's only Lung Luo now." As soon as he finished speaking, he broke into a violent coughing fit. After all, only 30% of his injuries were healed. Lu Zhou nodded slightly. He stroked his beard and said, "Lung Luo, I won't bore you with the rules in Evil Sky Pavilion." Lung Luo nodded. His expression was stiff. Even when he nodded, his neck seemed stiff. Perhaps he was not used to being a subordinate. "Pavilion Master? Whatever you wish to call me. I have always taken promises seriously. However, I'd like to ask, why?" Lung Luo could not figure it out. His current cultivation base was no different from trash. Even if the Evil Sky Pavilion were to kill him, he would not be surprised. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "Because you're Lung Luo." He was Lung Luo, an expert with an 8-leaf avatar. How could someone like that be worthless? Lung Luo nodded. Lu Zhou spoke again. "You want to kill him, Oli?" "Yes." "When did you meet him?" "I can't remember. The only thing I remember is that she seems to be close with the Clarity Sect," Lung Luo said. "Clarity Sect?" Lu Zhou continued. "Emoli was from the Clarity Sect?" "That's right." Pan Zhong had studied witchcraft before this. He had said that many elders and seniors in the sect would adamantly refuse to discuss or mention witchcraft. "Emoli Emochi." Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back as he uttered the 2 names. It would have been fine if Lu Zhou did not mention those names. Upon hearing the names, Lung Luo's expression turned sour. It was clear that he was disgusted. Lu Zhou glanced at him and asked, "You've led the Black Knights for so long. Do you know what her cultivation base is like?" Lung Luo shook his head and said, "I've never seen her make a move. However, I don't think she's any weaker than Wuxia when he was within the Grand Predecessor Formation." "Within the Grand Predecessor Formation?" Wuxian merely possessed 70 to 80% of his strength. With this, Lu Zhou deduced Mo Li's cultivation base was likely comparable to a 7 or 8 leaf avatar. It seemed like the Clarity sect was a place where there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Compared to them, the righteous sect paled greatly. The two sects were of the same path, but their strength was starkly different. At this moment, Duanmu Shang's voice suddenly rang from afar. "Master, I've locked Wei Zhuoran up. His true cultivation base is only in the divine court realm. Even if we give him wings, it would be difficult for him to escape." Lu Zhou nodded. Duanmu Shang continued. "Also, Old Seventh sent a letter." "What did he say?" "For Si Wuya to send them a letter at this juncture. The righteous sect's Zhang Chunlai led a group of people to attack Old Eighth. Their effort ended in failure." Lu Zhou was puzzled as he said, "With Old Eighth's strength, how could he have possibly withstood the onslaught?" Old Seventh didn't mention anything about this in his letter. He also said that Zhang Yuanshan has already gone to the Clarity sect. They originated from the same sect after all. The Clarity sect has sworn to bathe Old Eighth's Tiger Ridge in blood and avenge Zhang Chunlai, Duanmu Shang said. Lu Zhou listened indifferently as though it was some insignificant news. He seemed amused as he said, "He brought this unto himself. He can't blame anyone for this." Duanmu Shang did not continue. He did not understand his master's temper, nor did he know how his master felt about Old Eighth. He had already done his part by faithfully conveying Old Seventh's message to his master. Little Yuaner said, "Master, Eighth Senior Brother's cultivation base is similar to mine. If the Clarity sect makes a move, I think he'll be chopped to death." Little Yuaner's choice of words made Lu Zhou feel slightly speechless. Duanmu Shang said, "He won't die that easily." Zhu Honggong was an Evil Sky Pavilion's disciple. With his cultivation base, he would have died a long time ago if he was so easily killed. He would not have stayed alive until this day. There was also a possibility that Si Wuya sent this letter to try and get rid of his opponent by using the Evil Sky Pavilion. Regardless of his motives, if Lu Zhou was not bothered, there was nothing Si Wuya could do. Duanmu Shang and Little Yuaner remained tactful when they saw their master's attitude toward the matter. They no longer spoke about the matter and stood obediently and respectfully at the side. Lu Zhou shifted his gaze back to Lung Luo, who was resting against the wall in the corner. He said, "Lung Luo, Mo Li's cunning and scheming. She's hiding deep in the palace. Since you hate her, you should kill her with your own hands." After he finished speaking, he left the North Pavilion. When they were halfway between the North Pavilion and the Great Hall, Duanmu Shang said, "Master, Lung Luo was once under Mo Li's command. Also, we've killed 2 of his subordinates. Aren't you nurturing the tiger and inviting calamity by doing this?" Lung Luo was an 8-leaf expert after all. They would have to be prepared for the day if he recovered his strength in the future. Lu Zhou stopped in his tracks. He shook his head and said, "Lung Luo is still gravely injured. He won't be able to create much trouble. If he truly recovered his 8-leaf cultivation base, his first target won't be the Evil Sky Pavilion." When Duanmu Shang heard this, he was hit with a sudden realization. He smacked his own head and said, "I understand now. The person whom Lung Luo hated the most right now was Mo Li, who was dwelling deep within the palace. Mo Li had controlled Lung Luo for many years. It could be said that Mo Li had single-handedly caused this situation. Have Pan Zhong keep an eye on him." "Yes, master." They returned to the Great Hall. Lu Zhou glanced at the system dashboard. Merit points, 12,112. Perhaps it was due to the adrenaline rush he felt from subduing Lung Luo. Lu Zhou decided to do 6 lucky draws in a row. Based on previous results, after considering the cost and the results, he would still be earning overall. Alas, Lu Zhou was greeted with 6 thank you messages. Currently, he had 14 luck points. He shook his head and dismissed the dashboard, giving up on the lucky draw for now. Then, Lu Zhou looked at Little Yuaner, who was standing obediently in the Great Hall, and said, "Come here, MHM." Little Yuaner went to Lu Zhou's side like a chick pecking for grain. Is there a problem with your cultivation? Little Yuan nodded and said, I've been cultivating the Supreme Purity Jade Slip recently, and I have this feeling that my cultivation base isn't making any progress. I'm making no headway. Making no headway? Lu Zhou was puzzled. The completed Supreme Purity Jade Slip should not have many problems. With Little Yuaner's talent, which far surpassed his other 8 disciples, it was impossible that she did not have any headway. Give me your hand. Oh! Lu Zhou infused his primal qi into Little Yuaner's extraordinary 8 meridians. His primal qi circulated within her. After making a complete cycle, it entered her Dantian's sea of qi. Lu Zhou frowned. There's only a Dantian? A cultivator would usually go through body tempering to mystic enlightening, and from the sense condensing to Brahman sea. If a Brahman sea cultivator connected all 8 meridians, the cultivator would be able to open up a sea of qi in their Dantian. That was where the name Brahman sea came from. The Dantian sea of qi was the mold of the golden lotus under an avatar's feet. The Dantian was the golden lotus, whereas the sea of qi was the leaves of the lotus and the light that spread in all directions. Without a sea of qi, it would be difficult for Little Yuaner to improve her cultivation base. She would be limited by her Dantian. Master, what's wrong? Lu Zhou raised his hand. He was inwardly shocked. Little Yuaner was capable of cultivating up to the divine court realm without a sea of qi. This was a remarkable feat. Fortunately, he had discovered this in time. Otherwise, if she had continued to cultivate in this state, her Dantian would have burst from the pressure of the primal qi power, and she would die. Let's put the Supreme Purity Jade Slip aside for now. Oh, you've yet to open up your sea of qi. You'd only be doing more harm than good if you forcibly cultivate. Upon hearing this, Little Yuaner cried out in shock. I've yet to open my sea of qi? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, It's a small issue. There's no need to worry. Although he said that it was a minor issue, it was not something that could be solved easily. What puzzled Lu Zhou was that Little Yuaner's sea of qi was closed. There was no way Ji Tiandao did not notice this with his capabilities. For this reason, he surmised Ji Tiandao was most likely the culprit. Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly. Master, a letter. Little Yuaner suddenly pointed at a messenger bird circling outside the great hall before she leaped toward it. With movements as quick as lightning, she caught the bird. When she returned to the great hall, she opened the letter. She said with a pout, It's that shameless man again. Zhang Aijian. To be more precise, Lu Chun, the 3rd prince of Great Yen. Little Yuaner read the letter out loud. Thank you for the gift of the sword. Old Senior Ji. Truly is a peerless sword. I'm satisfied with it. To show my respect and gratitude to you, Old Senior, here are some pieces of information. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. With Zhang Aijian's status and brains, it was not surprising for him to be able to open the warehouse and obtain the sword. Continue. First, be wary of your 7th disciple. He has a knack for troublemaking. Is he trying to plunge the world into chaos? Second, the Wei Zhuoyan who went to the Evil Sky Pavilion is an imposter. The real Wei Zhuoyan has already gone to Blue Sun Lake. He's prepared to hide for 8 to 10 years since it's said that your 10-year limit is upon you. That Wei Zhuoyan is truly cunning. Also, isn't it prudent for us to set a timeline for this partnership of ours? I can't help but think that I'm getting the short end of the stick by exchanging my entire life for a good sword. 10-year limit. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and shook his head. Everyone's waiting for me to die. Master, I don't dare to have such thoughts, Little Yuaner said. Send word to Zhang Aijian. Tell him, since there's a 10-year limit, this partnership will be dissolved once I die. Emicham, I'll write to him right away. Little Yuaner sent Lu Zhou's message out in no time at all. However, to their surprise, early the next morning, Zhang Aijian had replied to them. Nice one, Old Senior Ji. I don't think it'll only last for 10 years. However, even if it goes on for 15 years, I still think it's a worthy exchange for this good sword. After reading the letter, Little Yuaner cursed at his shamelessness again. However, Lu Zhou seemed unperturbed. He stroked his beard and said, Tell him that I've always taken promises very seriously and that I hate those who don't the most. Yes, master. After little Yuaner sent the letter, Lu Zhou mulled over the content of Jiang Aijin's letter. Notify your third and fourth senior brothers. Tell them to take Wei Zhuoran with them. What are you planning to do this time, master? Little Yuaner was intrigued. Someone's in a hurry to reincarnate. Naturally, I'm more than willing to fulfill his wish. Although little Yuaner did not understand this, she nodded anyway. She immediately ran out. Meanwhile, in a cottage at the center of Blue Sun Lake. The cottage was clean and elegant. Apart from a wooden bridge that led to the center of the lake, it was surrounded by water. A graceful lady next to Wei Zhuoyan asked, General, can Wei Zhuoran fool that old villain? Wei Zhuoyan was reclining on a wooden armchair, rocking it back and forth. He enjoyed the sunlight as he said, Since Wei Zhuoran has a death wish, and you've trained him well, there won't be a huge problem. I have nothing to lose even if Wei Zhuoran fails to fool the old villain. Judging by the old villain's temper, he'll surely kill Wei Zhuoran without any hesitation. However, it'll be wise for us to prepare for all eventualities, the woman said. Wei Zhuoyan smiled and said drily, There's no need to worry. I'm the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. If I die, I'll drag everyone down with me. Based on his words, it was clear he did not mind having injustice done to others but not the other way around. Wei Zhuoyan turned to look at the woman next to him and said, Jingyi, you've been with me for many years. I know that you're a cautious person, but you have a tendency to overthink things as well. You're right, General. Have you forgotten about the previous lesson? The relationship between the second prince and Mo Li isn't ordinary, Wei Zhuoyan said with a mysterious and knowing smile. I have been overthinking things. Wei Zhuoyan rose to his feet. He surveyed the lake and said, How many years does the Evil Sky Pavilion's old villain has left? I can spend this time cultivating in seclusion at the center of Blue Sun Lake. 10 years will pass by in just a blink of an eye. Moreover, the old villain will probably be busy with his personal affairs during these 10 years. He probably doesn't even have the time to bother with me. Rumor had it that the old villain only had 10 more years to live. Moreover, a cultivator's cultivation base would deteriorate as they age. There was no doubt someone from the cultivation world would strike first to get their hands on the Evil Sky Pavilion's treasures. At that time, the Evil Sky Pavilion would cease to exist in this world. Wei Zhuoyan said with vigor in his tone, It's just 10 years. I can wait it out. Nobody will be able to do anything to me. Since his voice was laced with primal qi, it spread in the surroundings of the lake, causing ripples on the lake's calm surface. That's a brilliant plan, General. Li Jingyi bowed slightly. Wei Zhuoyan glanced at Li Jingyi with a pleased look and said, Are there any updates about the second prince? His Highness was saddened to hear you went to the Evil Sky Pavilion to admit to your sin, General. His Highness wanted to personally lead an army to march against the Evil Sky Pavilion, but he was dissuaded by Mo Li. He certainly put on a good show, Wei Zhuoyan said with a smile. Did anyone else learn about my whereabouts? This was the thing that worried him the most. Li Jingyi replied, Don't worry, General. Aside from your 4 deputies and myself, no one is privy to your whereabouts. Very good. Wei Zhuoyan nodded and continued to say, Even if someone were to come for me in Blue Sun Lake, it doesn't matter. I'm like a tiger that has been given wings. He was a 7-leaf avatar elite after all. Regardless of who came, they might not be able to do anything to him. Wei Zhuoyan was extremely pleased with his plans. He pointed at the azure sky in the distance and said, Jingyi, don't you think the scenery here is very captivating? Yes, General. Look, even the meteor is falling for me. In the distant skies, a meteor was moving toward them. Li Jingyi looked up. She was a woman after all and was prone to girlish thoughts. She wanted to see a meteor as well. However, when she looked at it, she could not help but frown. The meteor with a long tail behind it grew larger and larger. It seemed strange as it was not as short-lived as ordinary meteors. After all, meteors would disappear in a flash. Li Jingyi said with a frown, General, something's not right. That looks like a flying chariot. A flying chariot? Wei Zhuoyan's eyes widened when he turned to look. Now that the meteor had gotten considerably closer, he discovered it was a huge flying chariot all along. There were only a select few who owned such a flying chariot under the heavens. At this moment, one of his deputies rushed into the cottage. He bowed and said, "General, we've detected the Evil Sky Pavilion's flying chariot. Please execute our evacuation plan, General." Wei Zhuoyan shook his head and said, "No need for that. General, how could the Evil Sky Pavilion know of my whereabouts? They must be passing by Blue Sun on their way to the divine capital," Wei Zhuoyan said confidently. Li Jingyi bowed and said, "I think something is amiss. It's not a bad idea to hide, so you won't be seen, General. Do you think that I'm afraid of the puny Evil Sky Pavilion?" From where they stood, the flying chariot was still quite far away. No matter how good one's eyesight was, it was impossible for them to see Wei Zhuoyan from that distance. Moreover, Wei Zhuoyan had a 7-leaf avatar. The old villain might not even be in the flying chariot. If he ran away at the mere sight of the Evil Sky Pavilion's flying chariot, how would he be able to command the 3 armies in the future? For this reason, he stood at his spot proudly as he looked at the cloud-splitting chariot in the sky. The cloud-splitting chariot did not slow down. Wei Zhuoyan pointed at it and said, "Just as I expected. You're wise, General. You're wise, General," Wei Zhuoyan's 2 subordinates said in unison as they bowed. Indeed, the cloud-splitting flying chariot did not slow down, nor did it lower its altitude. At the moment they heaved a sigh of relief. A faint golden cluster of light dropped from the cloud-splitting chariot. One of his subordinates with keen eyes asked, "What's that?" The golden radiance seemed like a leaf as it fell toward Blue Sun Lake. At the same time, another leaf shrouded in golden light fell again. "This is bad. It's a Taoist seal." The first golden light had already grown to the height of a tree at this moment, finally revealing what it was to everyone. A soul diamond seal surrounded with the shining golden scripts of power was shooting toward them. It was clear that it was targeted at Wei Zhuoyan. Wei Zhuoyan was thoroughly shocked. This meant that all his seemingly meticulous plans had failed. He quickly raised his hand to defend against the descending soul diamond seal. Bam! The soul diamond seal sent Wei Zhuoyan flying back. Boom! Wei Zhuoyan crashed into the building in the middle of the lake. The building collapsed into rubble immediately. At the same time, Wei Zhuoyan's 2 subordinates were sent flying as well. Meanwhile, a great blitz treasure seal surrounded by shining golden energy scripts followed the previous seal and flew toward Wei Zhuoyan as well. Bam! Wei Zhuoyan retreated further. A murderous expression appeared on his face as he mobilized his energy. 100 Tribulations Insight. As soon as Wei Zhuoyan's 7-leaf avatar appeared, it gathered more energy toward him. "General! General!" Wei Zhuoyan's 4 deputies and Ling Jingyi, who saw Wei Zhuoyan being sent flying by the seals, had frightened expressions on their faces. All of them were in disbelief. "There's more!" someone cried out. More Taoist seals began to descend like leaves. The scene was reminiscent of a flock of cranes flying in a neat formation during their migration to the south. The leaves kept falling. Including the initial 2 leaves, there were a total of 9 leaves. They were the Outer Circle Mystic Seal, the Inner 8-Word Seal, the Fetterless Seal, the Pantheon Seal, the 8-Trigram Seal, the Magic Gourd Seal, and the Sun Moon Seal. The 7 Taoist seals seemed to have eyes of their own. They completely ignored the 4 deputies and Li Jingyi. They bypassed the crumbling building and shot toward Wei Zhuoyan. Boom! Boom! Every script unleashed a loud explosion as they made contact and formed a wall of energy. 9 Cuts hand seals. A Buddhist grandmaster. The 4 deputies were horrified. Although they were elites, when they saw the 9 Cuts hand seals, they gave up all notions of putting up a fight. Who would dare to block such a high-level skill? After him. We can't let the general die. Li Jingyi was the first to react. She rushed toward where the 9 Cuts hand seals had landed. Blue Sun Lake was surrounded by dense forests. Wei Zhuoyan was sent flying into the forest, leaving a path in his wake that seemed as though it had been created by humans. None of them would believe this if they did not witness this with their own eyes. The 4 deputies and Li Jingyi sped toward Wei Zhouyan. The lake was too wide. It felt as though they were running for a long time before they finally reached the long path that was cleared by the 9 cuts hand seals. They knew the situation bode ill for the great general Wei Zhouyan. However, they did not dare to charge recklessly into the path. They moved slowly when they entered the dense forest, worried that the villains would leap off the cloud-splitting chariot and take all of them out in a fell swoop. The evil sky pavilion was so powerful that they were almost paralyzed with fear. Any 6, 7, or 8-leaf cultivator would be destroyed with the flick of their fingers. Li Jingyi frown deepened as she looked ahead. She placed a finger on her lips and hushed everyone. Her ears moved. It seemed like she had picked up some movements on the path ahead of them. The movements came from deep within the dense forest. Her heart quickened its beat. This meant Wei Zhouyan was probably still alive. The 4 deputies trailed behind Li Jingyi, clearly trusting her. They would do anything she told them to. The further they entered the forest, the darker it became. At some point, it was so dark that they could barely see anything. The leaves from the trees were too dense. They blocked most of the light. Whiz! A low drone from some flying object rang from above their heads. Li Jingyi and the 4 deputies looked up. Due to the obstructions, they could only see a flash of light passing them by. It's the flying chariot. It's the evil sky pavilion's flying chariot. The sounds and lights are the same. They went back. Went back. Li Jingyi frowned again. She turned to look behind her with a suspicious gaze. Was the evil sky pavilion's flying chariot merely passing by? That's not likely. There were sounds from deep within the forest again. Someone's here. Li Jingyi and the 4 deputies prepared themselves for combat. The 4 deputies had even drawn their swords to guard against any enemy. Tap, tap, tap. The figure appeared. The figure alone made the 5 of them feel uneasy. They took a step backward despite themselves. The figure was well built. Eventually, the figure walked into their range of sight. They were stunned when they saw the person's face. General! Li Jingyi looked up and saw Wei Zhouyan, the person whom she was familiar with. The 9 cuts hand seals was an extremely powerful technique. And yet, General Wei seemed to only sustain a few scratches. The faint trace of blood could be seen on Wei Zhouyan's lips as well. He appeared calm and unharmed despite his unkempt hair. Initially, Wei Zhouyan did not say anything. He merely appraised the 5 individuals standing before him. After a while, he finally said, "I'm tired, General." Wei Zhouyan's 4 deputies fell to their knees simultaneously. Li Jingyi was the only one left standing. She said worriedly, "General, this place isn't safe anymore. General, I'd rather die than let anything happen to you. Please return to the divine capital. Please return to the divine capital, General. Please return to the divine capital, General." Wei Zhouyan's subordinates chimed in one after another. Wei Zhouyan looked at his 4 subordinates before his eyes finally landed on Li Jingyi. He said, "Return to the capital." A peculiar gleam could be seen in Li Jingyi's eyes at this moment. It seemed as though she wanted to say something but thought the better of it. In the end, she cupped her fists together and said, "Understood." Wei Zhouyan walked past the fallen and trampled trees around Blue Sun Lake. At the same time, Li Jingyi stared at Wei Zhouyan's receding back with a complicated look in her eyes. She reminded sternly, "Remember, nothing happened here today." "Understood," the 4 subordinates replied in unison. Meanwhile, the cloud-splitting chariot flew past Blue Sun Mountain and Blue Sun Town as it sped toward the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou stood atop the flying chariot with his arms on his back. Mingshiri bowed and said enthusiastically, "That was amazing, Master. You've truly widened my horizons." He found it difficult to calm down after witnessing the 9 cuts hand seals. After all, he knew how powerful the 9 cuts hand seals after witnessing the battle with the 10 shamans. Regardless, when he saw his master taking down Wei Zhouyan from such a distance on the flying chariot, he was genuinely awed by the feat. "Such is his fate," Lu Zhou said monotonously. It's true that he has rotten fate. If he had remained in the divine capital, he might have been able to live longer. Mingshi seemed to realize he had misspoken again, so he quickly corrected himself. However, even if he's in the divine capital, I'm sure you'll still be able to take him down easily, Master. Duanmushang, who was manning the cloud-splitting chariot by himself, said, Master, what if those people kill Wei Zhuoran after we let him go? Without waiting for Lu Zhou to reply, Mingshi said with a smile, They won't. Even if they discover Wei Zhuoran is only an impostor, they won't dare to expose him. They'll probably continue with the farce. If it were made known that Wei Zhuoyan had died, the armies would no longer have a leader. Many people would definitely covet that position. Even before this, Wei Zhuoyan's achievements had already become a threat to the monarchy. Wei Zhuoran will definitely be more reserved after he takes over Wei Zhuoyan's palace. Great Yan's imperial family would be happier if someone like Wei Zhuoran is in charge. From today onward, Wei Zhuoran will be Wei Zhuoyan. Little Yuaner, who was sitting at the edge of the flying chariot with her legs dangling off the side of the flying chariot, said, Zhang Aijin says there's always a battle of mutual deception in the palace. The way you put it is quite boring. Fourth senior brother. There are those who lust for power and authority. There's no helping that. It's a shame for a grand seven-leaf elite to go out like that. Mingshi shook his head and sighed. Lu Zhou said, He's only a 5-leaf, not a 7-leaf. 5-leaf. Mingshi, Duanmushang, and little Yuaner were stunned. Regardless of the rumors flying everywhere, Lu Zhou only believed his own eyes. He had used a deadly strike card to kill Wei Zhuoyan earlier. The reward was 1,000 points, and he merely gained 400 points after deducting the cost of the card. The reward for killing a 7-leaf elite should be much more than this. What a sly man! Did we kill another impostor? Mingshi frowned and was about to lose his temper again. After all, they were too far away earlier, so Mingshi and Duanmushin could not clearly see the target. Mingshi wondered if his master's eyesight had deteriorated in his old age. Did his master get the wrong person? Naturally, he did not dare to verbalize his thoughts. Instead, he only said that it might be an impostor. There's no doubt he's the real Wei Zhuoyan, Lu Zhou said. I think I understand what you mean now, Master. In the end, he's only all bark but not bite. However, since he's only a 5-leaf cultivator, how did he rise to the position of commander-in-chief of the 3 armies? Mingshi could not figure this out no matter how he racked his brains. Did someone secretly help him? Duanmushang said, Regardless, as long as they leave the Evil Sky Pavilion alone, we won't look for trouble with them. Mingshi nodded and said, I guess this is the end of the Fish Dragon Village incident. Junior sister Tianxin should feel at ease now. When he saw the cloud-splitting chariot flying past the mountains, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind, and he asked, Master, since we're out of Evil Sky Pavilion now, why don't we use this opportunity to capture Old 8th? With the cloud-splitting chariot, they would be able to reach the Tiger Ridge in no time at all. Lu Zhou remained silent as he stroked his beard and pondered over Mingshi words. Initially, he planned to leave those disciples of his alone. However, whenever he looked at the system dashboard, the mission to discipline his disciples was always on top. He had made some headway in disciplining Mingshi, Duanmushang, and little Yuaner, but it was clear they were no longer earning him as many merit points as before. Old 7th should have enough strength to rescue Old 8th. Why did he inform the Evil Sky Pavilion about this? He recalled the content of Zhang Aijin's letter. Is Old 7th really trying to cause chaos? Lu Zhou hesitated over whether he should capture Old 8th or not. Zhu Honggong, Old 8th, would be valuable to Lu Zhou. He would be able to gain merit points from Old 8th before he disciplined him as well. Apart from that, Old 8th rarely committed crimes on his own accord. Usually, it was Si Wuya, Old 7th, who instigated Old 8th into acting. It was rumored that Old 7th's darknet was located at the Crouching Dragon. And yet, nobody had ever found it. All they knew was the darknet was everywhere and their network of information was very wide. It would be difficult to catch Old 7th. Moreover, Lu Zhou had more pressing needs. He needed to improve his strength first and foremost. Rumor was rife that he was going to meet his end in 10 years. Everyone was just waiting for him to die. In fact, with humans' greed, there would be people who would not even wait 10 years. It was possible that someone would come and attempt to get their hands on the Evil Sky Pavilion's treasures in 5, 7, or 8 years. After all, most people thought Lu Zhou's cultivation base was deteriorating as well. Therefore, it was of utmost importance for Lu Zhou to improve his strength. There was no doubt an endless stream of cultivators would be coming for him. At that time, just relying on the item cards would not be enough for him to deal with so many cultivators. After a while, Lu Zhou glanced at Ming-Shi and said, "He got lucky and escaped when we were at Green Jade Altar. I think Old Seventh is planning something by sending this letter. I want you to investigate this." When Ming-Shi heard this, he beamed and said, "Yes, Master. I'll carry out this task perfectly. Old Fourth, I think it's better if I go with you. Old Eighth might seem stupid, but he's really sly. There's no need to kill the chicken with a butcher's knife. I'll try and investigate Old Seventh's plot for now. When the time is ripe, we'll capture the two of them together," Ming-Shi said. Duan Shang seemed dejected as he said, "When you're gone, I won't have any sparring partners." Elder Hua was wounded and still recuperating. He was in no condition to spar. Little junior sister was not in the nascent divinity tribulation realm yet, and she did not possess a heaven-grade weapon, so she was not a match for him. Similarly, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were also in the divine court realm. They were no match for him as well. The only person left was the latest addition to the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lung Luo, the former leader of the Black Knights. Alas, he was gravely injured at the moment. Ming-Shi rolled his eyes and said, "No one is as mad as you. All you know how to do is train. You should use your brain more often." It did not take long before the cloud-splitting chariot finally returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Ming-Shi left Golden Court Mountain on his master's orders and made his way to the Tiger Ridge. Inside the Tiger Ridge gang's stronghold, Zhu Honggong was sound asleep on his chair. Ming-Shi was familiar with the area now after his previous visits. He appeared outside the stronghold and bellowed, "Old Eighth, I'm back." His voice resounded through the mountain forest. Zhu Honggong, who had been sound asleep, started awake, frightened. He almost fell off the chair. Who is it? Is it my master? Is he here?" Zhu Honggong hurriedly rose to his feet as he looked around his surroundings. His gang members stationed outside the stronghold swarmed in. "Gang leader! Run, gang leader!" The cultivation bases of Tiger Ridge Gang's members were shallow. They were undoubtedly not a match for Ming-Shi. However, those who recognized Ming-Shi did not run away. Ming-Shi moved swiftly and appeared before everyone else. "Step aside." The small fries immediately gave way. "Fourth senior brother?" Zhu Honggong rubbed his eyes. After regaining his senses, he said charmingly, "What brings you here?" Ming-Shi sauntered over. Zhu Honggong hastily vacated the chair. Ming-Shi said, "Didn't you say that you'll welcome me as a guest at any time? Those were just words of formalities?" Zhu Honggong muttered under his breath before he said with a smile, "I mean, yes, of course you're welcome to visit whenever you want." Ming-Shi was in no hurry. He surveyed his surroundings and said, "Your stronghold was nearly flattened by someone else previously. It seems like you've completely restored it." "Of course. My gang members are skilled in this regard," Zhu Honggong said. "Old Seventh sent a letter to Master. He said the Clarity Sect is coming to look for trouble with you. Aren't you afraid at all?" Zhu Honggong was startled. He said, "No way. They're coming for me? Why are you surprised? You killed Zhang Chunlai, the Righteous Sect's elder. Do you think they'll let the matter go? Didn't you kill the Righteous Sect's elder, Zhang Qiuqi, as well? You and your glib tongue." Ming-Shi kicked Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong did not avoid the kick, neither did he retaliate. He fell to his knees obediently. Meanwhile, in the Evil Sky Pavilion, Ding! Disciplining the 8th disciple Zhu Honggong. Reward: 100 merit points. Lu Zhou nodded with a pleased expression on his face when he heard the notification. Back in the Tiger Ridge, They can't do anything to me even if I annihilate the entire righteous sect. Who are you going to count on to protect you? Eldest senior brother? Second senior brother? Or is it old seventh who spends his days hiding away in some part of the world? Mingshi unleashed a barrage of questions at Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong's face fell. When he thought about this, he was filled with sadness. He wanted a backer as well. The problem was everyone regarded him with scorn. Mingshi shook his head and said, "Old eighth, tell me the truth. What are you and old seventh planning this time?" "Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I swear to the heavens," Zhu Honggong said hastily. Why did this scene seem familiar? This is exactly how he swore the last time. "Eighth junior brother, this is for your own good. Your current situation is extremely perilous. Old seventh could help you deal with the small fries before this. However, this time we're talking about the Clarity sect. Apart from the Evil Sky Pavilion, nobody will be able to help you. Listen to my advice. Disband your gang and obediently return to the Evil Sky Pavilion with me and repent," Mingshi said. "Repent?" Zhu Honggong shuddered. His expression was one of incredulity as he said, "With Master's temper, wouldn't he flay my skin and pull out my tendons?" Mingshi placed his hands on his back and said, "That's possible. Who knows what goes through Master's mind these days? It depends on your luck. If Master's not in a good mood when you return, there's nothing you can do about it." Mingshi recalled the scene where Xianxia and Li Qing, one of the 3 godly archers who was also a member of the Black Knights, were killed with just a single palm strike. Knowing that, you're still trying to convince me to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion and repent. You don't have a say in this," Mingshi said with a smile. "You shouldn't wait for Master to personally make a move." Ren Buping, the master of Fiend Temple Master, was killed by Master with just a single palm strike. What? Zhu Honggong was even more frightened when he heard this. If he returned, would he not be turned into a meat pie? Mingshi continued to study Zhu Honggong. He did not expect old eighth would be so stubborn. It seemed like old seventh had successfully brainwashed him. "It's fine if you don't want to return with me. Tell me where the crouching dragon where the darknet is located." Province. "You dumb pig. Be more specific. You might as well say it's in Great Yen," Mingshi said irritably as he gave Zhu Honggong another kick. "How would I know? Seventh senior brother has always been secretive with his movements. If I can easily find him, would I need to fear the Clarity sect?" Zhu Honggong said with an aggrieved expression. "Dream on. Do you think that old seventh is omnipotent?" Mingshi voice had barely faded when a figure slowly entered the stronghold. The small fries instantly made way for him. At this moment, silence descended on the stronghold. Mingshi and Zhu Honggong looked at the newcomer. "Old seventh. Seventh senior brother? Speak of the devil." Si Wuxia was smiling as he walked. He wore long robes and a brocade crown on his head. It seemed like he was dressed for an official ceremony. He cupped his fists at Mingshi and said, "Greetings, fourth senior brother." Mingshi did not like Si Wuxia very much. He looked away and sat down without paying much attention to Si Wuxia. He said, "You dare show your face here? If Master had come here, I wouldn't show myself. Since it's you, it's fine if I show myself." "You're a sly one," Mingshi said as he leaned to the side. Si Wuxia strode forward and went up the stairs. He sat down slowly on the seat beside Mingshi and said with a smile, "I heard that Wei Zhuoyan has gone to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Old seventh, save your breath. You won't get anything out of me," Mingshi said. "Fourth senior brother. We're from the same pavilion after all. There's no need for us to act like strangers. I'm asking this for the Evil Sky Pavilion's sake as well." "My ass," Mingshi spat on the floor. "If you truly have the Evil Sky Pavilion in your heart, you'll return and accept your punishment immediately. The heavens will decide your life and death." Zhu Honggong felt a fresh surge of fear in his heart. His fourth senior brother was talking about life and death now. He was convinced that nothing good would be waiting for him if he returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Si Wuya smiled and said drily, "There's no need to be so hostile toward me. Fourth senior brother, it's meaningless to lose your temper. I have so many things I have yet accomplished. How can I return to the Evil Sky Pavilion?" "Well then, what's your purpose of sending the letter to the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Mingxirin asked, confused. "It's simple." Si Wuya pointed at Zhu Honggong, old eighth, who was next to him. "The Clarity sect wants to attack the Tiger Ridge gang. Old eighth would not be able to survive without the Evil Sky Pavilion's protection." "That's it? There's nothing else?" Mingxirin asked skeptically. Si Wuya shook his head. "Why do you think of me as a sinister and filthy person? Fourth senior brother, that's my only intention. Why didn't you seek help from second senior brother or eldest senior brother instead?" Among the three of them, it was clearly the most difficult to ask their master for help. Eldest senior brother and second senior brother were capable enough to deal with the Clarity sect. Eldest senior brother is occupied with various tasks every day. He doesn't have time for old eighth. Second senior brother travels all over the place, and his movements are often unknown. He doesn't have a place he calls home. The Evil Sky Pavilion is the most suitable candidate under these circumstances. After hearing all this, I don't think I want to bring old eighth back with me right now. Mingxirin merely wanted to oppose Si Wuya. Si Wuya said, "Old eighth will die. Let him die then." Zhu Honggong was baffled. "What did I do? Enough is enough." He straightened his back and said loudly, "My dear senior brothers, I'm not going anywhere. Besides, this is my problem. What has it got to do with either of you?" "Shut up." Si Wuya and Mingxirin snapped in unison. Zhu Honggong sat back down. He did not like this. Si Wuya's expression was calm as he looked at Mingxirin and said, "Are you going to sit back and do nothing while old eighth dies, fourth senior brother?" Zhu Honggong gave up trying to interject. He seemed to have grown numb to the word die. Mingxirin said, "Old eighth is considered dead the moment he betrayed master. If he dies, it's because he deserves it." Si Wuya's expression showed no changes as he continued to say, "In that case, we'll let him die then." It was meaningless to bicker with Mingxirin. Si Wuya rose to his feet and walked out of the stronghold with his hands on his back. Upon seeing Si Wuya leaving, Mingxirin said in a deceptively gentle tone, "Old seventh, heed my advice. You should stop this." Si Wuya stopped in his tracks and said drily, "Master has 15 years left to live. 10 years, 8 years, maybe even sooner. The Evil Sky Pavilion will surely experience a tribulation." Mingxirin knew that as well, so he remained silent. Si Wuya said, "Fourth senior brother, what would you do then?" "Let's leave tomorrow's worries for tomorrow. Forget it. Forget that I was even here today." Si Wuya left the stronghold with blinding speed. Mingxirin did not stop him. With his current strength and cultivation base, it would be slightly difficult for him to catch Si Wuya. He remained silent for a while before he finally said, "Disband the gang. Come with me." "Huh. Don't you me. Master has ordered me to bring you back to the Evil Sky Pavilion," Mingxirin said. Zhu Honggong was on the verge of tears. He felt terrified whenever he thought about his master's various methods. He shook his head frantically. "Forget it, fourth senior brother. Why do you have to put me in a difficult position when we're on the same side?" As he spoke, he took 2 steps back. "Old eighth, what are you trying to do?" "I'm sorry, senior brother. I really don't want to return. Farewell." Zhu Honggong turned tail and ran. His speed made the others' hairs stand on end. A faint smile spread across Mingxirin's face. "Let's see where you can run to." With swift movements, Mingxirin chased after him. Zhu Honggong was a divine court realm cultivator, after all. In terms of speed, he was no match for Mingxirin, who was in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. In just a blink of an eye, Mingxirin was right behind Zhu Honggong. He did not hesitate as he raised his hand and struck with his palm. Bam! Mingxirin's palm landed on Zhu Honggong's back, causing Zhu Honggong to stumble forward from the impact. Ming-Shi felt that his palm strike had been blocked by some special object. Zhu Honggong was sprawled on the ground at this moment. He quickly rose to his feet and began to run again. Block him! Quick! Now! Gang leader, this way! Ming-Shi was rendered speechless by this. Although his combat style depended on his whim as well, he would never turn tail and run like this. For an Evil Sky Pavilion's disciple to behave in this manner was truly a humiliation to the Evil Sky Pavilion. There's nowhere to run. Ming-Shi's voice resounded throughout the stronghold. Zhu Honggong sprinted toward the back of the mountain. Alas, Ming-Shi moved swiftly and appeared before Zhu Honggong again. At the same time, vines sprouted around him and began to grow rapidly. The path that led to the back of the mountain was swiftly blocked by the vines in no time at all. Zhu Honggong staggered and retreated. This is bad. The octagon formation. Zhu Honggong's expression changed. Fourth senior brother. Don't make me do this. Don't think you can scare me with that formation of yours. Please don't think that I'm heartless. When I was here previously, I've made some changes to it. Ming-Shi walked toward him with half a smile. Zhu Honggong wanted to cry. The gang members behind him shuddered with fear as well. Gang leader, why don't you surrender yourself? Zhu Honggong was speechless. Ming-Shi nodded and said, You have sensible and understanding subordinates. Creak, creak, creak. Zhu Honggong's retreat was also blocked by the vines. Ming-Shi's Bluewood Heart technique had been cultivated to the point of perfection. His primal chi spilled into his surroundings like an incoming tide. Wherever it touched, vines would sprout and grow. This technique, spring upon 1,000 vines, could even be used to fight against a 4-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator, let alone Zhu Honggong, who was in the divine court realm. Zhu Honggong's Zen tunic could only reduce the damage he received to a certain degree. It did nothing to increase his combat strength. He could only look on helplessly as Ming-Shi walked up to him. Without the octagon formation, the disparity between them was too great. It was as different as heaven and earth. Zhu Honggong really felt like crying. All his paths of retreat seemed to have been cut off. Say, senior brother. Ming-Shi patted his shoulder. He sighed softly. Just do as you're told. After saying this, he turned to the Tiger Ridge Gang's members and declared loudly, All of you should look for other ways to make a living. Gang leader. Gang leader. Ming-Shi was inwardly shocked when he saw these cowardly gang members fall to their knees in unison. Zhu Honggong swept his gaze across them and said, Divide the valuables in the stronghold among yourselves, then get lost. Zhu Honggong said this with a sense of righteousness that inspired reverence. He truly behaved like a gang leader now. His gang members who were kneeling exchanged glances. Then, they kowtowed at Zhu Honggong and said without any hesitation, Thank you, gang leader. Zhu Honggong was taken aback. Shouldn't they be covered in snot and tears and feel reluctant to leave after listening to my touching words? Get lost, you bunch of heartless fiends. The gang members hastily got up and dispersed. Ming-Shi waved his hand. The vines that blocked the paths vanished immediately. He had no reason to fight these small fries. Moreover, they were Zhu Honggong's subordinates. It was a good thing to let them go. Forget about this shoddy stronghold. You have a place in the Evil Sky Pavilion, Ming-Shi said when he saw Zhu Honggong's crestfallen and reluctant expression. Senior brother, I've worked hard for everything here. I feel that I have a connection with every single plant here. Oh, shut up. Ming-Shi rolled his eyes. I can't believe he's being pretentious even at this moment. Zhu Honggong said reluctantly, Let's go then. The two of them proceeded to leave Tiger Ridge. While they were walking, Ming-Shi recalled the sensation he felt when he struck Zhu Honggong's back with his palm. Old Eighth, what are you wearing? Zhu Honggong hastily pulled his robes over his tunic and said, Senior brother, don't you dare have any covetous thoughts. Ming-Shi shook his head and said, That's enough. You can stop trying to hide it. I didn't expect Old Seventh would procure a Zen tunic for you. That's all. I'm impressed that you weren't beaten to death by that pack of bald mules. Ming Shiyin gave him a thumbs up. Zhu Honggong chuckled. It's all in a day's work. The two of them stepped into the air. Meanwhile, Ding captured the rascal Zhu Honggong. Reward: 1,000 merit points. This surprised Lu Zhou. Initially, he only intended to have Ming Shiyin find out about Old Seventh's plan. Who knew Ming Shiyin would manage to capture Old Eighth? It was definitely a good thing that Old Eighth was captured. This way he would not be able to make trouble. Lu Zhou looked at the system dashboard. Name Lu Zhou. Race human. Cultivation base. Brahmin C8 meridians. Merit points: 13,312. Avatar: 6 recombinant trigram lines. Remaining life: 5,988 days. Item: Deadly Strike card X1, Impeccable card X2, Critical Block card X7, Passive, Binding Cage X4, Refining Talisman X2, Ji Tiandao's Peak Trial card X1, Wizard, Resting, Buy-in, Weapon, Unnamed, Amorous Hoop, Owner, Yi Tianxin. Requires refining before use, Life Cutter, Nirvana Sash, Tear Stain Box. Cultivation Method: 3 scrolls of heavenly writing. It had been 2 days, and Wizard was still resting. Lu Zhou shook his head. Perhaps it had spent too much energy while battling the 10 shamans. He wondered how long it needed to completely recuperate. Lu Zhou glanced at the system's mall again. There was no time-limited box. Lu Zhou gave it some thought before he finally decided to try his luck with the lucky draws. After 5 consecutive draws, his luck was raised to 19 points. His current merit points allowed him some margin for error on the lucky draw. Naturally, the above point was an exception. Elder Hua requests an audience. A voice rang from outside. Hua Wudao walked in, clearly exhausted. His battle with Sword St. Luo Shursan seemed to have drained him of all his energy. When he walked into the great hall, he bowed reverently at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou asked in confusion, "What's the matter, Elder Hua?" Hua Wudao cupped his fists together and said, "I've been thinking over these past few days, and there's something that I can't get off my mind." Hua Wudao continued, "What this bag of old bones wishes to request has something to do with Ding Fanqiu." "Oh, Ding Fanqiu is from the Yun sect and had acted under my instructions. At the end of the day, I'm the true perpetrator. This has nothing to do with him," Hua Wudao said. Lu Zhou did not have time to reply before Duan Mushang's voice that was laden with fury rang from outside the great hall. "Elder Hua, forgive me for being unable to agree with you on this." Hua Wudao turned to look at a furious Duan Mushang, who was walking in with his overlord spear in his hand. He looked majestic and formidable. "Ding Fanqiu has impersonated the evil sky pavilion. According to our rules, he should be cut into 8 chunks and fed to the dogs. You're a member of the evil sky pavilion, and yet you're siding with an outsider." Duan Mushang asked furiously. Hua Wudao's wizened face flushed. Duan Mushang continued on his tirade. "I don't care who won between you and Luo Shursan, but I don't agree to Ding Fanqiu's release." Thunk. Duan Mushang hit the floor with his overlord spear. Hua Wudao said remorsefully, "Since I've left the Yun sect, I should sever all ties with it. Ding Fanqiu is the final tie." "That's great, Elder Hua. You should kill him as a way to sever your ties to the Yun sect," Duan Mushang said. Hua Wudao was rendered speechless. Duan Mushang was destined to be the bane of his life. For some reason, Hua Wudao felt flustered every time he met him. The sparring sessions did nothing to alleviate this. Ever since he became Duan Mushang's training partner, Duan Mushang would seek him out to spar at every opportunity he got. He would keep on fighting despite continual setbacks. Sometimes, Hua Wudao wondered if Duan Mushang was annoyed by him because he had lost too many times. "Forget it." Hua Wudao cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou. "I'm willing to be punished." Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet. He descended the stairs with his hand on his back. He looked at Hua Wudao with a level gaze and said gently, "I can release Ding Fanqiu." Upon hearing this, Duan Mushang's eyes widened. Hua Wudao was stunned. Pavilion Master. Before any of them could continue to speak, Lu Zhou said with his hands on his back. On one condition. Do enlighten me, Pavilion Master. Although I left the Yun sect, my words still hold some weight to them. I'm sure some of the elders will do me a favor. Hua Wudao thought that Lu Zhou wanted something from the Yun sect. All I want is the sable magnolia. Hua Wudao was dumbfounded. Duan Mushang was taken aback as well. Hua Wudao's old eyes widened as he said, Pavilion Master, sable magnolias are extremely precious. The Yun sect will never exchange a sable magnolia for Ding Fanqiu. This. Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, There's no need to turn down my offer right away. Think about it when you get back. No matter how thick Hua Wudao's face was, he was too embarrassed to say anything else. He cupped his fists and left the hall respectfully. Duan Mushang cupped his fists and said, Master, this old geezer isn't loyal. Why don't we? There's no need for that. Lu Zhou waved his hand. Just give him more time. Duan Mushang, naturally, did not dare to protest. Instead, he asked, Master, why do you want the sable magnolia? Your little junior sister's sea of qi isn't opened yet. The sable magnolia is a heaven and earth treasure, which is most suited to activate one's sea of qi. Your cultivation base is profound, Master. Why would you need to rely on the sable magnolia? Forcibly opening up her sea of qi won't be as ideal as using a sable magnolia, Lu Zhou explained. I understand now. At this moment, little Yuaner rushed into the great hall. She giggled as she said, Master, fourth senior brother is back. Outside the great hall, Ming Shirin and Zhu Honggong, old eighth, walked at an unbelievably slow pace. The way Zhu Honggong shuffled into the great hall made him look even more bashful than a bride on her wedding day. Ming Shirin glared at him and said, Since we're already here, quit dragging your feet. Would you rather I break them and carry you over? No. I need to pee. Zhu Honggong surveyed the familiar surroundings. He saw the buildings and the evil sky pavilion that he feared most. Zhu Honggong gulped. He looked at the three huge characters that hung over the Great Hall's entrance. Evil Sky Pavilion. It was the Evil Sky Pavilion that was feared and coveted by many. Zhu Honggong could not remember how often he had dreamed of this place. Now that he was finally here, his feelings were conflicted. They finally entered the hall. Zhu Honggong moved faster now. He knew that his master hated those who dallied the most. He followed closely behind Ming Shirin. They walked past two huge pillars and were now at the center of the great hall. He looked up. A lively elder who did not seem to be all that old was seated at the high seat in the great hall. His eyes were deep and piercing. Thud. Zhu Honggong was so frightened by Lu Zhou's gaze that he fell to his knees immediately. He quickly kowtowed. Greetings, Master. May you live a long and prosperous life. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin felt his eyelids twitch. He felt as though he had met his match. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, You rascal. Master, I can explain. I didn't betray you. I had no choice but to leave. Please forgive me, Master. Zhu Honggong did not even dare to breathe loudly. Duan Mushang, Ming Shirin, Little Yuaner, and Zhao Yu, who had just arrived, stared at Zhu Honggong. Lu Zhou said, You had no choice? I was tricked by seventh senior brother. Why were you the only one who was tricked? Lu Zhou's words were clearly meant for his other disciples as well. When he had first transmigrated over, apart from Little Yuaner, Zhu Honggong was not his only disciple who was swayed. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin looked at Zhu Honggong with an unnatural gaze. Zhu Honggong said loudly, My sincere heart shines as bright as the sun and the moon. Please judge me fairly, Master. Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back as he walked toward Zhu Honggong. At this moment, Zhu Honggong was trembling in fear. He lowered his head, afraid to meet Lu Zhou's eyes. Old eighth, don't you wish for me to die as soon as possible? Upon hearing this, Zhu Honggong trembled even harder. He kowtowed again and said, I don't dare. Lu Zhou shook his head. He did not know what was going through Ji Tiandao's mind back then. He recruited so many outstanding disciples, But why was old Eighth as cowardly as a mouse? In recent years, you've made quite a name for yourself with old Seventh's help. The crimes you've committed were petty. The Evil Sky Pavilion will bear the responsibility for those crimes you've committed, Lu Zhou said with his hands on his back. It was the truth. Even if Lu Zhou was unwilling, outsiders would still shift the blame of his 9 disciples' deeds to the Evil Sky Pavilion. That was how the Evil Sky Pavilion got its bad reputation. Tiandao was ranked first on the blacklist because of this as well. I've made a grave mistake. Zhu Honggong genuinely admitted his wrongs. Ding! Disciplined Zhu Honggong. Reward: 100 merit points. What kind of plans are old Seventh hatching these days? Lu Zhou asked. Since Si Wuya was Darknet's sect leader, why would he be stirring up a storm? Old Eighth and Si Wuya were close. Perhaps old Eighth might know something about it. Seventh's senior brother has never spoken to me about these things. I honestly don't know. He has a closer relationship with eldest and second senior brother. They meet quite often to discuss major events under the heavens. I don't even understand the things they discussed, Zhu Honggong answered honestly. Why were you there at the Green Jade altar the other day? Lu Zhou asked again. Seventh senior brother said the Fiend Temple was going to join forces with the Righteous sect. They intended to isolate the Darknet and the Nether sect. Seventh senior brother would never let them do as they pleased. Lu Zhou stared at old Eighth. He knew each of his disciples well. Zhu Honggong's cultivation base was at the peak of the Divine Court realm. Naturally, this was due to his cultivation method being flawed. Unlike his other disciples, Lu Zhou remembered Zhu Honggong cultivated the 9 tribulations Thunderblast. He was lacking in the 2 last tribulations that were also the crucial parts of his cultivation method. Old Eighth was fated to not be able to enter the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Everyone said that Old Eighth's cultivation talent was poor, but no one knew it was due to his flawed cultivation method. It was clear that the Evil Sky Pavilion disciples were carefully picked from the masses. Lu Zhou was taken aback by Old Eighth's loyalty that was at 5%. This was different from Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin had harbored hatred toward him after she betrayed the pavilion. Although she no longer hated Lu Zhou, she was not regarded as a true disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion yet. However, Old Eighth had maintained a 5% loyalty all along. This meant that Old Eighth had been concerned about the Evil Sky Pavilion all along. Since you know you're wrong, your punishment is to stay in the Cave of Reflection for now, Lu Zhou said with a wave of his arm. Zhu Honggong was slightly stunned. He remembered what his 4th senior brother had reminded him during their journey. He did not dare to be careless. He kowtowed again and said, Master, this disciple knows he has committed a grave sin. Please punish me harshly. Everyone else was taken aback by this. To think that there's someone who's not satisfied with a light sentence. The Cave of Reflection was not exactly the best place. It was extremely cold, the kind of cold that seeped into the bones. Even those with a cultivation base had to circulate their primal chi constantly to keep warm. The process of constantly circulating one's primal chi was a long-term torture. Apart from Yi Tianxin, Lu Zhou had never truly punished his disciples harshly. Master, Old Eighth has committed a grave sin. He should be punished harshly. I agree. He should be punished harshly. Eighth senior brother's skin is thick. The Cave of Reflection is too easy for him. Master, why don't you break his legs so that he won't be able to run around in the future? Little Yuaner suggested. Zhu Honggong felt like crying. They said little junior sister is naive and pure of heart. Why don't I get that vibe from her? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, 50 strokes of the plank. Refurbish the Golden Court Mountain, and 3 years in the Cave of Reflection with your cultivation base sealed. Ha! Zhu Honggong was beginning to regret his words. He could endure the first 2 punishments with his thick skin, but to spend 3 years in the Cave of Reflection with his cultivation base sealed was harsh. He was worried that he would be frozen to an icicle. What? You have something to say about it? Lu Zhou asked. Zhu Honggong hastily bowed and said, I accept my punishment. Take him away. Yes, master. Mingshi walked up to Zhu Honggong, tapped his shoulder and said, "Move!" Zhu Honggong did not move. "You dumb pig! Are you so frightened that you've lost the strength to walk?" Mingshi made a lifting gesture with his hand. A surge of energy covered Zhu Honggong and hoisted him up. He walked out of the great hall. They arrived at the back of the mountain. At this moment, Zhu Honggong began to pant heavily. He said, "Master didn't beat me up? Master didn't beat me up. Senior brother, am I dreaming? Pinch me. Quick." Mingshi rolled his eyes and said, "Are you that afraid of being clobbered?" "Of course, I am. Master's temper. No, I think Master's temper is different from before. Count yourself lucky. I told you, if you begged for mercy the way I taught you, Master won't punish you too harshly," Mingshi said, feeling slightly pleased with himself. "For the sins you've committed, spending time in the cave of reflection with your cultivation base sealed is far too light a sentence. You're right, fourth senior brother. Thank you for helping me avoid a heavy punishment. I shall forever remember this favor," Zhu Honggong said. While both of them were discussing the punishment that their master had meted out, Pan Zhong suddenly appeared with the Xianxia technique in his hands. When he saw Zhu Honggong, he spoke in a sinister tone. "Mr. Fourth, we have a newcomer?" Perhaps it had been too uneventful on the Golden Court Mountain lately, and they were not allowed to leave the mountain freely. When Pan Zhong saw new blood, he was naturally curious. Mingshi merely nodded. Pan Zhong walked up to Zhu Honggong and sized him up. "He's chubby and not very tall either. He looks dumb. How adorable. He should be a pushover. My name's Pan Zhong. What's your name, brother?" Pan Zhong said in a tone that indicated familiarity. Zhu Honggong rolled his eyes. His temper was about to erupt. Mingshi promptly cleared his throat, and Zhu Honggong could only swallow his indignance. Pan Zhong was not stupid as well. He was inwardly amazed that Mr. Fourth was capable of suppressing this newcomer with a simple clearing of his throat. He nudged Zhu Honggong with his elbow and said, "Newcomer, Mr. Fourth is actually a nice person. Don't worry. From this day on, we're all brothers." Zhu Honggong could not take this anymore and retorted scornfully, "Who's your brother?" Pan Zhong said, "That's not the way to talk around here. You're lucky Mr. Fourth here. If it were Mr. Third or Miss Ninth, you'd wished you didn't say anything. Where did this lunatic come from? Look at him acting high and mighty as though he's my teacher." Mingshi raised his hand and said, "Off to work." Zhu Honggong replied obediently, "Oh." When he saw the derived Moon Palace's female cultivators repairing the steps nearby, his mood turned for the better as he quickly ran over. When Pan Zhong saw this, he said in a hushed tone, "Mr. Fourth, this newcomer is something else. He seems like a hard worker. This isn't all he has to do. From this day on, he'll be spending his free time in the Cave of Reflection." The Cave of Reflection? When Pan Zhong heard this, his heart raced. It's not easy for the Evil Sky Pavilion to recruit a new member. Isn't the pavilion master worried about putting this newcomer off by doing this? Don't worry. He won't be put off. Instead, he's grateful. Mingshi left after he finished speaking. Pan Zhong was baffled by Mingshi words. He decided not to cultivate his Xianxia technique for the time being and observe Zhu Honggong instead. Zhu Honggong worked hard and did everything he was supposed to. He took up all the laborious jobs as well. Even after half a day had passed, there was not a word of complaint that left Zhu Honggong's mouth. When the sun was setting, Zhu Honggong finally sat down to rest. Pan Zhong walked over and gave him a thumbs up before he said, "Brother, you're amazing." "What do you mean?" "A newcomer should have a newcomer's resolve. I really admire you." "This is nothing," Zhu Honggong said, feeling pleased with himself. Pan Zhong sighed and said, "When I first climbed this mountain, I didn't have your resolve, and I suffered greatly for it." "Suffered?" "Yes." Pan Zhong looked around and lowered his voice. "Brother, the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples are all eccentric characters. You'll bring trouble upon yourself if you're not careful enough." Zhu Honggong frowned. He gave Pan Zhong an appraising look before he said in confusion, "Eccentric characters? You've seen it for yourself. For example, the Evil Sky Pavilion's fourth disciple, Mingshi. He looks like a gentle person, but he's actually cold and heartless. Mr. Third, Duanmushang is better. At least he doesn't put on a mask. But he adheres strictly to his own principles. Also, the Evil Sky Pavilion's youngest disciple, Little Yuaner. Don't be fooled by her petite and cute appearance. That girl has aberrant mood swings and a short fuse. You should stay away from her," Pan Zhong said solemnly. When Pan Zhong mentioned Little Yuaner, Zhu Honggong was stunned. Indeed, Little Yuaner did behave fiercely in the Great Hall earlier. Zhu Honggong looked at Pan Zhong, who looked like a gossip monger, and asked curiously, "Have you heard of the Evil King?" The Evil King. An expression of disapproval appeared on Pan Zhong's face as he said, "The Evil Sky Pavilion doesn't think much of him. The Evil King is but a title used to scare others. He's only in the Divine Court realm. He might not even best me in a fight. Are you all right? You don't look so good." Zhu Honggong was more than uncomfortable. Flames of fury were burning in the depths of his eyes. Cough could be heard at this moment. Mingshi had appeared in the vicinity without them noticing. When he coughed, Zhu Honggong's flames of fury were immediately extinguished. When Pan Zhong saw this, he nodded inwardly. A newcomer should have a newcomer's resolve. Mingshi said, "Pan Zhong, anything, Mr. Fourth? Seal his cultivation base. He'll be sent to the Cave of Reflection to repent," Mingshi said. When Pan Zhong heard this, he was stunned. He asked, baffled, "Mr. Fourth, he's only a newcomer. Aren't you being too harsh on him? Just do it." Understood. Pan Zhong had no choice but to walk up to Zhu Honggong. He whispered, "I'm sorry for this, brother. This might sting." Zhu Honggong did not seem to be bothered by it. This gained Zhu Honggong Pan Zhong's approval. This newcomer's resolve is somewhat extraordinary. Soon enough, he completely sealed Zhu Honggong's cultivation base. Zhu Honggong turned to face Pan Zhong. He patted his shoulder and said, "Wait for me. There's no need to be so polite. We're on the same side," Pan Zhong said. Zhu Honggong stood up and walked toward the Cave of Reflection with Mingshi. At this moment, a figure dressed in black robes flew in the air and shouted from above, "Eighth senior brother! Eighth senior brother?" Pan Zhong turned to look. He saw the Evil Sky Pavilion's ninth disciple, Little Yuaner. She stood with her hands on her waist as she looked down on them. Zhu Honggong stopped in his tracks. He turned and said with a smile, "Little junior sister." "Little junior sister?" Little Yuaner said. "Master has ordered me to administer the beatings. Have you forgotten that, fourth senior brother?" If Pan Zhong did not understand the underlying meaning of this conversation, he would have lived in vain all this time. His eyelids twitched, and he felt his throat grow dry. Mingshi shook his head helplessly and said, "Old Eighth, don't blame me for this. Don't worry. I'll try to be as merciful as I can." Zhu Honggong wanted to cry when he looked at his little junior sister. Mingshi held Zhu Honggong in place as a series of beatings were carried out. Wails that resembled squeals resounded throughout the Evil Sky Pavilion that day. Pan Zhong had to look away. His heart was shaking from this. "This is what you meant by being merciful? It seems like you're giving it your all." Ding! Punished the eighth disciple, Zhu Honggong. Reward: 100 merit points. The beating ended. Mingshi was pleased. He waved his hand and brought Zhu Honggong to the Cave of Reflection. "Brother Pan." Zhou Jifeng walked over from afar with his sword on his back. "Brother Pan, what's wrong? You look sick. Are you sick?" Zhou Jifeng walked up to Pan Zhong. Pan Zhong's eyes were wide as he mumbled, I think I'm in trouble." Meanwhile, in the hidden chamber of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou went into his heavenly writings comprehension state for a while. After he was done, he felt invigorated and opened his eyes. At the same time, he heard the notification for the reward from punishing Zhu Honggong. He looked at the merit points on the system dashboard gain. I'm still more than 1,000 points short from being able to afford the 7-star soul avatar. Master, Hua Wudao requests an audience. Little Yuaner's voice rang from outside. All right. Lu Zhou rose to his feet slowly and exited the hidden chamber, making his way to the Great Hall. Hua Wudao was standing respectfully in the Great Hall. After a short wait, he saw Lu Zhou walking slowly toward him. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Hua Wudao bowed and saluted. Have you thought things through? Hua Wudao nodded. I have. Very well. I'm merely curious. With all its treasures, why does the Evil Sky Pavilion need the sable magnolia? Hua Wudao was puzzled. To open up a person's sea of qi, Lu Zhou answered honestly. Lu Zhou's honesty took Hua Wudao slightly aback. Hua Wudao sighed and shook his head. To tell you the truth, the Yun sect only has one sable magnolia. We'll need at least 2 magnolias to open up a person's sea of qi. Sable magnolias are extremely rare. There are not more than 5 in Great Yen. It won't be enough with just 1. No matter whose sea of qi had to be opened, they would need at least 2 sable magnolias. That's why I need 2. Lu Zhou's words were direct and frank. This is extremely important. I've sent word to the Yun sect's elders. They will discuss this soon, Hua Wudao said. Lu Zhou nodded and said, Tell the Yun sect that my patience has its limits. I will have the sable magnolias no matter what. When Hua Wudao heard this, he bowed and said, I'll mediate as best I can. I'll return to you with an answer within a month. All right. A month was an acceptable duration for Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou's strength and cultivation base were relatively weak. If he did not have to earn merit points, he would have stayed on Golden Court Mountain and not leave. Recovering his cultivation base was his greatest priority. If it had been Ji Tiandao, he would not have waited for a single day, let alone a month. Lu Zhou was different. He was not lacking in time. A month passed by in a blink of an eye. During the entire month, Lu Zhou spent his time disciplining his disciples and comprehending the heavenly writing. His accumulated merit points finally breached the 15,000 mark. Within the Great Hall, Lu Zhou stared at his merit points on the system dashboard. He muttered hesitantly, Should I buy an avatar or attempt lucky draws? If he attempted the lucky draws, there would be risks. If he purchased an avatar, he would spend all the merit points he had painstakingly saved. It made him feel insecure to not have any merit points at all. After considering it for some time, Lu Zhou shook his head. He decided to make a decision after he earned more merit points. After all, he could buy the avatar at any time, and he was not experiencing any obstacles in his cultivation. At this moment, Hua Wudao and Mingshi walked into the Great Hall. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Greetings, Master. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Mingshi and Hua Wudao. Hua Wudao's cultivation base was in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Although he tried his best to conceal his aura, he could not fool Lu Zhou. When he recalled that Hua Wudao had gained the 9th script under Wizard's influence the other day, he asked, Did you have a breakthrough? Hua Wudao was shocked. His eyes widened as he looked at Lu Zhou, who was seated up high incredulously. He had been tending to his injuries every day throughout the past month. After battling the 10 shamans, he fought Sword St. Luo Shursan for a long time as well. Under Wizard's auspicious qi, the knot he had been suppressing for 20 years had been undone while his injuries healed. However, no one should know that he had sprouted another leaf. If he concealed his cultivation base, he should appear to be a 3 or 4 leaf cultivator. He did not expect Lu Zhou to see through him so easily. How could he not feel shocked? When Mingshi, Duan Mushang, and Little Yuaner heard this, expressions of shock appeared on their faces as well. Congratulations, Elder Hua! Congratulations, Elder Hua! Duan Mushang was slightly envious. Nevertheless, he respected an expert like Hua Wudao. He cupped his fists and said, Congratulations, Elder Hua! Hua Wudao waved his hands and said, Thank you all for your kind words. If it weren't for Wizard's magic, I wouldn't have been able to undo this knot that had been in my heart for 20 years. At the end of the day, I'd still have to thank the Pavilion Master for this. Pavilion Master, thank you. When he finished speaking, he kneeled respectfully. Nobody stopped him. In the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou had every right to be thanked in this way by him. Perhaps it was due to the length of time Lu Zhou had spent here after his transmigration. He had gotten used to being the Evil Sky Pavilion Master. For this reason, he was not flustered nor uncomfortable by Hua Wudao's display of gratitude. He remained calm. Stand up and speak. Lu Zhou waved his arm calmly. Hua Wudao stood up. 7 leaf? Lu Zhou asked. The Eye of Truth merely revealed his realm. He could only gauge the number of leaves from his aura. Since he was certain that Hua Wudao had sprouted another leaf, he wanted to confirm it right now. Hua Wudao nodded. His eyes suddenly brightened. 100 Tribulations Insight. 100 Tribulations Insight avatar that was 7 feet tall appeared behind Hua Wudao. A spinning, 7-leaf golden lotus blossomed under its feet. 6 Compatible Seal. Hua Wudao lowered himself into a stance. The yin-yang trigram appeared under his feet. With its black and white halves, the Taiji 8 trigrams was dazzlingly bright. Shortly after, heaven, earth, life, death, water, fire, being, non-being, separation. The 9 scripts rose and revolved around Hua Wudao. The 9 scripts' 6 compatible seal. Mingshi Yin and Little Yuaner were awestruck by this. Duanmu Sheng, however, seemed excited. He was clearly itching to leap forward and spar with Hua Wudao at this moment. His grip on the Overlord spear tightened. Third senior brother, you've been left in the dust, Mingshi Yin said with a smile. Although Elder Hua has gained his 7th leaf, one day, I'll be sure to break this 6 compatible seal, Duanmu Sheng said confidently. Don't forget, you have the Overlord spear with you, but Elder Hua has none. Talk about hitting where it hurts. Duanmu Sheng glared at Mingshi Yin. Since the difference in strength between Elder Hua and I is so wide, I'll have to trouble you to be my sparring partner for the following month. 4th junior brother. Mingshi Yin merely wanted to tease Duanmu Sheng, who knew his mouth would bring calamity upon him. He was truly speechless. Hua Wudao shook his head and said, although Duanmu Sheng only has 2 leaves, he's capable of going up against 4 and even 5-leaf opponents. He's far more talented than I am. Youth is wealth, as they say. I've only managed to gain another leaf after 20 years. I think Duanmu Sheng will surpass me in a few years. There's no need to doubt that. Who knew if his words were just flattery? However, it was definitely pleasing to the ears. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Sheng had a proud expression etched on his face. Elder Hua, I didn't expect you to think so highly of Duanmu Sheng. Lu Zhou was surprised. In his opinion, among his disciples, Duanmu Sheng was the least talented and had the worst insight. He had attributed Duanmu Sheng's huge improvement to being freed from Ji Tiandao suppression. It had to be mentioned that Mingshi Yin had entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm a long time ago. Lu Zhou suspected the rascal Mingshi Yin was concealing his strength on purpose again. Perhaps he had already sprouted 2 or 3 leaves. Hua Wudao nodded. I frequently spar with Duanmu Sheng. His fighting style is tough and enduring. His attacks are forceful and decisive. I've never met such an opponent before. Only, Duanmu Sheng was starting to feel embarrassed by all the compliments. He cupped his fists and said, You're too kind, Elder Hua. When she saw everyone's cultivation base making steady progress, Little Yuaner pouted. She felt slightly annoyed. However, without a sea of qi, she could not enter the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Against a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator, the divine court realm and below were as insignificant as ants. Regardless of how powerful she was as a divine court realm cultivator, she could never defeat a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator. To a certain extent, the nascent divinity tribulation realm was the true beginning of one's cultivation path. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, Back to the main topic. Hua Wudao waved his hand. His 100 Tribulations insight and 6 compatible seal disappeared. Fortunately, Hua Wudao did not request for a sparring session right there and then. Lu Zhou was not sure if he was supposed to use a Thunderblast card under those circumstances. It would be a great loss if he accidentally killed this powerful subordinate of his. Hua Wudao said, "The Yun sect has written back yesterday. They are willing to exchange the Sable Magnolia for Ding Fanqiu." Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. At least the people of Yun sect were tactful. At this moment, Hua Wudao added, "However, they have an additional condition." "What is it?" "Ding Fanqiu isn't enough. They're demanding for a heaven-grade weapon." Hua Wudao's voice seemed to falter as he said this. It felt as though he was speaking on the Yun sect's behalf. This was the Evil Sky Pavilion after all. Nobody could guarantee that the pavilion master would not be angered when he heard this. Lu Zhou's expression appeared calm. It was impossible for his wizened face to show as many expressions as the younger generation after all. Mingshi said, "Their greed knows no end. The Evil Sky Pavilion is graceful enough to strike a deal with them, and they dare to demand a heaven-grade weapon? Do you know how precious heaven-grade weapons are?" Clearly, the Yun sect felt that Ding Fanqiu's worth was too low. That was why they came up with a second demand. Although Ding Fanqiu was a five-leaf elite, in their eyes, Ding Fanqiu was not worth a Sable Magnolia. "I know how precious heaven-grade weapons are. In fact, I don't recommend trading with them," Hua Wudao said, seemingly out of character. Mingshi was also surprised by this. He said, "You're no longer worried about Ding Fanqiu? Although I do feel guilty about this, I know my place," Hua Wudao replied. "Master, this is related to little junior sister's future. It would be appropriate for you to make the decision," Mingshi said as he looked at Lu Zhou. Little Yuana remained silent, but an expectant look could be seen in her eyes. Lu Zhou's disciples knew he owned many weapons. There was a rumor that Ji Tiandao had a fortuitous encounter and managed to obtain many treasures and weapons. This was how he had raised his villainous disciples into becoming so terrifying. The Yun sect knew about the rumors. Therefore, they wanted to use this chance to obtain a weapon. Moreover, they could also improve their relationship with the Evil Sky Pavilion at the same time. Even if the Evil Sky Pavilion were to refuse at worst, the status quo would remain the same. It would not affect the Yun sect much. It had to be said that the Yun sect had planned this out well. Lu Zhou said, "I have many weapons, but that doesn't mean I'll give them away easily." Hua Wudao was not surprised. He cupped his fists and said, "I'll inform the Yun sect about this as soon as possible. Since the Yun sect is unwilling to surrender the Sable Magnolia, I'll personally go there and retrieve it myself," Lu Zhou said. Hua Wudao stiffened when he heard Lu Zhou's words. Based on the situation, if Lu Zhou intended to go to the Yun sect to retrieve the Sable Magnolia from the Yun sect, there was no doubt that Hua Wudao would be the one to lead them there. How could he do something like this? He would die of shame. "You're dismissed," Lu Zhou said with finality. Hua Wudao cupped his fists and remained silent. However, Mingshi chimed in, "Master, this is a great idea. To be honest, I haven't gone robbing in a long time. If this goes on, my ranking on the blacklist will surely drop." "Impudent!" Lu Zhou raised his voice. Mingshi trembled in fright. He fell to his knees immediately and said, "I've misspoken." His mouth had landed him in trouble again. Little Yuaner said, "Master, I no longer want the Sable Magnolia. I don't believe that I must rely on it to open up my Sea of Qi." Lu Zhou turned to look at Xiao Yuaner and said, "Are you sure?" "Of course," Little Yuaner said with a smile. "After all, I have you to protect me, master." "Little girl." Lu Zhou's expression was stern as he said, "You have exceptional talents. It's a shame if you can't enter the nascent divinity tribulation realm. The Sable Magnolia is a heaven and earth treasure that can help you open your Sea of Qi. You're growing up, and I can't protect you forever." Naturally, he could not say he was weak and he would need her protection, could he? Little Yuaner was moved upon hearing these words. She said with a pout, "You won't die so soon, master." Little Yuaner clearly meant well, but somehow her words sounded wrong. Meanwhile, on the sword altar in Yun sect, The Yun sect had 8 holy altars of cultivation. The sword altar was the least populated. This was because the sword altar belonged to a single person, the sword saint Luo Shursan. The Yun sect initially had 7 holy altars. The general workers, outer disciples, inner disciples, and the backbone of the sect were arranged to go to the altars. However, the sword altar was the only place that was specially built for Luo Shursan. Luo Shursan was dedicated to attaining great heights with his sword techniques. He also accepted a handful of disciples. Apart from the disciples who looked after the sword altar and the disciples from the other altars who came here as apprentices, there was nobody else. At this moment, black smoke rose from a huge incense cauldron in the center of the sword altar. It's been almost a month since Master has gone into cultivation in seclusion. His injuries should be healed by now. Hua Wudao didn't wound the Master. Master's merely trying to recover his cultivation base. He could have recovered his cultivation base in 7 days. Why would he need to stay in seclusion for so long? I have many things about sword techniques that I'd like to ask him. The Master has said that someone will come and spar with him. He wants to be in peak condition when that time comes. Who is it? The Master seems quite wary. If the opponent is really that powerful, all we have to do is move back to the main altar. The Master said that we can't always run away when the going gets tough. The disciples were discussing this intently. They did not notice a green-clad man walking in the air toward them. The green-robed swordsman easily passed through the layers of barriers and wards. He finally came to a halt and hovered above the sword altar. Who's that? A disciple who saw the green-robed swordsman was frightened out of his wits. The other disciples drew their swords at the swordsman as though he was a powerful enemy. Their opponent was far stronger than they could ever imagine, since he was capable of breezing through the barriers and wards and appearing without anyone noticing. The green-robed swordsman spoke gently. There's no need to be flustered, everyone. I have an appointment with the sword saint. Can you announce my arrival to him? The disciples sighed with relief. Fortunately, this green-robed swordsman was not an enemy. Sword Saint Luo Shursan had been famous for a long time. It was not surprising his friend was such an elite. Oh, you're a friend of our master. Please wait for a moment, senior. I'll inform my master now. Thank you. The disciple ran to the place where Luo Shursan was cultivating in seclusion. A surge of powerful primal chi blasted the door away. Several energy blades shot out from within. Whoosh! 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 The energy blades flew to the sword altar and rose into the air toward the horizons. The disciples were flustered. The energy blades were targeted at the green-robed swordsman. Bam! 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 The green-robed swordsman seemed to be taking this easily. A wall of energy appeared before him, keeping the energy blades at bay. In just a blink of an eye, the energy blades vanished into thin air. Sword Saint Luo Shursan stepped out of the room and flew into the air with his hands on his back. Master! Master! The disciples greeted him. Luo Shursan ignored them. He rose all the way up to a spot a few dozens of meters away from the green-robed swordsman before he came to a halt. You've come. As the green-robed swordsman looked at Luo Shursan, who was slightly old but unmistakably an elite, a faint satisfied smile could be seen on his face. The current you are acceptable. This will be interesting. I thought that you'd be too afraid to come, although there aren't many Yun sect cultivators in the sword altar. This isn't a place any scoundrel can easily trespass upon. Aren't you worried that I might have laid a trap for you? I'll just have to kill you another time is all. Luo Shursan nodded and said, I've been in the cultivation world for a long time. I don't have to stoop so low. I'm different from the likes of you who's from the fiend path after all. If there's a fight, I would fight fairly. That's good. Luo Shursan did not dare to let his guard down against this seemingly casual green-robed swordsman. He cupped his fists respectfully and declared with a loud voice, The Yun sect's sword altar's first seat, Luo Shursan, is here to fight as promised. Yu Shangrong. The green-robed swordsman smiled and cupped his fists perfunctorily. When he spoke his name, his voice was soft and light. However, it resounded in the sword altar. The disciples on the sword altar were under the impression that their master and the green-robed swordsman were exchanging greetings. However, when they heard the green-robed swordsman's name, it was as though they had been struck by a bolt of lightning as they stood rooted to their spots. Xianxia was a name that was capable of taking away one's courage. Xianxia, the Evil Sky Pavilion's second disciple. A skilled swordsman who loved to challenge various elites. He was also a renowned villain who would kill another person over the slightest disagreement. He was given the moniker Sword Devil. The disciples did not expect this polite and humble swordsman to be the infamous second disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Xianxia. The young juniors used to hear stories about the villains. They were under the impression that all the villains looked menacing and evil. They thought they would be able to recognize the villains if they ever met one. This green-robed swordsman, who would have known he was the Sword Devil? One of the disciples finally reacted and said in a hushed tone, "Send word to the main altar. Tell the elder to come and kill the Sword Devil." However, he had barely finished speaking when Luo waved his arm and sent a palm seal over. Smack! It hit the disciple mercilessly on the cheek. He did a flip in the air before he fell limply to the ground. His face was red and swollen. Silence descended on the sword altar. Luo said indifferently, "I said I wanted a fair fight." Xianxia merely maintained the faint smile on his face. Nary a ripple could be seen in his eyes. He had never taken notice of small fries. "Whenever you're ready." Luo gestured with his right hand with his palm facing upward. There was a flash from the incense cauldron in the center of the sword altar. A sword gleamed and flew into Luo hand. It was a peak earth-grade weapon. Xianxia remained indifferent. The sword was not worthy of his attention after all. Luo could sense Xianxia's disregard, and he was, naturally, offended. He waved his arms. The sword suddenly split into 10. The 10 swords were wrapped in dense energies as they resonated in the air. The disciples on the sword altar seemed excited when they saw this. All of them felt privileged to be able to witness a fight between their master and the Sword Devil. This was different from 13 swords. The energy blades were merely formed by condensed primal chi. These 10 swords, however, had swords serving as conduits. They were much more powerful than the 13 swords. The importance of a weapon was once again made clear. Everyone was staring at the 10 swords. Sword Saint Luo scoffed. The 10 swords followed his command as they shot toward Xianxia's face in random movements. The surge of energy formed a strong wind, lifting Xianxia's hair. At this moment, Xianxia still wore a gentle smile on his face. He looked at Luo with his arms crossed. The 10 swords buzzed and were instantly upon him. Bzzzt. A powerful surge of primal chi formed a wall that blocked the 10 swords. Xianxia was still hovering in his original spot with his arms crossed. The long red sword on his back was waiting for his instructions silently. However, Xianxia did not seem to have the intention to attack. Luo said in a deep voice, "You're too careless." The 10 swords split again. There were now 20 swords. Luo could control 13 energy blades at best, but with a weapon, he could increase the number of blades he could control. The 20 swords stabbed against the wall with an earth-shattering force. Bam! 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 Xianxia was still unmoved. He stood there calmly, as steady as a mountain. The energy that wrapped around the 10 swords merged and formed a turbulent flow above the sword altar. Unfortunately, regardless of how Luo attacked, Xianxia dealt with Luo attacks calmly and easily. The energy blades increased in number around Luo. They were now densely packed together and looked like a wave of swords. In a battle of swords, the factor that determined the outcome of the battle usually depended on one's ability to control energy blades. In other words, it was the ability to condense primal chi into energy. For opponents with similar strength, the amount of their primal chi was the manifestation of the profoundness of their cultivation base in a battle of attrition. Naturally, the main objective was extremely simple. Regardless of how flashy an attack might seem, the goal was to defeat and kill the opponent. Finally, Yu Xiangrong's wall of energy was being pushed back by Luo Shirshan's vigorous and relentless attacks. Even so, Yu Xiangrong was still standing with his arms crossed and did not retaliate. To an expert who bore the title of Sword Saint, this was a humiliation. Luo Shirshan rose higher and joined his palms together. He recalled his 10 swords and they merged into one. With his palms joined and raised, the sword hovered above him. At the same time, the primal chi in the surroundings were quickly pulled in and wrapped around the sword. Its master's ultimate skill. The eyes of the disciples on the sword altar widened. This was the sword skill the Sword Saint was famous for. The Sword Heart Gehenna. As the name suggested, it was a skill that formed a huge enclosure where energy converged with the weapon at the center. The gathered energy would ricochet about erratically and all the enemies within the space would be attacked by the energy blades. It was a powerful multiple-target skill. However, its true destructive power would only be shown when the energy blades converged like reverse spikes into a massive energy blade. This skill seemed like it could split the heavens and the earth. 100 Tribulations Insight. BZZT. An avatar materialized. The resonance of primal chi resounded across the sword altar. Luo Shirshan's disciples were greatly moved by this scene. They were beside themselves with excitement. The 7-leaf golden lotus spun rapidly. How would Yu Xiangrong deal with this now that Luo Shirshan had the support of his intimidating avatar? Everyone's attention shifted toward Yu Xiangrong. Yu Xiangrong raised his head slightly. He looked at the massive energy blade formed by the Sword Heart Gehenna. Luo Shirshan spoke in a deep voice. I hope you'll be a worthy opponent. He brought his hands down in a slashing movement. The Sword Heart Gehenna slashed toward Yu Xiangrong as well. It moved so quickly that it seemed to be upon its target in just a blink of an eye. Yu Xiangrong's seemed to vanish suddenly, leaving afterimages behind. It seemed like Luo Shirshan's ultimate skill, the Sword Heart Gehenna, had missed. Luo Shirshan frowned slightly. A diversionary tactic? He did not expect Yu Xiangrong had cultivated his diversionary tactic to this extent while cultivating his sword skills as well. When the gale stirred up by Sword Heart Gehenna died down, visibility was restored. Yu Xiangrong was still hovering in his original spot with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. He stared at Luo Shirshan. What happened? The disciples were shaken. Impossible! How did he do that? Luo Shirshan was curious as well. However, he was much calmer than his disciples. He looked at Yu Xiangrong and asked, Are you planning on staying like that forever? Yu Xiangrong had a gentle and faint smile on his face as he stood facing the wind. If I make a move, you won't stand a chance. How arrogant! You misunderstand me. If you understand me, you'd know I was being humble. Enough was enough. Luo Shirshan moved swiftly. He left afterimages everywhere. With the enhancement from his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar, his movements were as quick as lightning. This move greatly resembled the Dao invisibility technique. At the same time, energy blades were taking form around the afterimages before they charged toward Yu Xiangrong. Yu Xiangrong nodded with a faint smile on his face. He seemed pleased by this. The instant the energy wall before Yu Xiangrong shattered, he raised his right arm and brandished his sword swiftly. Only, left, middle, right. 3 figures flickered in the air. It was as if there were overlapping images. Return. Enter 3 souls. His scarlet longevity sword suddenly burst forth with a flash of blinding light that enveloped his surroundings. The space rippled like a wave. Luo Shirshan merely heard a buzzing noise in his ears. His eyes could not catch up with the movements at all. Ever since Yu Xiangrong had left the Evil Sky Pavilion, he had challenged countless elites from various backgrounds with his sword and had never lost a single match. Whether it was Chun Wenjie, one of the 3 sword freaks, or a 6 and 7-leaf elite of the Noble Path, all his opponents died under his sword. For this reason, he rose to 5th place on the blacklist. If he was not a lone wolf and preferred to be free, he would have risen higher on the blacklist. Nobody knew how profound Yu Xiangrong's cultivation base was. Rumor had it that his cultivation base was on par with the Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple, Yu Zhenghai. The two of them had joined the Evil Sky Pavilion early on and became Ji Tiandao's prize students. They inherited Ji Tiandao's mantle and were rumored to have surpassed their master. Yu Shangrong shot to fame after the battle at Great Yan's provisional capital in Upper Prime City. This skill, Return, Enter Three Souls, was the sword skill he was famous for. The abstract and the real overlapped as he moved swiftly. Luo Shirshan's vision began to blur. He felt as though he was in a dream. Alas, the environment created by Luo Shirshan's sword Heart Gehenna had created the best condition for his opponent to unleash his skill. If an elite did not make a move, everything would be fine. However, once an elite made a move, the outcome would be apparent. Luo Shirshan's eyes widened. He instinctively recalled his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar and retreated as far as he could. However, three figures suddenly approached him from the left, right, and center. The scarlet sword gleamed as it cut through the massive energy blade and continued on its momentum. The three figures joined as one. When the massive energy blade was sliced open by the scarlet sword, bam! The peak Earth-grade weapon was broken into two by the longevity sword. Yu Shangrong's right arm was straight as he thrust the sword forward in just a flash. At the same time, the fragments of the energy blade froze in the air like glass before shattering. The sounds of the battle stopped abruptly. The duration of the battle was barely enough for a pot of tea to cool down. The outcome of the battle was clear. The disciples on the sword altar held their breaths. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The disciples seemed to be having difficulty keeping up with the pace of the battle. They shifted their gazes toward their master, Sword Saint Luo Shirshan. Luo Shirshan's eyes widened as he stared at the scarlet sword before him. The tip of the sword was on his forehead. However, it did not pierce him. Such was Yu Shangrong's control over the sword. It was so precise. With just the slightest force, he could take Sword Saint Luo Shirshan's life away. As for why Yu Shangrong did not do that, no one knew why. Luo Shirshan looked at the smiling Yu Shangrong in fear. The difference between our strength is too great. He did not understand this, and he could not understand. They were in completely different leagues. The great sword Saint Luo Shirshan could not even withstand a single blow from the sword devil. If the world were to know about this, how would they rank his strength? A saint was addressed as such because he or she had abilities that surpassed that of ordinary people. Under Great Yan's skies, those who bore the title of a saint were, without exception, grandmasters in their own right. Sword Saint was the highest praise Luo Shirshan could receive with his sword skills. Even his eldest brother, Luo Chongqing, one of the three sword freaks, was not given this honor. And yet, the Sword Saint was defeated by the Sword Devil with just a single move. This was a huge mental blow to Luo Shirshan. How was he supposed to live with this? After a long silence, Luo Shirshan finally asked, "Why aren't you killing me?" Everybody knew about Sword Devil's principles. He would kill those he had said he would kill. It did not matter where his target was, he would pursue them to the end of the earth. However, this time he did not stain his sword with blood. Yu Shangrong loosened his grip. The longevity sword rose higher into the air and returned to its scabbard. "If I had followed through, you would have been another soul who lost its life under my blade. But..." Yu Shangrong's tone was gentle and soft as he said, "I'll make an exception and spare your life." Exception? Luo Shirshan did not understand what Yu Shangrong meant. The disciples on the altar were dumbstruck. The master whom they had respected the most was defeated with a single move. How could they not feel shocked? They sat limply on the ground as their knees gave way. Due to the distance, all they could see was Yu Shangrong hovering before their master with his arms crossed, as though they were two friends having a conversation. They could not hear what was being said. Luo Shirshan asked in confusion, "What then?" "You have two choices," Yu Shangrong said. "1. Exchange your life for a sable magnolia. 2. You have the right to reject the first option, and I'll kill you in 3 days. I always respect my opponent's choices." Yu Shangrong's words sounded reasonable, but Luo Shirshan could not help but feel something was wrong with it. He frowned slightly. Sable magnolias are precious items. Even those with their Dantian Sea of Qi destroyed can restore it with this item. What need does the great sword devil have for it? Yu Shangrong's cultivation base and strength had been proven. Luo Shisan felt that Yu Shangrong merely wanted the sable magnolia as a precautionary measure so that he could use it to save his own life if he was injured while fighting against a powerful opponent. Yu Shangrong smiled and said, "You've misunderstood. Oh, I have a little junior sister. Her name's Yuan. She's pure, innocent, and gentle toward others. The sable magnolia is for her." Yu Shangrong turned to look in the direction of the evil sky pavilion. The sun's rays penetrated the rising mist and the sea of clouds. They were refracted into a rainbow-colored light that shone on Yu Shangrong's slender and straight back. "Little junior sister? Yuan? Gentle? There's something that I don't understand," Luo Shisan said. "Please say it." Yu Shangrong's tone remained gentle. "Since you've left the evil sky pavilion, you're no longer one of its disciples. Why are you still helping her?" "Help?" Yu Shangrong shook his head slightly and said with a faint smile, "Luo Shisan, what does it have to do with you whether I help her or not?" Luo Shisan was stunned. He could not come up with a response. True. Who am I to dictate what he should or shouldn't do? Moreover, he had lost to him. "We don't know each other, and yet, from this battle, I can tell you're not a person who commits heinous crimes for no reason. Why do you choose to be a great villain who's scorned by everyone?" Luo Shisan was puzzled. Yu Shangrong's expression remained calm as he asked, "Are you trying to convert me?" Luo Shisan felt awkward. "I remember the last person who said such words to me was Kong Ming," Yu Shangrong said. "Kong Ming? The Temple of Great Emptiness's Kong Ming." Luo Shisan was shocked. It was said that the Temple of Great Emptiness's Kong Ming had died under the hands of the Evil Sky Pavilion's fifth disciple, Zhao Yu. He did not expect that the true perpetrator was the sword devil, Yu Shangrong. However, that made sense. Kong Ming was an elite of the Temple of Great Emptiness. Zhao Yu would never be able to kill Kong Ming with her strength and cultivation base. However, those were no longer important. No matter who the killer was, the world had put the blame on the Evil Sky Pavilion. Yu Shangrong continued, "Do not follow in Kong Ming's footsteps." Luo Shisan wanted to say something but thought better of it. Could he convert this man? If the Temple of Great Emptiness's Kong Ming had tried to convert him and failed, he was certain that his words would not have any effect on Yu Shangrong. Luo Shisan looked at the man before himself. He found it hard to imagine that he was the sword devil. Yu Shangrong walked away on air with his arms crossed at a pace that was neither fast nor slow. "I've always stood by my principles and have never made an exception. Since I'm making one now, you should cherish it. Farewell." Yu Shangrong turned to glance at the disciples on the sword altar and nodded at them perfunctorily with a faint smile on his face. His body flashed away, and in just a blink of an eye, he was already 100 feet away. In the next second, he passed through the altar's barriers and vanished. Luo Shisan felt the pressure lift from his shoulders. He quickly descended. As soon as he descended, he staggered slightly. "Master!" Two of Luo Shisan's disciples ran up to him to support him. Luo Shisan calmed himself down before saying, "Notify the elders that I've changed my mind. Ding Fanqiu is a core disciple of the Yun sect. The sable magnolia is but an object. A man's life is worth much more. Agree to the exchange." "Understood." In a pavilion among the mountains that was several miles away from the sword altar, Wuxia looked in the direction of the sword altar and said with a smile, "Second senior brother, you made an exception for little junior sister. What a surprise." Yu Shangrong leaned on one of the pavilion's posts and said, "Little junior sister has extraordinary talents. It'd be a waste if she couldn't open her sea of qi. Rules are made by humans, and the decision of men trumps the heavens. I heard that the Yun sect has refused to trade its sable magnolia with the Evil Sky Pavilion. Now that you've added oil to the fire, second senior brother, there will be two kinds of outcomes." Wuxia said confidently. "1. The Yun sect will be driven into a corner and start a fight with the Evil Sky Pavilion. 2. The Yun sect will submit and agree to the exchange." "Second senior brother, aren't you worried the Yun sect will choose the first option?" Old 7th. I know that you're intelligent. You should understand the most basic reason in this world, Yu Shangrong said with a smile. Do enlighten me, second senior brother. If they're unwilling to submit, just clobber them. Yu Shangrong shook his head after he said this. However, I don't really like to resort to violence. When Si Wuya heard this, he cupped his fists and said, One statement from you is better than 10 years' worth of studies, second senior brother. Keep an eye on the Yun sect for me, Yu Shangrong said. Don't worry, second senior brother. I'll have to trouble you then. You're being too polite, senior brother. Si Wuya bowed and cupped his fists. When he looked up, Yu Shangrong's words were still ringing in his ears, but Yu Shangrong's figure had vanished. He said with a smile, I hope that little junior sister is truly as innocent and pure as my senior brothers think. Otherwise, their efforts would be wasted. The next day, in the Evil Sky Pavilion's Great Hall, the disciples stood in a line on each side. Lu Zhou was still thinking of a way to negotiate with the Yun sect and obtain the Sable Magnolia. The Yun sect's 8 altars were full of experts. The current Evil Sky Pavilion was not what it once was. If it had its first and second disciples, it would be unstoppable no matter where they went in Great Yen. Currently, Hua Wudao was its strongest member. Fan Xiuwen was still recuperating. Yi Tianxin was reforming her Dantian Sea of Qi, and she did not even count as an Evil Sky Pavilion's disciple. Zhao Yu had only recovered half of her cultivation base, and she had yet to enter the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Therefore, it would not be wise to deal with the Yun sect using force. How about stealing? The unrealistic idea surfaced in Lu Zhou's mind. At this moment, a voice rang from outside. Elder Hua is here. Outside the great hall, Hua Wudao seemed to be filled with vigor. There even seemed to be a spring in his step when he walked in. He cupped his fists at Lu Zhou. Pavilion Master, the Yun sect has written back. They've agreed to trade their Sable Magnolia for Ding Fanqiu. Their special envoy is heading here as we speak, he said. Lu Zhou's heart fluttered slightly. However, his wizened face looked calm as he said, They've changed their mind? Well, Hua Wudao did not know why the Yun sect suddenly changed its mind. He was once from the Yun sect, so he knew how difficult it was for the 7 altars to reach a consensus. It was reasonable for the Yun sect to refuse the Evil Sky Pavilion's demand for a Sable Magnolia. Their sudden change was truly a surprise. However, that was not important. Since they agreed to make the exchange, it was for the best. Pavilion Master, since the Yun sect has agreed to the terms, why don't we seize this opportunity to improve our relationships? Although the Evil Sky Pavilion is powerful, it has too many enemies. In the future, Pavilion Master, Hua Wudao paused. He wanted to mention the 10 years limit, but he felt that it would be inappropriate. He continued, having another ally is always better than another foe. Lu Zhou glanced at him. Elder Hua, it's good that you have such sentiments. However, the Evil Sky Pavilion has no need for such an ally, he said indifferently. In the future. We'll leave tomorrow's troubles for tomorrow. Lu Zhou sounded confident as he said, I have time on my hands. Hua Wudao no longer dared to say anything else. Perhaps he was still new to the Evil Sky Pavilion. His style was not compatible with the Evil Sky Pavilion's style yet. However, there was no rushing these things. He decided to take it slowly. At the very least, he could accept the way things were done in the Evil Sky Pavilion up until now. Pavilion Master, even if the Yun sect is willing to trade their Sable Magnolia, 1 Magnolia is still not enough to open up a person's Sea of Qi, Hua Wudao pointed out. Lu Zhou nodded and said, Do you know how many Sable Magnolias there are? Hua Wudao said, From what I know, there are 5. There's 1 in the Yun sect, the second one is in the hands of the Duanlin branch southwest of Great Yen, the third one is in Rongbei, the fourth one is in the Heaven Choice Temple, and the 5th one, well, I don't know where it is. Hua Wudao's words were in line with Lu Zhou's knowledge. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, In your opinion, from whom should I obtain the second Magnolia from? The Duanlin branch is far away in the southwest. Rongbei is beyond Great Yen, so only the Heaven Choice Temple is left, Hua Wudao said. The Heaven Choice Temple is on good terms with the Temple of Great Emptiness. They're both Buddhist temples. The Buddhist temples never involve themselves in the conflicts between the noble and fiend paths. If they're open to negotiations, we can try to negotiate with them. Hua Wudao's words seemed reasonable enough. At this moment, Ming Shirin, who had remained silent at the side for a long time, said, "Master, I have a plan." "What is it?" "Old Eighth has always been on good terms with the Heaven Choice Temple. We can send him to negotiate with them," Ming Shuri said. "Good terms." After Old Eighth has left the Evil Sky Pavilion, he has made great effort to get onto the Heaven Choice Temple's good books in order to obtain a method to save his own life. "The Zen tunic he's wearing is from the Heaven Choice Temple," Ming Shirin said. "Bring him here," Lu Zhou said. "Yes, master." Ming Shirin eagerly ran to fetch Zhu Honggong. In no time at all, Ming Shirin was leading a puzzled Zhu Honggong into the Great Hall. Zhu Honggong had lost some weight over the past month. When he returned to the Great Hall, he still felt nervous. He was behaving even worse than a newcomer. His eyes kept darting around everywhere. He fell to his knees and said reverently, "Greetings, master. May you live to see 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations. May you live forever and ever." Ming Shirin frowned. "This pig is really stealing my spotlight." Lu Zhou said, "Old Eighth, since you were tricked into committing your sins, I'm now giving you a chance to redeem yourself." When Zhu Honggong heard this, he was overjoyed. He said, "I'm willing to redeem myself. I won't even frown if I have to climb a mountain of blades, plunge into a sea of fire, or walk with knives on my sides." "Very good," Lu Zhou said. "I hereby choose you to bring back the sable magnolia from the Heaven Choice Temple." Zhu Honggong was puzzled. Heaven Choice Temple? He was momentarily stunned. A bitter expression appeared on his face, but he did not dare to oppose his master. When Lu Zhou saw the reluctance on Zhu Honggong's face, he asked, "What? You're unwilling?" No, I'm willing. I'll surely return with the sable magnolia." Zhu Honggong pulled a long face and spoke with zero sincerity. Ming Shirin said with a smile, "Hurry up then. It shouldn't be a problem for you, judging by your relationship with them. Believe me, we won't put you in harm's way. Remember, you're only there to negotiate. Send word to us if anything happens." "I'll head out right away." Zhu Honggong nodded and bowed. He walked backward out of the Great Hall. Lu Zhou looked at him leaving until he was out of sight before saying, "When will the Yun Sect's special envoy arrive?" "In 6 hours." Zhu Honggong descended the mountain as soon as he received his order. Although he was reluctant to visit the Heaven Choice Temple, he did not dare to defy his master's orders. He had no choice but to agree to it. Moreover, this was a good chance for him to redeem himself. As he walked, he began to think of how he would negotiate with the Heaven Choice Temple. While Zhu Honggong was lost in thoughts, Pan Zhong suddenly appeared out of nowhere with an ingratiating smile on his face. "Me, Mr. Eighth? Who is it?" "It's me, Pan Zhong." Pan Zhong appeared before Zhu Honggong. When he saw Pan Zhong, Zhu Honggong said irritably, "Get lost. I'm not done with you for what happened the other day. Please, Mr. Eighth. I'm sure you won't hold this against me since you're magnanimous beyond measure. From a single glance, I can tell that you're different from the others, Mr. Eighth. There's no way that you'd hold a grudge just because of a few words," Pan Zhong said. "Save your flattery. I won't fall for it," Zhu Honggong said. "Mr. Eighth, you've wrongly accused me. If speaking the truth is considered as flattery, am I supposed to lie to you whenever I see you?" Pan Zhong said. "That's more like it. Say it, what's on your mind?" Pan Zhong said with a smile. "Mr. Fourth has said that he would put in a good word or two for you to the Pavilion Master. All you have to do is to head to the Heaven Choice Temple. Mr. Fourth will hold the fort in the Evil Sky Pavilion." Zhu Honggong sighed and said, "Fourth senior brother is the only one who treats me well. Of course. Get out of my way. Don't you think I'll forgive you just because you said a few nice words to me?" "Of course." Zhu Honggong walked onto higher ground and glanced at Pan Zhong. "When I was cultivating in the Evil Sky Pavilion, There was no place for people like you, he said haughtily. With a tap of his feet, he propelled himself forward. Swoosh! Upon seeing this, one might think Zhu Honggong was about to unleash an impressive movement skill. However, he took a nosedive and fell. Crash! Zhu Honggong fell down the slopes. His squeals resounded throughout the mountain. Pan Zhong covered his face with his hand. Drat! I've forgotten what I was supposed to do. I'm supposed to unseal Mr. Eighth's cultivation base. 6 hours later. The Great Hall in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Pavilion Master, the Yun Sect's special envoy, Li Yundao, requests an audience. Let him in. Li Yundao slowly made his way into the Great Hall while being escorted by the derived Moon Palace's female cultivators. It was inevitable for those who visited the Evil Sky Pavilion to appear nervous and curious at the same time. Li Yundao was also worried the villains might do something to him. He appeared ill at ease. He walked into the Great Hall with a flustered expression and stiff movements. Li Yundao did not dare to meet Lu Zhou's eyes. Instead, he bowed and said, Li Yundao of the Yun sect greets old Senior Ji. You may take a seat. Lu Zhou waved his arm. Li Yundao bowed again. Thank you for your kindness, old Senior Ji. He sat down with stiff movements before he finally looked at the greatest villain under the heavens. He was shocked when he saw Lu Zhou's appearance. His heart skipped a beat. Everyone had been saying Ji Tiandao had less than 10 years to live, but he seemed hale and hearty. He even had some dark hair. There was no sign at all that his time was almost up. When Li Yundao shifted his attention to Hua Wudao, an expression of disappointment could be seen on his face as he looked at Hua Wudao from the corners of his eyes. A great elder of the Yun sect had truly joined the fiend path. How sad and lamentable! Old Senior Ji, as instructed by the sect master of Yun sect, I'm here to offer up the sable magnolia. He produced a brown brocade box in his hand. He resembled a eunuch from the palace at this moment. However, before he could even get close, Mingshi snatched the brocade box away from him and presented it to Lu Zhou respectfully. Lu Zhou waved his arm gently and the brocade box opened. Ding! Obtained item. Sable Magnolia X1. A heaven and earth treasure. Can be used for cultivation, healing, and opening a sea of qi. Lu Zhou was slightly disappointed that there was no merit points reward. He nodded in satisfaction and said frankly, I like people who keep their words. Bring Ding Fanqiu here. Understood. Soon enough, Zhou Jifeng brought Ding Fanqiu into the hall. After his cultivation base was sealed, Ding Fanqiu had been imprisoned. He never saw daylight nor the blue skies. Hence, he now appeared like a madman with his disheveled hair and emaciated body. Li Yundao glanced at him. Then, he cupped his fists and said, Thank you. Send our guest off. Li Yundao was slightly taken aback. He had traveled far, and yet, he was being sent away before his seat even turned warm? He hastily stood up and said, Old Senior Ji, I have something to say. What is it? Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. Senior Sword Devil has defeated the Sword Altar's first seat. Senior Luo, a few days ago, Senior Luo has a message he wants me to convey to you. If there's a chance, he'd like to spar with Senior Sword Devil again. Li Yundao bowed. You Shangrong went to the Sword Altar? Did you not know about this, old Senior Ji? Li Yundao was shocked. Lu Zhou pondered the implications of these words. No wonder the Yun sect suddenly changed their mind. Yu Shangrong was pressuring them. When he remembered the things that Yu Shangrong did in the past, Lu Zhou muttered, That rascal. Li Yundao hastily said, Senior Sword Devil's sword skills are amazing. His return enter 3 souls earned endless praises from Senior Sword Saint. Mingshi cursed, Get lost. Ah! How dare you praise a traitor before my master? Are you out of your fucking mind? Mingshi shouted again. Off with you! Take Ding Fanqiu and scram. I will. Li Yundao took Ding Fanqiu by the arm and fled from the great hall. At the same time, he cursed the sword altar under his breath. Politeness meant nothing to the villains. They could never be offended. Li Yundao left with Ding Fanqiu. Lu Zhou shifted his gaze to the sable magnolia inside the box and said, "To think that this tiny sable magnolia has such potent properties. Even by looking at it alone, it was clear that the sable magnolia was a potent herb. Master, can this sable magnolia really open up my sea of qi?" Little Yuaner regarded the sable magnolia curiously. Mingxirin said with a smile, "The sable magnolia is a heaven and earth treasure. You can even be pulled back from death's door by eating this, let alone opening up your sea of qi." When little Yuaner heard this, she was overjoyed. She fell to her knees and said, "Thank you, Master. Loyalty plus 2%. Lu Zhou glanced at the number. Little Yuaner's loyalty was over 85%. She was the most loyal of all his disciples. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he nodded and said, "My treatment of you has not been in vain. I won't let you down, Master." At this moment, Pan Zhong hurried into the great hall. He bowed and said, "Pavilion Master, there's a letter from the Heaven Choice Temple. Bring it to me." Pan Zhong presented the letter from the Heaven Choice Temple to Lu Zhou reverently. Lu Zhou opened it and scanned its contents. "How audacious!" Smack! Lu Zhou threw the letter onto the table. The letter slipped off the table. Mingxirin waved his arm and a wave of energy brought the letter to him. When Mingxirin finished reading it, he said indignantly, "The Heaven Choice Temple is demanding an exorbitant price. They want 3 heaven-grade weapons and 8th junior brother to return the Zen tunic. Didn't you say he's on good terms with the Heaven Choice Temple?" Hua Wudao asked, puzzled. "Perhaps that pighead is hiding something." Mingxirin scratched his head and looked at Lu Zhou. "Master, Old 8th is now held captive. The Heaven Choice Temple is clearly looking down on the Evil Sky Pavilion." Hua Wudao was confused. He cupped his fists and said, "Where did the Heaven Choice Temple get their confidence from to challenge the Evil Sky Pavilion?" "Perhaps they're stupid and foolish," Mingxirin replied. "The Heaven Choice Temple could not be compared to the Temple of Great Emptiness. This was especially true in recent years. There had not been a Buddhist Grandmaster from the Heaven Choice Temple at all. They merely had a handful of nascent divinity tribulation realm elites and were short of new blood. They were not in the same league as the Temple of Great Emptiness at all. As one of the 4 great Buddhist temples, the current Heaven Choice Temple was only a pale remnant of its glorious self. Moreover, the temple was showing signs of becoming a subsidiary temple of the Temple of Great Emptiness. For this reason, Mingxirin could not understand why they were so confident as well. All he could think of was that they were stupid and foolish. "Master, I'm willing to accompany 3rd senior brother to the Heaven Choice Temple and wipe out the bald donkeys there. We'll show them that the Evil Sky Pavilion is not to be trifled with," Mingxirin said indignantly. Hua Wudao was speechless. Duanmu Shang brandished his overlord spear and said, "8th junior brother went there on orders, and he represents the Evil Sky Pavilion. Now that he's in trouble, I can't possibly sit back and do nothing as his senior brother. I'm willing to accompany 4th junior brother there to grind the bald donkey's bones into dust." Hua Wudao was even more speechless. Zhao Yu bowed slightly. "I know that I've committed sins in the past. However, I'm willing to redeem myself with this mission and fight alongside my 2 senior brothers. I swear to wipe out the Heaven Choice Temple to vent your anger, Master." Hua Wudao was confused. He cupped his fists and asked, "Where did the Heaven Choice Temple get their confidence from to challenge the Evil Sky Pavilion?" "Perhaps they're stupid and foolish," Mingxirin said. "The Heaven Choice Temple could not be compared to the Temple of Great Emptiness. This was especially true in recent years. There had not been a Buddhist Grandmaster from the Heaven Choice Temple at all. They merely had a handful of nascent divinity tribulation realm elites and W. Hua Wudao was speechless again. Little Yuaner was toying with her hair. She seemed to be at a loss. Hua Wudao did not know what Lu Zhou was thinking at this moment. He was baffled by their reactions. It was on this day that he felt that the Evil Sky Pavilion was behaving like the Evil Sky Pavilion. Although Hua Wudao did not distinguish between the noble and fiend paths, he was not someone who would kill on a whim. Was it not too violent for them to want to wipe someone else out at the slightest provocation? Hua Wudao looked at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou was slightly speechless as well. He might have rubbed off on his disciples lately, but under these circumstances, it seemed more appropriate for him to act like the old Ji Tiandao. However, since it was the Heaven Choice Temple's choice, there was no helping this. The Heaven Choice Temple and the Temple of Great Emptiness are of the same line. The Temple of Great Emptiness's Kong Yuan has been cultivating in seclusion for a long time now. It's said that he's achieved a breakthrough long ago. If they join forces, you might not be able to come back from this, Lu Zhou said. Mingshi Yin and Duanmu Shang exchanged glances. Master, we're not afraid of death. I concur. I concur. Duanmu Shang and Zhao Yu chimed in. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, in that case, I'll visit the Heaven Choice Temple as well. Master, you're coming as well? Mingshi Yin was shocked. He immediately started to flatter his master. With master there, those bald donkeys will be killed with a single palm strike. If he did not flatter his master while Old Eighth was absent, he would not have a chance in the future. Lu Zhou only looked at Mingshi Yin indifferently. At this moment, he noticed there was a new mission on the system dashboard. The objective was to retrieve the Sable Magnolia, and the reward was 1,500 merit points. If he could get his hands on the Sable Magnolia, he would be able to purchase the 7-star soul avatar. It had been a few months since Lu Zhou transmigrated here. He reckoned that even Ji Tiandao could not have made progress as quickly as he did. From basic Taiji to 7-star soul. For this reason, Lu Zhou was determined to obtain the Sable Magnolia. Early the next morning, the Evil Sky Pavilion's cloud-splitting chariot was prepared. Mingshi Yin, Duanmu Shang, Zhao Yu, and Little Yuaner were waiting for their master. Elder Hua, you're advanced in age, and your legs aren't what they used to be. You should remain in the Evil Sky Pavilion and rest, Lu Zhou said to Hua Wudao. Then he turned around and boarded the flying chariot. Hua Wudao's wizened face was etched with a shocked expression. He felt like something was amiss. Indeed, I'm old, but I think you're older, Pavilion Master. He cupped his fists and said, I'll wait for your good news, Pavilion Master. Mingshi Yin nudged Duanmu Shang and said, Third senior brother, do you know that there are many benefits to manning the helm? Manning the helm is a good way to hone the harmonization of your primal chi. When steering the flying chariot, its speed and rumbling are controlled by the person at the helm. If you keep at it long enough, it's good training for your endurance. Besides, the view at the helm is the best, Mingshi Yin said. It's that great. Of course, I'd never lie to you. Third senior brother. Eldest senior brother didn't become as powerful as he is now without a reason. He did not man the helm for 10 years for nothing, Mingshi Yin said. That makes sense. Duanmu Shang nodded and patted Mingshi Yin's shoulder. With a serious and sincere tone, he said, Junior brother, your cultivation base is weaker. I'll leave these benefits for you. Mingshi Yin was speechless. Was this what it felt like to carry a heavy boulder and to drop it on one's own foot? Apart from the 4 disciples, more than 10 female cultivators boarded the flying chariot as well. An hour later, the flying chariot arrived at the southwest area of Great Yan's Jing province at meteoric speed. Mingshi Yin maintained steady control over the flying chariot. It sailed smoothly throughout the journey. Master, we're already at Clear Source Mountain. The Heaven Choice Temple is at the peak. Slow down. Mingshi Yin turned to look at the others. Third senior brother, little junior sister, how do you find my helming of the flying chariot? He sounded pleased with himself. Little Yuaner gave him a thumbs up and said, Fourth senior brother, your helming is perfect. You're a master at this. Your knack for this is amazing, junior brother. You managed to keep the flying chariot this steady on your second try. Duanmu Shang praised. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and glanced at Mingshi Yin. He said, In that case, you'll be the permanent helmsman from now on. Mingshi Yin was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, at the Mountain Gate Hall of Heaven Choice Temple in Clear Source Mountain. Master, the Evil Sky Pavilion's flying chariot is here. It was as though a rock had stirred up 1,000 waves. Wearing a kasaya with a staff in hand, the Heaven Choice Temple's abbot lowered his prayer beads and stopped chanting the sutras. Inform the disciples to greet our special guests. Understood. Soon after, the bell on the mountain tolled and resounded across Clear Source Mountain. Dong! 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 The sounds gathered the Heaven Choice Temple's disciples outside the Hall of Great Strength. Some of them wielded rods, and some of them came empty-handed. All of them wore monk robes. A few monks in kasayas sauntered over. The disciples looked up and exclaimed in wonder at the sight of the cloud-splitting chariot that was slowly making its way over toward them. The Heaven Choice Temple did not possess such things. At this moment, the abbot, Grandmaster Su Jing, appeared on the steps of the Hall of Great Strength. Master! Abbot! Senior Brother Abbot! The monks were of different statuses, hence, they addressed the abbot differently, but they all greeted him in unison. Su Jing looked up and said, "Just as I expected. Master, the evil sky pavilion seems hostile. What do we do now?" Su Jing's gaze swept across the 4 individuals before him and said, "Our visitor is the greatest villain in the world. Aside from Su Shang, Su Fan, and Su Hai, the others are to stay silent." The disciples nodded. The cloud-splitting chariot was descending. The dense energy that flowed around the flying chariot amazed the disciples of the temple. Without waiting for the flying chariot to stop completely, Su Jing raised an arm and projected his voice with sound waves. Heaven Choice Temple's abbot, Su Jing, welcomes you, dear benefactors. His voice was rich and penetrating. It reached the top of the flying chariot. Mingxirin frowned and said, "Master, these bald donkeys are utter hypocrites. How dare they make fun of the evil sky pavilion like that?" He felt the hypocrisy they were displaying now after kidnapping his 8th junior brother and demanding an exorbitant price was nothing but a blatant taunt. "I had no choice but to do this." Mingxirin had to man the helm. This meant he had access to the best vantage point on the flying chariot. Looking down from his position at the helm, he could see the Heaven Worship platform and the plaza around it being filled by the Heaven Choice Temple's rod-wielding monks. They waited there with serious expressions on their faces. Their eyes seemed to be on fire. They appeared ready to fight to the death. Mingxirin did not curse at them. He turned and said, "Master, I suspect that they've laid a trap for us somewhere. Should we land on another spot? With their strength and cultivation bases, it would not be a problem for them to leave on their own even if there was a trap. However, the cloud-splitting chariot was precious to them, and it would be a shame if it was damaged." Lu Zhou walked up to the edge of the flying chariot and looked down with his hands on his back. He swept his eyes across the Heaven Worship platform and over the rod-wielding monks on the plaza. After that he said, "Su Jing, it has been a while." Su Jing looked up at Lu Zhou, who was standing proudly on the flying chariot. A look of shock flashed past his eyes as he said, "I thought the evil sky pavilion master would find this shoddy temple beneath him to visit. You have indeed graced us with your presence, old benefactor." "Land," Lu Zhou ordered calmly. "Yes, master." Mingxirin brought the cloud-splitting chariot lower and landed on the Heaven Worship platform. He had intentionally picked this spot. The Heaven Worship platform was always used to worship the heavens by the Heaven Choice Temple. This was an act of defiance against them. The Heaven Choice Temple's disciples were young and full of vigor. They were, naturally, provoked by this display, eager to run up to the flying chariot for a fight. However, before they could make a move, they were reprimanded by the 4 seniors whose name bore the character Su. The young disciples were too inexperienced. Moreover, the Heaven Choice Temple had never intervened in the conflicts between the noble and fiend paths. Many of the disciples knew next to nothing about this greatest villain in the cultivation world. The young were fearless, but they should still understand their opponents before recklessly making a move. There was no difference in being reckless and rushing to one's death. The flying chariot landed stably. Lu Zhou led the others out of the flying chariot. Contrary to their expectations, the monks of the Heaven Choice Temple did not come charging at them. The monks stood in neat ranks, Su Jing walked up to the heaven worship platform. He straightened his palm and said, Amitabha Buddha, welcome to our humble temple, benefactors. Su Jing's attitude puzzled the others. They could not tell what he was playing at. Lu Zhou did not seem bothered. He walked up to Su Jing with his hands on his back. When he was a few meters before Su Jing, he glanced at Su Jing. Su Jing said again, I had no choice. We truly have no other option than to hold the benefactor hostage. Please let us adjourn to the Hall of Great Strength. We'll speak at length there. Bald donkey, you'll release my 8th junior brother right now. You even have the gall to demand 3 heaven-grade weapons. Who gave you this courage? Mingshi Yin cursed. Su Jing was clearly discomfited. If I didn't say that, I wouldn't have been able to provoke the evil sky pavilion. You did it deliberately? Dear benefactors, this way, please. Su Jing stepped aside. The other disciples followed suit. The Hall of Great Strength isn't some kind of imprisoning entrapment, right? Mingshi Yin mused as he stared at the Hall of Great Strength in the distance. His suspicion was not unfounded. After experiencing several grand battles, many cultivators had mastered shackling techniques such as formations. The barriers of the Green Jade Altar or Golden Court Mountain could never be shattered by ordinary cultivators. There was also the Grand Witchcraft Formation at Measure Heaven River and the Grand Predecessor Formation in Tongzi Town. It was also possible for there to be a Grand Formation under the Hall of Great Strength since it was an important site of the Heaven Choice Temple. Su Jing said, You've misunderstood me, dear benefactors. Even if there's a restricting trap there, it would have to be activated by powerful cultivators. The Heaven Choice Temple would never be able to use such a powerful formation, not with its current strength. Moreover, everyone knows about the Evil Sky Pavilion's strength. Even if I'm dumb, I'd never strike a rock with an egg. Mingshi Yin looked at Su Jing and said, In that case, you mean you lured my master over for another matter? Yes. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded as he said, I hope that's the case. This way. Su Jing made an inviting gesture. Lu Zhou and the others followed Su Jing into the Hall of Great Strength. The other rod-wielding monks waited outside. Only a few core disciples were left within the Hall of Great Strength. Su Jing took his seat and called out, Men, Master, bring the benefactor here. Understood. In no time at all, Zhu Honggong was brought toward them by 2 monks. Zhu Honggong felt aggrieved. His hands and feet were tightly bound. The monks loosened the bonds at the entrance of the hall. I had no choice but to resort to this. Please forgive me, Benefactor Ji. I'll take responsibility for this offense. Zhu Honggong heard these words just as he entered the hall. He swept his eyes across the hall and saw Lu Zhou looking stately as he sat surrounded by his disciples. Master, you're finally here. I've been tortured and beaten up by this old bald donkey. I'm now heavily injured. It was a hellish experience. Master, you must seek justice for me. Zhu Honggong fell to his knees before Lu Zhou as he spoke. His face was covered in tears and snot. Mingshi Yin was speechless. What a fucking actor. Su Jing seemed taken aback by this. He looked at Zhu Honggong and said, I'm the abbot of the Heaven Choice Temple. This is a place with Buddhist values. I would never act violently against you, benefactor. You're still trying to argue. I'm suffering from internal injuries. Don't you think I know my body well? Zhu Honggong looked up and glared at Su Jing. Zhu Honggong knew Ji Tiandao all too well. He was the Patriarch of Revenge. Stand up and speak, Lu Zhou said. If what you said is true, I'll seek justice for you. Yes, Master. Zhu Honggong suddenly felt that it was worth it to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Su Jing was speechless. However, due to his status and position, he felt that it was inappropriate for him to defend himself. He said, Kindly judge this matter wisely, Benefactor Ji. Let's talk business? Lu Zhou paused and changed his tone. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, the Heaven Choice Temple will surely pay the price. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Su Jing's forehead. However, he spoke calmly. I know you want the sable magnolia, Benefactor Ji. We can hand it over to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Upon hearing this, the anger of the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples abated, and they nodded. That's more like it. Lu Zhou did not expect Su Jing to be this generous. In that case, why would they beat around the bush and come up with these tricks? I have always been reasonable. I can let bygones be bygones about you imprisoning Zhu Honggong. No matter how Lu Zhou looked at it, Old Eighth's mistreatment was worth it in exchange for the sable magnolia. Zhu Honggong was baffled. Didn't Master say he's going to seek justice for me? Su Jing straightened his palm and said, It's fortunate for me that you're highly principled old benefactor. That aside, I do have one request. Mingshirine cursed. Bald donkey. I knew you were up to no good. It's useless for you to tell us your request. The Evil Sky Pavilion won't agree to it. Su Jing suddenly rose to his feet and walked up to Lu Zhou. Then, he said respectfully, Indeed, I have not thought things through on my end in regard to this incident. Apart from the sable magnolia, the Heaven Choice Temple will drop the matter regarding the Zen tunic. Zhu Honggong hastily lowered his head and pulled his clothes tighter to himself. I'm curious, said Lu Zhou. What is it that made the Heaven Choice Temple bow and bend the knee? Su Jing said with a sigh. It was to preserve our lives. He made a gesture. A few young disciples ran out of the Hall of Great Strength. They soon returned with several stretchers which carried the bodies of the dead. Judging from their outfits, they must have been core disciples of the Heaven Choice Temple. They might even be elders. Su Jing pointed at the corpses and said, The Heaven Choice Temple's Discipline Hall's first seat, Kong Liao, and the Scripture Hall's first seat, Kong Jin. 8 attendants of the Supervision Court and the 12 temple seats. They were all killed by the Temple of Great Emptiness 4 divine monks. There were not many corpses that were brought into the hall, and yet Su Jing listed so many names. When he spoke, his expression was calm as though he was already used to dealing with deaths. The Temple of Great Emptiness and the Heaven Choice Temple are of the same line. Why would the Temple of Great Emptiness kill members of its own? Lu Zhou asked. It's a long story, Su Jing slowly said. Ever since Grandmaster Kong Xian of the Temple of Great Emptiness emerged from his cultivation in seclusion, the Temple of Great Emptiness has changed their attitude in regard to the world's affairs. They prided themselves on converting the masses and bringing salvation to all. The Heaven Choice Temple and the Temple of Great Emptiness have never intervened in each other's affairs. But he paused for a moment before continuing. The Temple of Great Emptiness is convinced that I was the one who killed Kong Xian. Lu Zhou listened to his story while he stroked his beard. The memories of the incident at Runan's holy altar was still fresh in his mind. However, he did not expect it would spark conflict between the Temple of Great Emptiness and the Heaven Choice Temple. They wouldn't believe me no matter what I said. On top of that, there were many noble path cultivators at the holy altar who witnessed it. The Temple of Great Emptiness is using this as an excuse to go against us. This Heaven Choice Temple is no longer what it once was. How can we go up against the 4 divine monks? Su Jing said. That's why you thought of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou said. Precisely. Su Jing bowed slightly. I heard the Temple of Great Emptiness is on bad terms with the Evil Sky Pavilion. I truly have no choice. There are more than 1,000 lives in this temple, so I had to resort to this. If the Evil Sky Pavilion removes the 4 divine monks, I'll not only surrender the sable magnolia and the Zen tunic, the Heaven Choice Temple will also submit to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Mingshirine and the others were taken aback. Just how much courage did Su Jing muster to make this decision? Under Great Yan's skies, the noble and fiend paths did not tolerate each other. The Buddhist societies had always been neutral. If the Heaven Choice Temple truly joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, they would be condemned by those on the noble path. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, You're the Heaven Choice Temple's abbot and have always been closer to the noble path. If you choose to submit to the Evil Sky Pavilion, aren't you worried that you'll become the laughingstock of the world? Su Jing scoffed and said in a slightly contemptuous tone, There's a fine line between becoming a Buddha and becoming a devil. He remembered the scene of him being accused by the people of the noble path, including those from the Clarity sect and Righteous sect. He remembered the scene of the Temple of Great Emptiness's 4 divine monks mercilessly killing the Heaven Choice Temple's disciples. He remembered the banners hung up everywhere in the city of Jing province that called for the destruction of the Heaven Choice Temple. On the contrary, the Evil Sky Pavilion had never done anything bad to the Heaven Choice Temple. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Zhu Honggong has stolen the Zen tunic from the Heaven Choice Temple. You're not going to hold it against him." If the Zen tunic had remained in the Heaven Choice Temple, it would have been taken away by the Temple of Great Emptiness a long time ago. "It's fortunate that it's in the benefactor's hands," Su Jing said. Zhu Honggong was delighted to hear this. "And I was wondering why I wasn't disrobed." Mingshi Yin and Duan Mushang were speechless. Lu Zhou glanced at Zhu Honggong and said, "There's more to the noble path than the clarity and righteous sex. Why didn't you ask for their help instead? There are many in the noble path, but there are very few who can compare to the Temple of Great Emptiness. Moreover, it's better to avoid unnecessary troubles. Who would side with the Heaven Choice Temple and offend the Temple of Great Emptiness?" Su Jing replied, "Why are you so certain the Evil Sky Pavilion will intervene in this matter?" Lu Zhou asked. Silence descended on the Hall of Great Strength. The disciples of the Heaven Choice Temple stood stock still. Nobody made a sound. Su Jing replied, "I have 3 reasons. First, the sable magnolia. Second, I know that Kong Xian was killed by the Evil Sky Pavilion. Third, the Zen tunic." The abbot was not stupid. His mind was clear and logical. Mingshi Yin resisted the urge to applaud him. "Well said," Lu Zhou commented. After a slight pause, he said, "What would you do if the Evil Sky Pavilion chooses to stand on the Temple of Great Emptiness's side?" Su Jing was dumbstruck. The disciples of the temple were shocked. Their eyes widened as they glared at the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion. It was unclear if they were afraid or angry. Su Jing fell silent for a moment before heaving a long sigh. He shook his head and said, "If that's the case, I'll become the condemned abbot of the Heaven Choice Temple. I'll repent before Buddha." "Master! Abbot!" The Heaven Choice Temple's disciples in the hall exclaimed in unison. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. "Calm down," he said slowly. "Old benefactor." Su Jing was so nervous that his hands were shaking. How could he calm down? He was genuinely afraid that Lu Zhou would side with the Temple of Great Emptiness. "I like tactful people." The Heaven Choice Temple was willing to surrender the sable magnolia, the Zen tunic, and was even willing to submit to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou definitely would not let such a good opportunity slip through his fingers. "Benefactor." Su Jing, naturally, felt uneasy since he still did not receive a clear answer. "Where's the Temple of Great Emptiness?" Lu Zhou asked. Upon hearing this, Su Jing was overjoyed. He said, "The Temple of Great Emptiness has given us 3 days, and today's the last of the 3 days. Their 4 divine monks will arrive early tomorrow morning." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Mingshi Yin." "Yes, master." "Hide the flying chariot." "Yes, master." Mingshi Yin was his usual flashy self. He swaggered and glanced at the monks as he walked. With a swift movement, he unleashed his grand technique. Duan Mushang felt speechless when he saw it. Did he have to use his grand technique? Su Jing hastily said, "Prepare the lodgings." "Understood." Lu Zhou was calm. He stayed the night in the Heaven Choice Temple. The people left the Hall of Great Strength, and it was now completely dark. Su Jing stood alone in the hall. He sighed as he murmured, "There's a fine line between becoming a Buddha and becoming a devil." Early the next morning, dong, 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 the morning bell was rung. The tolling of the bell resounded throughout Clear Source Mountain and reverberated throughout the Heaven Choice Temple. The Heaven Choice Temple's disciples swiftly gathered around and got ready in full battle array. "Report to me once the Temple of Great Emptiness flying chariot appears." "Understood." The Brahman Sea realm monks of the Heaven Choice Temple scattered in all directions in the air. The disciples whose cultivation bases were in the sense-condensing realm and below were gathered before the Hall of Great Strength. Su Jing wore his kasaya, held his staff, prayer beads, and wore his skull cap. He was more dressed up than usual. Benefactor G, this way, please. Lu Zhou and the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples took up the offer and entered the Hall of Great Strength. When the sun was high up in the sky, a flying chariot appeared in the horizons and advanced toward them at an even speed. Abbot, the Temple of Great Emptiness flying chariot is here. One of his disciples hurried into the Hall of Great Strength. When Mingxirin heard this, he smiled faintly. He was the first to leave the Hall of Great Strength. He stood at the top of the stairs and looked up. Ha, the Temple of Great Emptiness is clearly richer than the Heaven Choice Temple. Not bad, but it's slightly on the small side. The flying chariot was not huge. It was ivory, and there were about 30 monks flanking it. Before it even reached the Heaven Choice Temple, a domineering voice rang from it. Su Jing, aren't you coming out to welcome us? The sound wave rolled toward them from the horizons. The trees before the Hall of Great Strength rustled noisily from the force of the voice. Su Jing and his core disciples rushed out of the hall and looked up at the sky. All of the 4 divine monks are here? Are the 4 divine monks so powerful? Lu Zhou sauntered over with his hands clasped on his back. Zhao Yu, Duan Mushang, and little Yuaner followed closely behind him. Su Jing said, Kong Ju, Kong Wen, Kong Ji, and Kong Zhang, they're all first seats, only second to Abbot Kong Yuan. If I'm not mistaken, they've entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm since a long time ago. For nascent divinity tribulation realm elites? Not bad. Entering the nascent divinity tribulation realm was akin to stepping into the most dangerous territory in Great Yen. In the Heaven Choice Temple, Su Jing was the only one who had entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm. The others were too insignificant to mention. There were not even that many divine court realm monks. There were about 1,000 disciples, and yet, there was not a single nascent divinity tribulation realm monk among them. However, the Temple of Great Emptiness had easily sent out 4 nascent divinity tribulation realm elites. The disparity between the 2 temples was too obvious. It was no wonder the Heaven Choice Temple had to resort to such a decision to deal with the Temple of Great Emptiness. After all, death was preferable to dishonor. As they spoke, the forceful sound wave rang from the sky again. The disciples before the Hall of Great Strength had a strained expression on their faces as they tried to resist the sound wave with their weak cultivation bases. Kong Ji and Kong Zhang? Lu Zhou repeated the names. Look, they're retards. The person who had given these names must be a genius. Mingxirin said in a dismissive tone, there are powerful ones and weaklings in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Are you telling me they're all 8-leaf experts? Su Jing shook his head and said, the 4 divine monks aren't too powerful on their own. The most powerful one is a 5-leaf expert while the weakest one is a 2-leaf expert. Kong Yi is a 3-leaf expert, and Kong Zhang is a 4-leaf expert. That's nothing. I can take on 2 of them. Mingxirin could hardly contain his urge to show off. What's your cultivation base, benefactor? Abbot Su Jing asked. 2-leaf. Indeed. The 4 divine monks aren't powerful when separated. They're only terrifying when they work together. Together, their strength is on par with a 7-leaf cultivator, Su Jing said. They're that strong. Mingxirin was shocked. Su Jing began to explain with a hint of anxiety. When 4 of them join forces, they can unleash a powerful Buddhist hand seal. I fought with 4 of them once when they joined forces, and I was injured. At this juncture, it was pointless to care about dignity or modesty. Su Jing pulled his kasaya to the side, revealing an angry palm print on his chest. Mingxirin and Duan Mushang were inwardly shocked by this. Put aside Su Jing's strength and cultivation base, he had shown tremendous willpower by not showing any signs of pain from the wound on his chest all this while. You're cool. Mingxirin gave the abbot a thumbs up. I hate monks the most, but you're the first one I find tolerable. Are you confident in taking them on, Benefactor G? Su Jing asked. After all, the lives of more than 1,000 disciples were at stake. If he lost, he would be condemned for generations to come. Although Su Jing had heard that the Evil Sky Pavilion's Ji Tiandao was still the greatest and peerless villain in the world, the problem was his life limit was almost upon him. As he aged, his cultivation base would deteriorate as well. He was not certain if this old villain still possessed his former strength. Without waiting for Lu Zhou to respond, Ming Shirin said, "My master's cultivation base is unfathomable. You can rest assured. Perhaps my master doesn't even need to do anything. I bet third senior brother and I can handle this." Su Jing said, "In that case, I'm relieved. I hope that none of us will underestimate our enemies." At this moment, the sound wave from the horizons intensified. "Su Jing, 3 days have passed. Do you have an answer?" Whiz! The flying chariot hovered in the air. 4 monks in kasayas stood in front with their palms straightened before themselves. They descended slowly in the air. Several monks landed behind them as well. Only a handful of monks were left to maintain the flying chariot in the sky. The disciples before the Hall of Great Strength retreated. They kept moving backward until they were at the edges of the compound. The 4 divine monks landed with 20 other monks on the center of the plaza before the incense cauldron. The 4 of them positioned themselves so that they formed the corners of a square. With just a glance, the 4 of them looked somewhat identical. Their statures and facial features were similar, so it was difficult to tell them apart. However, the 4 divine monks were not young. Their brows were almost touching their beards, and their faces were wizened. Kong Wen, who stood at the lead, said, "Su Jing." Lu Zhou stood beside Su Jing. He looked down and shook his head. The 4 of them were in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Clearly, the Temple of Great Emptiness was wary of the Heaven Choice Temple for sending out the 4 divine monks. "Su Liao, Su Fan, Su Hai," Su Jing called. "Senior Brother Abbot." The 3 of them bowed at the same time. "I'll leave the safety of the Heaven Choice Temple's disciples to the 3 of you," Su Jing said solemnly. "Don't worry, Senior Brother Abbot. Although we're only in the Divine Court realm, we'll do everything in our power to keep them safe. I'll be able to die in peace knowing the 3 of you are around." The 4 divine monks standing before the incense cauldron smiled scornfully. Kong Wen sneered and said, "Su Jing, surrender the sable magnolia and the Zen tunic. From this day on, you'll be part of the Temple of Great Emptiness. Why are you being so stubborn? You evil creature," Su Jing cursed. "Are you insulting me? You're less than an evil creature for bullying your senior." Su Jing had long lost the patience to reason with them. He began attacking them with words. At the end of the day, the generational name, Kong, was below the generational name, Su. However, it was clear none of the 4 divine monks cared about seniority in generational names. Kong Wen chuckled and said, "I thought that you'd be able to think things through during these 3 days and obediently surrender. I'm surprised that not only did you not think things through, but you remain extremely obstinate." Kong Ju said bluntly, "If that's the case, let's send them on their way. All we have to do is put in slightly more effort." Su Jing was about to retort when he saw Lu Zhou moving forward. "You want the sable magnolia as well?" Lu Zhou asked. Kong Wen shifted his gaze to Lu Zhou, finally noticing Lu Zhou and the others. Su Jing stood at the side and said in a hushed tone, "They want to use the sable magnolia to deal with the Evil Sky Pavilion." They knew that Kong Xian was killed by the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, they intentionally shift the blame onto Heaven Choice Temple. Kong Wen looked at Lu Zhou and said, "Su Jing, did you find yourself some help?" "Indeed I have," said Su Jing. "Kong Wen, the 4 of you won't be able to leave this place alive." The 4 divine monks took a step forward as the 20 monks behind them stood in a neat row. They joined their palms together, and their robes began to flutter in the air. Primal chi surged. "Show me, then," Kong Wen said. "What kind of people you have gotten to help you?" Kong Wen had already appraised them. There was an old, decrepit man, 2 dolts, a fat fool, a young girl, and a group of weak female cultivators. Upon seeing this, he really wanted to roll on the floor and laugh. Su Jing had done well to endure his injuries up until now. Currently, The wound was bothering him, and he could no longer endure it. He took a step backward and said, Benefactor G, I'll have to trouble you. Su Liao, Su Fan, and Su Hai were stunned. I'll grant you your wish, Lu Zhou said as he stroked his beard. It was a double entendre. He meant for it to be heard by Su Jing and the 4 divine monks. The Heaven Choice Temple's disciples retreated again. Su Liao, Su Fan, and Su Hai moved backward as well. Ming-Shi understood what his master meant. He cupped his fists and said, I'll be the vanguard and test their strength. With a light tap of his feet, he leaped from the top of the stairs to the base, jumping over dozens of steps. His primal chi surged and condensed into energy. The 4 divine monks could sense that Ming-Shi Yin's aura was different. They did not dare to let their guards down. At the same time, they retreated while moving further away from each other. A huge square energy appeared with the 4 of them at the corners. They pushed their palms forward with synchronized movements. BZZT. The square energy blocked Ming-Shi Yin's advance. Ming-Shi Yin frowned. He raised his palms and relied on the momentum to do a backflip before landing on his feet. I didn't expect that. This was the first time Ming-Shi Yin had encountered this energy technique that the 4 monks joined forces to cast. Techniques that required collaborations were unlike the Brahmin lullaby, which could be amplified with more cultivators. A high degree of synchronicity was required for close-quarter combat and the formation of energy and hand seals. For the 4 of them to be able to conjure up such a technique with a simple hand movement was surprising. Kongwen raised his palm and said, Excellent, excellent. Your cultivation base isn't weak, benefactor. Why are you taking the side of the villains? They had sensed Ming-Shi Yin's cultivation base and wanted to convince him to stand down. The thing I hate the most about you bald donkeys is how you go on and on about your grand teachings. Ming-Shi Yin stomped his foot on the ground. Boom! A perfectly shaped footprint was left in his place. He leaped toward the 4 divine monks and engaged them in a fierce battle. The other monks in the vicinity moved back. However, the 20 monks from the Temple of Great Emptiness did not budge. They remained rooted to their spots, waiting for their orders. Condescension. Kong Ju moved from his corner and launched a palm strike at Ming-Shi Yin. The other 3 worked together in perfect harmony. They pressured Ming-Shi Yin enough to keep him occupied. After all, Ming-Shi Yin only had a pair of hands while he was up against 4 pairs of hands. The palm strike landed on his shoulder, causing him to stumble back and fall on the edge of the steps. They had breached his protective energy. Ming-Shi Yin frowned from the pain. Fortunately, the palm strike was not too powerful. His body-tempering muscles and bones absorbed most of the impact. Duanmu Sheng wielded his overlord spear, looking visibly eager to join in the fray. He said, These 4 monks are something else. Amitabha Buddha, why do you obstinately persist in going about things the wrong way? Benefactor. Kongwen asked with a straightened palm. You're the obstinate one. Ming-Shi Yin pushed away from the floor and left afterimages in his wake. Bang! 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 The separation hook and scabbard had materialized in his hands out of thin air. He stabbed at Kongwen with tempestuous strikes. The onlookers could only see vague shadows moving in the air and hear the sharp noises from the collision between the blade and the energy. Kongwen did not expect Ming-Shi Yin's attacks to be this aggressive. He was caught off guard and slid backward. After sliding for some distance, he flew in the air and flipped before he landed on his feet. Ming-Shi Yin could have followed up with more attacks, but the palm prints from the other 3 divine monks were already shooting toward him. He had to retreat. Too late. Kong Ju's palm print that wrapped in energy grew in intensity. Hollow echo. The 3 of them pushed their palms forward in unison. Bam! Ming-Shi Yin blocked it with his separation hook. Dong! A peculiar sound sent a jolt of pain through Ming-Shi Yin's head, causing him to stagger backward. The 4 divine monks were back in their formation again. Each of them stood at their own corner. It was as though they had never moved at all. Benefactor, I was kind enough to persuade you, but you refused to listen. You're not a match for us? Kongwen said as he looked at Ming-Shi Yin. Mingshi did not expect that he was still not a match for the 4 divine monks even with his heaven-grade weapon, the separation hook and scabbard. On their own, they were neither strong nor powerful. However, there was something strange about them. Mingshi could see many openings, but he felt that they were traps. Kongwen ignored Mingshi. He shifted his gaze toward Su Jing and Lu Zhou, who stood before the Hall of Great Strength. When he saw Su Jing's weak appearance, Kongwen said with a smile, "Su Jing, I thought you managed to block that hit. Seems like we managed to injure you. It must not have been easy for you to hold out until now." At this moment, Su Jing was supported by a young disciple. He was not in good shape. Kongwen turned toward Lu Zhou and said, "Old benefactor, what did he offer you in exchange for your help?" "Well, Abbot Su Jing has promised me the sable magnolia and the Zen tunic with such sincerity. How can I refuse him?" Lu Zhou replied. "Sable magnolia?" Kongwen's eyes widened as he looked at Su Jing. "Su Jing, are you mad? You'd rather give away such a precious item to an outsider than giving it to me?" Su Jing cursed with a weak voice. Evil creature. Cursing was the most he could manage now. Kongwen looked at Lu Zhou and said, "Old benefactor, an innocent man will get into trouble for possessing a precious item. The Temple of Great Emptiness is also set on obtaining this item. Why don't you help us fulfill our wish, old benefactor?" "What does the Temple of Great Emptiness want the sable magnolia?" Lu Zhou asked. "Have you heard of the Evil Sky Pavilion, old benefactor?" Kongwen inquired arrogantly. "I've heard of it. The Yun sect has let slip that the Evil Sky Pavilion is searching for sable magnolias. The Evil Sky Pavilion belongs to the Fiend Path. The people of the Noble Path must take them down if they encounter them. The Great Temple of Emptiness will never let the Evil Sky Pavilion get what it wants," Kongwen said. "The Temple of Great Emptiness has always held back from intervening in worldly affairs. And yet, you're going to make an enemy out of the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Lu Zhou asked indifferently. The 4 divine monks had used Kong Xian's death as a pretext to lead a punitive expedition against the Heaven Choice Temple. They would never publicly admit that Kong Xian was killed by the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Buddha is merciful. It's only right to punish the Evil Sky Pavilion that has committed countless crimes, Kongwen said righteously. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said with a nod, "Alas, I really want the sable magnolia as well." Kongwen's expression froze as he said, "Old benefactor, I've given you a chance. Since you refuse to cherish it, you'll share the same fate as the others." He waved his hand. The 20 disciples from the Temple of Great Emptiness joined their palms before themselves. A buzzing noise like that of a mosquito rang in the air. The Temple of Great Emptiness's Brahmin lullaby? This scene was reminiscent of the one on Runan's holy altar. However, the Brahmin lullaby unleashed by these 20 monks was clearly more powerful than the one unleashed by the disciples Kong Xian had brought with him that time. With a force that seemed capable of creating hurricanes and disturbing the clouds, the deafening buzz of the Brahmin lullaby filled the area before the Hall of Great Strength. The cultivation bases of the Heaven Choice Temple's disciples were not profound to begin with. Many of them were not even in the sense-condensing realm. They naturally could not withstand the Brahmin lullaby. Lu Zhou stood still, completely unaffected. The heavenly writing's extraordinary power had shown itself at this moment. Zhao Yu and the female cultivators retreated into the Hall of Great Strength. With a wave of her arm, a wall of energy was erected before the female cultivators. Duan Mushang and Mingshi were both in the nascent divinity tribulation realm, so they were not overly affected. The Heaven Choice Temple's disciples held their heads and fell to the ground. Su Liao, Su Fan, and Su Hai were barely holding on. The expressions on their faces were bitter. Duan Mushang was annoyed by the sound. He could not stand it anymore. He brandished his overlord's spear and shouted, "What a bunch of noisy bald donkeys!" He mobilized some of his energy and wrapped them around his spear shadows before releasing them. He kept his body straight as he held his spear with one hand and stabbed toward the heart of the Temple of Great Emptiness's Brahmin lullaby. "Block it!" The 4 divine monks switched positions. They raised their hands and a huge square energy square blocked the Overlord Spear's attack. It's futile. Only, bam! The Overlord Spear split into 10 and breached the square energy. What's wrong? Why can't we block it? Duan Mushang's countless sparring sessions with Hua Wudao seemed to have bore fruit. This skill of his was not powerful enough to break through the 6 compatible seal, but it had no problems breaching this energy wall. Mingshi Yin was filled with indignance after being suppressed earlier. When he saw that Duan Mushang had gained the upper hand, he grinned and said, "Don't forget about me." The Overlord Spear was a heaven-grade weapon after all. It was only natural that it granted its user with a greater ability to pierce through energy. Duan Mushang's performance had boosted Mingshi Yi's confidence and motivated him. Like a fired arrow, he shot toward Kong Ji and Kong Zhang as he cried out, "I'll take on the retards." Duan Mushang understood what he meant. Divide and conquer. Since the 4 divine monks worked together, all they had to do was separate them. He moved his arm and conjured an energy barrier with a wave of the Overlord Spear, pushing Kong 1 and Kong Ju back. At the same time, a palm print appeared as well. Kong 1 and Kong Ju kept sending out dozens of palm prints that seemed to dance in the air. It was a fierce battle. Kong Ji and Kong Zhang retreated as they parried the threatening blows from the heaven-grade weapon. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. The grating hums from the Brahmin lullaby could still be heard loud and clear. The battle was reaching its climax. The Heaven Choice Temple's disciples were all lying on the ground now. Some of them were even sent flying by the sound technique. Those with weak cultivation bases fainted as they frothed at their mouths. A powerful sound technique was no different from a physical attack. The incense cauldron was sent flying by dozens of palm prints. It shattered before it could even fall onto the ground. The ground was damaged beyond recognition. Not a single square of land was spared. It was not easy for Duan Mushang and Mingshi Yin to pull this off. After all, they were each fighting against 2 opponents. The 4 divine monks were different from the 4 dark knights. The 4 dark knights were solo fighters. Even if they worked together, they were unable to release any collaborative techniques. Although the 4 divine monks were separated by Duan Mushang and Mingshi Yin, they were still able to unleash larger hand seals occasionally to push Duan Mushang and Mingshi Yin back. Duan Mushang's ferocious nature was displayed to its fullest during battle. The stronger his opponent was, the stronger he became. Although he took a few hits from the hand seals, he merely grunted and continued with his attacks. The blows that landed on him did not affect the rhythm and force of his attack. Mingshi Yin's nature was inclined to the cunning side. He dodged the incoming blows with nimble movements and looked for openings to attack. The 4 of them seemed to be tossing flashing hidden weapons and shooting hand seals that ricocheted everywhere. The area 10 meters within the Hall of Great Strength was filled with dazzling golden hand seals. As the battle progressed, despite themselves, the 4 divine monks were amazed by the combat strength that Duan Mushang and Mingshi Yin displayed. They could tell Duan Mushang and Mingshi Yin were not ordinary nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators. After all, they even wielded heaven-grade weapons. Usually, the 4 divine monks would not have spent this much time and effort in dealing with ordinary 2- and 3-leaf opponents. Kong Wen did not want to drag the battle out any longer. He spoke in a deep voice, "Ward Madra." The 4 monks moved back together and swiveled on their feet as Madras appeared. They resembled 4 translucent cocoons spinning on their respective axes. Some of the Madras appeared alongside energy wind as well. Duan Mushang shouted, "I've been waiting for this tortoise technique." His spear shadows lashed out again. He did not care about any kind of defenses. He stabbed with his spear shadows. Bam! Kong Ju stomped on the ground, and the ground cracked. The ward Madra clanged loudly. It was known for being unmovable like a mountain. Hence, it could be used to withstand powerful attacks. Kong Ju thought this skill would end everything. He did not expect Duan Mushang would keep stabbing at the ward Madra. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. The Overlord spear was like a barely visible shadow as it moved with terrifying swiftness in the air. Bam! The spear shadows converged and stabbed at the ward Madra. Kong-ju reeled back from this as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, drawing an arc in the sky. Duanmu Shang broke through the ward madra? Those who were witnessing the scene had difficulty believing what had just happened. After all, the ward madra was an extremely powerful defensive skill of the Zen sect. Alas, no ward madras could compare to Hua Wudao's 6 compatible seal. Duanmu Shang would become a laughingstock if he did not show any improvements after sparring with Hua Wudao for such a long time. Mingshi turned to look before he leaped back. Although Su Jing was weak, he still had enough energy to keep his eyes open. He said with a shaky voice, "Look out! Look out!" Lu Zhou was not affected by the Brahmin lullaby. He could see everything clearly. Judging from the current situation, everything was under the Evil Sky Pavilion's control. With his 2 disciples holding the fort, he felt he did not even have to waste his item cards. Kong Wen, Kong Ji, and Kong Zhang frowned. Kong Ju landed on his feet. With one hand on his chest, he waved his left hand to conjure up energy to shield his body before he levitated. He wiped the trail of blood from the edge of his lips. He stared ahead and said, "Let's do it." "Understood," Kong Wen replied. Kong Ji and Kong Zhang nodded. Mingshi was puzzled. Do what? The 20 disciples from the Temple of Great Emptiness suddenly sat down. Boom! An oval energy wave spread out in all directions directly. Tame mantra? The Brahmin lullaby faded with the wind as chants of the Tame mantra spread in the surroundings. They were going in for the kill. Lu Zhou did not expect the people from the Temple of Great Emptiness to master the Tame mantra as well. There were many types of Buddhist sound techniques. Whether it was the Great Meditation Therni or the Brahmin lullaby, they were both suppressive sound techniques that had a wide reach and effects. The Tame mantra was different. Could be fatal. Eliminate all evils. Discard insincerities. The smallest doubts will result in failure. The 4 divine monks seemed to be strengthened by the Tame mantra. Mingshi Yin's and Duanmu Shang's aura weakened greatly. None of the Heaven Choice Temple's disciples were standing now. If this goes on, they would all die. At this moment, a glimmer could be seen in Lu Zhou's palm. The sound technique, the Tame mantra, was like a much stronger and fatal version of the Brahmin lullaby. It attacked a person's 7 orifices directly. Lu Zhou felt a chilly sensation in his mind. He understood now why Su Jing had told them to look out. If the 4 divine monks truly joined forces, Duanmu Shang and Mingshi would surely be gravely injured. Lu Zhou would never let that happen. Lu Zhou stood at the top of the steps. He looked down at the 20 monks from the Temple of Great Emptiness, who were chanting the Tame mantra before saying in a deep voice, "Thunder Blast." 5 Thunderblast cards disappeared in Lu Zhou's hand. 5 vortexes swirled in an anti-clockwise direction and shot out as they grew in size and force. Master has made a move. Mingshi and Duanmu Shang retreated and looked up. 5 bolts of lightning struck down from the heavens. Boom! At seemingly the same instant, the voices intensified for a moment. Lu Zhou's attacks landed on 5 of the monks. 2 of them were blasted into the ground while the other 3 reeled back. The remaining 15 monks had frightened expressions on their faces. They stopped chanting the Tame mantra abruptly. Lu Zhou shook his head. That's some bad luck. The 1% sure kill rate wasn't triggered. At the same time, he glanced at the price of the Thunderblast card. He was relieved to find that it did not increase. The 4 divine monks exchanged a look. Without the enhancement from the Tame mantra, the 4 divine monks were suddenly at a loss. Lu Zhou walked down the steps slowly with his hands on his back. It was so quiet now that not a single sound could be heard. Kong Wen was suddenly overcome with the feeling that the old man approaching them was not as weak as his aura suggested. He cried out, "Take down the leader to take down the lackeys. 4 season vanities. Ward Madra." Whoosh! The 4 old divine monks' auras suddenly surged out. Their eyes darkened and glowed with a dark blue radiance. Primal chi was condensed into energy. A supersized Ward Madra appeared from their joint effort. Unlike the Madra from before, this Madra's color was as dark as ink. "Fiend Zen," Mingshi said in shock. They really hid themselves well. Depraved Zen. All this while, the world had only known Xianxia to be the sole cultivator who managed to cultivate the fiend Zen to the nascent divinity tribulation realm. It seemed that the world was greatly mistaken. There were all kinds of strange phenomena in the vast world. Meanwhile, 4 figures wrapped in the ward madra charged at Duanmushang and Mingxirin. They advanced toward them from 4 sides. 4 golden arhat bodies. Look out! Su Jing cried out with his final ounce of strength. When the 4 golden arhat bodies appeared, Duanmushang raised his overlord spear before himself. At the same time, countless vines grew around Mingxirin and formed a cocoon around himself. However, what shocked the others was the 4 golden arhat bodies merged into one. The golden lotus under its feet blossomed. 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves. For leaves, Lu Zhou had already thought of a countermeasure before this. He was even prepared to use 4 critical strike cards. Alternatively, he could just kill one of them first. The remaining 3 monks' strength would be greatly weakened as soon as one of them died. He was quite certain Duanmushang and Mingxirin would be able to take on 3 of them. However, unexpectedly, the 4 arhat golden bodies had merged. The golden lotus under its feet was still blooming. 5 leaves. 6 leaves. At this moment, Lu Zhou was in no hurry to make a move. He wanted to see how many leaves the combined golden bodies would sprout. When the golden lotus finally stopped blooming at the 6th leaf, the 4 divine monks shot past Duanmushang and Mingxirin. Bam! 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 Duanmushang's cultivation base was only at the 2-leaf level after all. Kong Ju and Kong Wen attacked him with the ward madra and sent him flying. Mingxirin blocked the first wave of attacks with his blue wood that he fortified with primal qi. However, the blue wood crumbled soon after. Naturally, he was not as straightforward as Duanmushang. When the blue wood crumbled, he was nowhere to be seen. The 4 divine monks' target was no longer Duanmushang nor Mingxirin. Their deaths were meaningless. Instead, they shifted their focus to Lu Zhou, who was standing with his hands on his back at the bottom of the Hall of Great Strength steps. As the saying went, kill the horse to get to the rider. Seal of fearlessness. Kong Wen, Kong Ju, Kong Ji, and Kong Zhang clapped in unison. For seal of fearlessness merged into one like the golden arhat bodies. After merging, the seal of fearlessness was half the height of an adult. Alas, it still could not compare to a great seal of fearlessness. Nonetheless, even without the support of the Tame mantra, this attack could still claim the lives of many. The disciples of the Heaven Choice Temple seemed resigned to their fates. The shining and golden seal of fearlessness shot toward the greatest villain in the world. To be more precise, the strike was aimed at Lu Zhou's head. The Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples did not seem worried at all at this moment. Lu Zhou had intended to land a hit on the golden arhat body. However, when the seal of fearlessness was shooting toward him, Su Liao, what are you waiting for? Without anyone else noticing, Su Liao, Su Fan, and Su Hai charged toward Lu Zhou. A greenish glow appeared in Su Liao's hand. A sneak attack? Lu Zhou did not expect the 3 people by Su Jing's side would launch a sneak attack at this moment. It was obvious now that Su Liao, Su Fan, and Su Hai had already betrayed the Heaven Choice Temple. He did not have the time to think and instantly shattered an item card in his hand. A golden Buddha body that was 100 feet tall appeared. Impeccable card. Bam! 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 The seal of fearlessness landed on the 100 feet golden Buddha body harmlessly. Next, Su Liao, Su Fan, and Su Hai's weapons landed on the golden Buddha body with a loud clang. 2 of the weapons shattered while the green light in Su Liao's hands shot inside the golden Buddha body and disappeared. Ding! Recovered a sky fragment. Reward: 100 merit points. Lu Zhou did not even have the time to inspect the sky fragment. Get lost! Lu Zhou snarled. Thunderblast! 3 heavenly bolts of lightning struck, sending Su Liao, Su Fan, and Su Hai flying back. 2 of them spat out blood that arced in the sky while the other died immediately. Lu Zhou shifted his gaze to the 4 divine monks. The four divine monks stared at the colossal golden Buddha body with eyes brimming with shock. A Buddhist grandmaster? Kongwen felt his throat dry up. His eyelids were twitching uncontrollably. The impeccable card could only last for 10 seconds. Lu Zhou had to cherish every second he was given. He quickly raised his hand as another item card appeared. How dare this puny temple of great emptiness provoke me? A vortex appeared in Lu Zhou's palm. A grand-sized great seal of fearlessness that was much larger compared to the four divine monks shot toward them. Boom! The 4-in-1 golden arhat body shattered upon contact with the great seal of fearlessness, causing primal chi to spill out into the surroundings. As soon as the grand-sized great seal of fearlessness destroyed the golden arhat body, Kong 1, Kong Ju, Kong Ji, and Kong Zhang spat out blood and were sent flying back. Lu Zhou wondered, can I take them down with a single strike? If he could, it would be a great win for him. He stared at the direction where the great seal of fearlessness was heading. Kong 1, Kong Ju, Kong Ji, and Kong Zhang were reeling in different directions. Suddenly, the great seal of fearlessness shot toward Kong 1. The giant palm print resembled the hand of Buddha that had caught a monkey. Dong! There was a loud toll in the air that disappeared as soon as it appeared. Ding! Killed a nascent divinity tribulation realm target. Reward: 1,000 merit points. Kong Ju, Kong Ji, and Kong Zhang fell to the ground with a thud. Lu Zhou shook his head. He did not seem to be satisfied with the Deadly Strike card's performance. It was clear that the Deadly Strike card could only take down a single target. Although it would destroy any energy that stood in its way, it did not have a killing effect on anything that was not its target. The Deadly Strike card was an apt name for it. There was a reason it was called Deadly Strike and not Deadly Strike's card. The monks from the Temple of Great Emptiness were dumbstruck. They stared at the four divine monks who were sent flying. No, wait, it seemed like Kongwen had died. From the beginning to the end, Lu Zhou had merely unleashed two skills. He used one defensive skill, the Golden Buddha Body, and one offensive skill, the Great Seal of Fearlessness. The disciples of the Heaven Choice Temple stared at Lu Zhou with their mouths agape. Little Yuan was used to this and did not seem surprised. Zhao Yu and the female cultivators could only see flashes of golden light from inside the Hall of Great Strength. They were not able to see the actual battle. Zhu Honggong, Old Eighth, had never witnessed such a scene before. He stood riveted to the ground, in awe. He could not believe what he had just seen. Duanmushang Mingxirin, Lu Zhou said in a deep voice. Yes, master. Duanmushang leaped over from the side with the Overlord spear in his hand. Bam! Mingxirin emerged from the ground where he had disappeared into earlier. He said respectfully, Yes, master. Lu Zhou glanced at Mingxirin. As far as he knew, there was no tunneling technique in the Bluewood Heart technique. When did this rascal learn it? However, this was not the time to be thinking about this matter. He said, I'll leave these three to you. Yes, master. At this moment, Kong Ju, Kong Ji, and Kong Zhang were frowning. The three of them were only injured by backlash from the shattered golden arhat body. The Great Seal of Fearlessness did not affect them. The three of them slammed their palms on the ground and stood up straight. Kong Ju coughed as he bowed and said, Wait! We won't. Mingxirin, who had been suppressed a moment ago, was burning with fury and resentment. He exchanged a glance with Duanmushang before both of them pounced forward like famished wolves. The flying chariot in the skies saw it had become disadvantageous and did not hesitate to turn tail and leave. In just a moment, it vanished into the horizons. The 20 monks on the ground were ghastly pale. They were like a plate of loose sand. When Kong Wan was still around, Duanmushang and Mingxirin could still somewhat stand their ground. Now that Kong Wan was dead, they could surely do better. Both sides fought fiercely again. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou shifted his focus from the battlefield and called out, Little Yuaner, Zhao Yu. Yes, master. The two disciples stepped forward. Clean this up. Yes, master. Zhao Yu bowed. At this moment, Zhu Honggong, Old Eighth, finally regained his senses. He hastily made a big show out of his loyalty. Master, master, What about me? I'm sure that I, old eighth, will be able to unleash my amazing strength and help lighten your burden. Only, little Yuaner bared her canine teeth as she pointed at the monks who were chanting the great compassion mantra moments ago and said, I've had enough of the lot of you. I'll give you the beating of a lifetime. Little Yuaner and Zhao, you had no problems dealing with these monks. Lu Zhou looked at the injured Su Liao and Su Fan. He asked indifferently, Why did you attack me? The two of them were trembling at his moment. Meanwhile, Su Jing was in shock. He did not expect the three remaining monks with the Su generational name in the Heaven Choice Temple would launch a sneak attack on the world's greatest villain. He coughed violently and spat out blood, unable to accept this. Why? You can stop pretending to be so righteous. Su Jing, you'd rather give the sable magnolia to the villain than to give to us, and you have the audacity to ask us why. Su Liao said with a sneer. Although he was afraid, there was no point pretending at this moment. Su Jing said exasperatedly, You evil creatures! How can you fall for the temple of great emptiness lies? If he had not hidden his injuries from everyone, these two would have acted against him long ago. They would not have waited until this moment. The fiend path is the fiend path. Su Jing, you've gone mad. If you have an ounce of goodness left in you, you would have ended your own life and repent your before Buddha, Su Liao said. Su Jing continued to cough due to the agitation in his emotions. He was already injured to begin with. These continuous blows made it even harder for him to endure. Lu Zhou shook his head. Every family has its own problems. In the end, he said, Su Liao, since you have a sky fragment, why didn't you attack Su Jing instead of attacking me? As soon as Lu Zhou mentioned the sky fragment, Su Liao faltered as his expression changed slightly. Su Jing glared at Su Liao and said, You evil creature! The temple of great emptiness gave you a sky fragment to kill me? At this point, Su Liao had nothing left to hide. He said, So what if they did? The three of us have contributed and sacrificed many things for the Heaven Choice Temple, and yet you're willing to submit to the evil sky pavilion. I'll spit on you. Su Jing raised his hand and conjured up a gust of energy that struck Su Liao's cheek. Bam! There are more than 1,000 disciples in the Heaven Choice Temple. Aren't their lives just as precious? Su Jing questioned. If the Heaven Choice Temple merges with the Temple of Great Emptiness, there's no need for any of us to worry about our lives, Su Liao retorted. Smack! This time, Su Jing did not use his energy. Instead, he physically slapped Su Liao with his hand. Su Liao's expression darkened from these hits. Half of his face had turned red and swollen. Do you really think the Temple of Great Emptiness only has good intentions? Su Jing questioned. Their abbot, Kong Yuan, has cultivated the fiend Zen and has descended into depravity a long time ago. All these years, he acts sanctimoniously, but there are no evil deeds he would not do in the dark. He's been going around feeding on other people's primal chi and cultivation bases. When Su Liao heard this, his jaws dropped, clearly dumbfounded. That's a lie. I saw Grandmaster Kong Yuan's golden body with my own eyes. It's overwhelmingly pure. There's no way that it's fake. You obstinate mule. Su Jing kicked Su Liao without holding back. Bam! Su Liao was sent flying to the side before he slid across the damaged floor. Although Su Jing was injured, he could still circulate his primal chi. Su Liao, who had been hit by Thunderblast, was greatly weakened. He would not be able to withstand another kick from Su Jing. He sat limply on the ground. The three of them had been waiting for their opportunity throughout these 3 days to strike with the sky fragment. Unfortunately, they never found the opportunity to do so. At the critical juncture, they thought they would be able to gain control of the situation and help the 4 divine monks and get rid of Su Jing's helpers. They really did not expect their opponent to be so powerful. Su Jing's face contorted with pain as he said to Lu Zhou, I'm sorry for this humiliating display, old benefactor. My temple's dirty laundry has been exposed. After this incident is dealt with, I'll personally deal with 2 of them and give you a satisfactory explanation, old benefactor. Lu Zhou nodded. Su Jing was, perhaps, the only person in the Heaven Choice Temple who was tactful and reasonable. Lu Zhou shifted his gaze to Su Liao and said, "The Temple of Great Emptiness gave you the sky fragment?" "Yes." Su Liao was sore all over. He was cowering in fear at this moment. Lu Zhou asked again, "Do you know where the other fragments are?" I don't know." Su Liao shook his head. "Really?" Su Liao nodded his head vehemently. "That makes sense. He's only a small fry. There's no way that he'd know where the other sky fragments are." Lu Zhou no longer asked about the sky fragments. Instead, he looked in the direction of the Hall of Great Strength. Little Yuaner and Zhao Yu's battles were easier. They were almost done cleaning up their opponents. The monks who chanted the Tame mantra were just small fries with weak cultivation bases after all. They were only minor characters who were not worth much merit points. Meanwhile, Duanmushang and Mingshi had completely gained the upper hand. With one of its members missing, the 4, now 3, monks' strength and cultivation bases were greatly weakened. Although they were doing their best to parry the attacks, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Little Yuaner applauded gleefully. Then, she ran back and declared proudly, "Master, these monks are wimps. I didn't even use my full strength, and they're already knocked out." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "They're only in the Brahman Sea realm." He wanted to say something scathing, but upon remembering that he, himself, was also in the Brahman Sea 8 Meridians realm, he held his tongue. Ding! Killed a nascent divinity tribulation realm target. Reward: 1,000 merit points. 3 similar notifications rang one after another. Lu Zhou moved his gaze forward and saw that Kong Ju, Kong Ji, and Kong Zhang had fallen. Mingshi Yin's eyes seemed to gleam as he nodded in satisfaction and held the separation hook in his hands. Meanwhile, Duanmushang was wiping the dust away from his overlord's spear. Apart from their slightly ruffled clothing, they seemed unharmed. After Mingshi returned to Lu Zhou's side, he said, "I'm pleased to say I didn't let you down, Master. I've killed the targets." "Very good." Lu Zhou glanced at Mingshi and said, "However," Mingshi Yin's heart felt his heart leap. He thought his master would compliment him. Who knew there would be a however at the end of the sentence? Lu Zhou made a sharp turn with his words as he said, "However, it's thoroughly forbidden to cultivate another technique while cultivating the Bluewood Heart technique." "Master, I was only curious, and I couldn't help myself. That's why I learned the tunneling art. I swear I have no other motives for learning it," Mingshi said. Lu Zhou said, "You will focus on cultivating the Bluewood Heart technique from now on. Don't feel divided about it." "Yes, Master." Mingshi was overjoyed. Not only was he not punished, but his master had even advised him. At this moment, all was quiet in front of the Hall of Great Strength. The Heaven Choice Temple's disciples who had been tormented by the Tame mantra were recovering after a moment of respite. They rose to their feet and looked at the damaged floor in front of the Hall of Great Strength before shifting their eyes to the incense cauldron. They took in the sight of the Temple of Great Emptiness monks who had been defeated by the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples. This was the strength of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The disciples from the Heaven Choice Temple gulped. Although they felt fearful, they felt at ease as well. After all, they had seen Lu Zhou's golden Buddha body with their own eyes. Who said devils couldn't become Buddhas? Who said that all devils are evil? Naturally, Lu Zhou did not want to become a Buddha. At this moment, the disciples from the Heaven Choice Temple gathered before the incense cauldron like they did before the battle began. Soon after, the area before the Hall of Great Strength seemed to be filled with them. They were battered, exhausted, and weak. Some could not even stand without their comrades' support. And yet, they did not look like it when 1,000 of them stood together resolutely. They straightened their palms at the same time before themselves. Su Jing suddenly seemed invigorated. He looked at the disciples of the Heaven Choice Temple and said, "The Heaven Choice Temple is now safe." He turned around slowly to face Lu Zhou. He started coughing again. Then, he said, "Thank you for your help, Benefactor Ji." At this moment, the 1,000 or so disciples before the Hall of Great Strength said in unison, Thank you for your help, Benefactor G. Although some of their voices were weak or incomprehensible, their collective voice rang loud and clear when it reached Lu Zhou's ears. It had an aura that was indescribable. It was as though they were given a new lease on life. Ding! Received pious worship from 982 individuals. Reward: 9,820 merit points. Lu Zhou was pleased. In hindsight, it seemed that his initial choice was the right choice. I'll have the sable magnolia now. Lu Zhou walked up the steps and entered the Hall of Great Strength. After Zhu Honggong, Old Eighth, witnessed his master's formidable strength, he hastily ran ahead of his master and cleared the debris on the steps with his feet. With an ingratiating smile on his face, he said, "Master, your golden Buddha body has truly opened my eyes. Moreover, there's the great seal of fearlessness that's peerless in heaven and earth. Let me get this debris out of the way for you." The other disciples from the Evil Sky Pavilion were speechless when they saw Zhu Honggong's antics. Although they would flatter their master sometimes, they were never as shameless as Zhu Honggong. They had to admit their skin was not as thick compared to Zhu Honggong. Lu Zhou ignored Zhu Honggong and sat down slowly. Apart from a few core disciples who waited within the hall, the other Heaven Choice Temple's disciples began clearing the area. The injured Su Jing returned to the hall while being supported by 2 disciples. He was holding a brocade box in his hand as he walked slowly into the hall. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Lu Zhou asked as he stroked his beard. Su Jing said, "There's nothing to fear about death. When the 4 divine monks came before this, I had suspected that Su Liao and the other 2 were up to no good. However, I really didn't expect them to be so bold. Is that why you concealed your injury from them?" "Precisely." Su Jing presented the brocade box with both hands and said, "This is the sable magnolia." Lu Zhou received the brocade box. When he opened it, a rich medicinal aroma filled his nostrils. The smell was quite strong. Ding! Obtained a sable magnolia. Completed the mission of obtaining a sable magnolia. Reward: 1,500 merit points. The notification was brief. Not even the item's effects were mentioned. Lu Zhou gave the sable magnolia to Little Yuaner, who stood behind him. Little Yuaner held the sable magnolia carefully, as though she had just been given a rare treasure. Nobody cared more about this item than her. Her master had obtained the sable magnolia without caring about the troubles it would bring him, just so she could open her sea of qi. Soon after, Su Jing joined his palms together and bowed at Lu Zhou before he said, "On behalf of the Heaven Choice Temple, I hereby declare that we're now a subsidiary of the Evil Sky Pavilion." The other disciples from the Heaven Choice Temple bowed as well. However, Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "A devil can never be a Buddha. There's no need for this." The current Heaven Choice Temple consisted of a group of old and weak men. Su Jing would need considerable time to recover from his injury. The young disciples were too weak to shoulder any important responsibilities, while Su Liao, Su Fan, and Su Hai had betrayed the temple. This was certainly adding hail to snow on the Heaven Choice Temple's roof. Most importantly, these men were of no use to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Su Jing said with a sigh, "Benefactor G, the current Heaven Choice Temple can hardly compete with the other temples. The Temple of Great Emptiness has returned after suffering a loss, but they'll surely return in the future. At that time," he trailed off as he shook his head. He was worried the Temple of Great Emptiness would target them again. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "The 4 divine monks of the Temple of Great Emptiness are no more. They have only one expert left, and that's Kong Yuan. That man is extremely cautious. At the very least, they won't be coming back in the near future." Moreover, Lu Zhou had displayed his strength. The people on the flying chariot had definitely seen his golden Buddha body as well. Su Jing nodded, agreeing with Lu Zhou's words. So long as their enemies did not come at them in the near future, he would be able to think of many ways to steer clear of trouble. He finally said, "Thank you for your enlightenment, Benefactor G." Lu Zhou waved his arm and stood up as he said, "Let's go. Back to the pavilion," Zhu Honggong said enthusiastically. Old eighth, can you give your flattery a rest? You don't behave like an evil Sky Pavilion's disciple at all. I'm ashamed of you, I truly am. Master. Just a moment, I'll get the flying chariot ready. I guarantee that it'll be extremely steady. Mingshi ran out of the Hall of Great Strength. Mingshi moved quickly and the cloud-splitting chariot landed before the Hall of Great Strength in no time. Lu Zhou looked around himself and said, even if the Heaven Choice Temple doesn't need to bend its knees today, after today's incident, the outside world will surely talk about this. The Heaven Choice Temple will never be able to stand proudly in the cultivation world. Have you thought about the consequences? Su Jing said, after this incident, I finally realized these things are no longer important. After today, the Heaven Choice Temple will close its door and go into cultivation. The body followed what the heart wanted. Lu Zhou nodded and said no more. He leaped onto the cloud-splitting chariot with nimble movements. It was not difficult for a Brahmin C8 Meridians cultivator to accomplish that feat after all. When Su Jing saw this, he joined his palms and said, Amit Buddha. The almost 1,000 disciples joined their palms and began chanting. This was not an attack, a befuddling skill, or a defensive one. They were purely chanting mantras. The mantras resounded clearly through the Hall of Great Strength. It rose and fell in tone and spread throughout Clear Source Mountain. This was the highest rite they could perform for a guest. It was also a sign of their gratitude and respect toward the Evil Sky Pavilion. Mingshi, Duanmushang, and the others felt awkward. This was the first time that they had been treated this way. They had a peculiar feeling that they could not shake off. The cloud-splitting chariot rose into the skies. Lu Zhou did not hear the notification ringtone. He discovered repeated worshipping would not give him merit points. After the cloud-splitting chariot rose into the sky, Mingshi sighed and shook his head. His voice was full of emotion as he said, although these bald donkeys are too useless, they're much better than the clarity and righteous sects in some ways. Duanmushang nodded. At least they keep their words. The cloud-splitting chariot dragged its tail behind like a meteor as it sped toward the Evil Sky Pavilion. 2 hours later, in the hidden chamber of Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou opened the system dashboard. Name Lu Zhou. Race human. Cultivation base. Brahmin C8 meridians. Merit points. 29,320. Avatar. 6 recombinant trigram lines. Remaining life. 5,955 days. Items. Deadly Strike card X1. Impeccable card X2. Critical Block card X7. Passive. Binding Cage card X4, Refining Talisman X2, Ji Tiandao's Peak Trial card X1, Wizard, Completed Resting, Bayan, Sky Fragment X1, Weapons, Unnamed, Amorous Hoop, Owner, Yi Tianxin, would have to be refined before use, Life Cutter, Nirvana Sash, Tear Stain Box, Cultivation Method, 3 Scrolls of Heavenly Writing. Lu Zhou looked at the numbers, feeling extremely pleased. 29,320 merit points. He did not expect to gain more merit points from the worshipping of the Heaven Choice Temple's disciples than killing the 4 divine monks. Naturally, Lu Zhou knew that these merit points were far from enough for him to restore himself to his peak condition. However, compared to the time when he had barely enough to make ends meet, he was now very rich. How should I spend them? Initially, he intended to buy an avatar. The 7-star soul is sold at 15,000 merit points. I'll have 14,000 points left after the purchase. Or I can choose to do a series of lucky draws. Lucky draw. A short while later, Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly and said, perhaps, this is what they mean by one's sure to lose after a huge gain. He did 60 draws and wasted 3,000 merit points. He did not even win anything. He kept being thanked throughout the lucky draws. Fortunately, there were the merit points he obtained from the worshipping of the monks. Otherwise, he would have been depressed by this outcome. Perhaps Lu Zhou was used to his rotten luck. He felt somewhat numb. He remembered that he had once accumulated 66 luck points when his luck was at its lowest. This time he gained 79 luck points. It was worse than the last time. Stay calm. He had been awarded a reversal card for 66 luck points. This time, it should be better, right? Perhaps, he would even be gifted with 1,000 reversal cards. Lu Zhou calmed down. He no longer tried the lucky draws. Instead, he opened the mall tab and purchased the avatar, the 7-star soul. Ding! Obtained the avatar, the 7-star soul. Will you equip it now? Equip! With the 7-star soul, Lu Zhou could officially step into the Divine Court realm. Lu Zhou saw the 6 recombinant trigram lines avatar being replaced by the 7-star soul. At the same time, he felt his extraordinary 8 meridians being filled with a formidable power. For cultivators in the Brahman Sea 8 meridians or lower, the tempering and improvements were only on their bodies and consciousness. However, after that, a cultivator would officially step into the Divine Court realm. Usually, there would only be one Divine Court realm cultivator out of several hundred cultivators in a single sect. A Divine Court realm cultivator would be able to control the method he or she cultivated. At the same time, they would be taken more seriously in the cultivation world. They surpassed the Brahman Sea realm cultivators in terms of cultivation base and power after all. Meanwhile, the energy around the Evil Sky Pavilion surged. Some of the energy flowed into the Evil Sky Pavilion through the open doors and windows. The disciples who felt the fluctuation of energy turned to look in the pavilion's direction. Zhu Honggong asked curiously, "Senior brother, has someone stepped into the Divine Court realm?" Ming Shi'in was used to this, so he said, "There's no need to be alarmed. Master does this all the time." Zhu Honggong scratched his head, baffled. He recalled the scene he witnessed back in the Heaven Choice Temple. He would never dare to doubt his master's cultivation base and abilities. His master was able to conjure a golden Buddha body, unleash the Great Seal of Fearlessness, and defeat the 4 divine monks. Based on these points alone, he no longer dared to comment on the matter. "Fourth senior brother, when did Master give you the weapon?" Zhu Honggong asked curiously. Ming Shi'in raised his right arm. The separation hook and scabbard appeared above his hand and began to spin. Zhu Honggong was practically drooling in envy as he said, "I wonder when I'll get a nice weapon of my own. You have the Zen tunic, don't you? By the way, let's go." 8th junior brother. Ming Shi'in pulled Zhu Honggong and made his way toward the back of the mountain. "What is it? Spar with me." "Huh? 4th senior brother, there's no need to joke like this. I'm only in the Divine Court realm. I won't ever be a match for you who's in the nascent divinity tribulation realm." "Ow, senior brother. Ow, ow, ow." In the hidden chamber, Lu Zhou heaved a sigh of relief after entering the Divine Court realm. He sensed the changes in the energy inside his body. He was at the Dao-shaping stage in various aspects. Unfortunately, his longevity was already at its limit when Jitian Dao was still in this body. Hence, he was merely recovering his cultivation base right now instead of increasing his lifespan. 5,955 days? Lu Zhou opened the item mall and purchased a reversal card. Use. As his life energy reversed, the numbers on the dashboard changed to 6,255 days, which was equivalent to more than 17 years. Lu Zhou stood up and stretched his limbs. He did not feel any obvious changes. After all, he merely gained less than 1 year's worth of time. For a being that could live for a millennium, 17 years was nothing. He finally understood. This system was kind to newbies in lucky draws or special gift bags. As time went by and as one's cultivation base improved, it would get more difficult to obtain anything good from the system. Sky fragment? Isn't this the junk Ji Tiandao tossed away before this? He recalled the moment when Su Liao tried to attack him using the sky fragment. The sky fragments were fragments of a certain weapon that was extremely sharp. Even just one fragment was terrifying since it could pierce through protective energies. It was a good weapon to kill someone. Lu Zhou just recovered this knowledge from his memories. His memories were fuzzy. Anything related to the system was blank. Ji Tiandao had obtained 8 fragments through some unknown method. Then, when he found no use for the fragments, he had tossed them away, treating them like trash. Outsiders regarded the Evil Sky Pavilion as a treasure trove. There were many who secretly collected the treasures from the pavilion. The sky fragments were one of them. Lu Zhou raised his hand slightly. A green sky fragment appeared in his palm. It was long, thin, and irregularly shaped along the edges. It resembled a shard from a broken vase. Lu Zhou used his primal qi to gauge the sky fragment's quality. It's barely an Earth-grade material. Based on this alone, Lu Zhou would not bother himself with it. It was no wonder Ji Tiandao tossed them away all those years ago. Soon after, Lu Zhou noticed a new mission in the system's mission list. Collecting sky fragments, January 8th. A stiff expression appeared on Lu Zhou's face. Searching for the sky fragments in this world was no different from fishing for a needle in the ocean. How am I going to complete this? Lu Zhou shook his head. He cursed inwardly at the system as he closed the dashboard. When he left the hidden chamber and entered the great hall, he saw Zhao Yu hurrying over. Zhao Yu bowed and said, "Master, little junior sister. Is she making trouble again?" Lu Zhou asked with his hands on his back. He honestly could not think of anyone who could bully her in the Evil Sky Pavilion. No. Little junior sister consumed both of the sable magnolias in one go. Her condition doesn't seem too stable now, Zhao Yu said. Junior sister Tianxin has gone over. Her blue waves technique should be able to stabilize the herb's effects, Zhao Yu said. Lu Zhou frowned and said, "That little girl will never let me rest." He had underestimated little Yuaner's eagerness to improve her cultivation base. After little Yuaner received the sable magnolias, she rushed back to the South Pavilion and ate both of them at the same time. The problem was the sable magnolias were incredibly potent. It should have been consumed in smaller portions over several servings. It was the same as drinking wine. It had to be enjoyed slowly. The quicker one drank, the quicker one would get drunk. Things might even go awry. Meanwhile, in the South Pavilion, Duan Mushang, Ming Shiyin, Zhu Honggong, and the others were waiting anxiously. Even Zhou Jifeng, Pan Zhong, and Hua Wudao were at the courtyard. Hua Wudao said, "The sable magnolia's effects are terrifying. However, this young girl's talent isn't to be underestimated as well. I believe that she'll pull through." Elder Hua, you do have a point. However, there's always the off chance that things might go wrong. We should think of a way to suppress the herb's effects on little junior sister. She has never experienced much hardships in her life. I'm worried that she won't survive this with her weak willpower, Ming Shiyin said. How are we supposed to do that? Duan Mushang grabbed Ming Shiyin's shoulder. Senior brother, there's no need to grip me like that. How should I know? Ming Shiyin looked innocent. I'll do it. Under the support of two female cultivators, Yi Tianxin walked up to little Yuaner's doors. You have a way? Ming Shiyin asked, puzzled. My blue waves technique can lessen the herb's effects, Yi Tianxian said. As the name suggested, the blue waves technique utilized the power of water. Water was the source of life. But your cultivation base is still recovering. Won't you damage your Taoist bone if you do that? How are you going to recover your cultivation base at that time? Ming Shiyin asked. Yi Tianxin asked, do you have any other ideas then? They did not. The others made way for Yi Tianxin. She opened the door with an indifferent expression. She turned to the others and said before entering the room, Don't forget, she's my little junior sister as well. Yi Tianxin went in and closed the door. The others sighed and shook their heads. They paced the corridor like ants on a hot pan. What's taking Master so long? Ming Shiyin wondered as he looked outside. Zhu Honggong said, Don't worry. Fifth senior sister had already gone to inform him about this. Master is old and his legs are weak. It's normal. Ming Shiyin crossed his arms and said, Old eighth. You're really courageous to insult Master behind his back. Zhu Honggong shuddered and said, Fourth senior brother, I wouldn't dare. Master is still in his prime. Although he's old, he's still filled with vigor. At this moment, Hua Wudao, Zhou Jifeng, and Pan Zhong cupped their fists and bowed. Pavilion Master. Ming Shiyin, Duan Muzhang, and Zhu Honggong hastily turned around and saw Lu Zhou sauntering toward them. Zhao Yu was following closely behind him. After entering the courtyard, Lu Zhou saw that everyone was here. He asked, "What's the situation?" "Junior sister Tianxin has gone in. Her blue waves technique can be used to lessen the medicine's effects. With junior sister helping out, there won't be a huge problem," Mingxirin said. Lu Zhou nodded and looked at everyone who was gathered here. In the end, his eyes landed on Zhu Honggong and asked, "Old Eighth, why do you look so afraid?" He had seen Zhu Honggong's knees shaking. Zhu Honggong wiped the sweat from his face and said, No, I'm just worried about little junior sister." Inwardly, he felt like crying. "I'm dead." With his master's strength and cultivation base in the nascent divinity tribulation realm, it was impossible for his master to miss his words. Yi Tianxin cultivates the blue waves technique. It's capable of reaching the extraordinary 8 meridians easily. There's no need to worry. Zhu Honggong was surprised by his master's reply. Meanwhile, Mingxirin coughed softly and took a step back, afraid he would get dragged into this matter. Lu Zhou was puzzled by their actions, but he paid them no mind. Hua Wudao walked over at this moment. He bowed before he said, "Indeed, Yi Tianxin can stabilize the herb's effects, but her cultivation base is weak. I'm worried she might not be able to handle it. Do you have any suggestions? To be safe, you should try stabilizing the medicine's effect instead, Pavilion Master." Everyone shifted their attention to Lu Zhou. "You're Yi Tianxin's master. Since Tianxin knows the blue waves technique, it stands to reason that you know it as well. Moreover, you're stronger than her. You're definitely the most suitable candidate. Yi Tianxin is still a recovering patient after all. There's no way she'll be able to outdo her old master." Hua Wudao's suggestion seemed reasonable. Everyone clearly agreed with his words. However, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and shook his head. Yi Tianxin is enough. He had just recently stepped into the divine court realm and was only at the early Dao-shaping stage. He had not even stabilized his own cultivation base. How was he going to stabilize the herb's effects? Boom! Everyone was anxiously waiting outside when a ripple of energy spread from the room and rippled in all directions. They could clearly sense some Dao primal energy in the energy. The Dao primal energy was a sign of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. It was also the foundation for cultivating the 100 tribulations insight avatar. The golden strands of energy were the Dao primal energy. The nascent divinity tribulation realm was divided into 3 subrealms: the primal Dao, the primal chaos, and the combined Dao. The primal Dao was the first subrealm of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Based on this, it seemed like someone had stepped into the nascent divinity tribulation realm. It was quite clear that little Yuaner had successfully broken through. While the energy spilled into the surroundings, the sky above the South Pavilion was disturbed by the intense surge of power. Everyone appeared delighted. "Little junior sister has achieved a breakthrough. We have another great fighter among our ranks now. Nascent divinity tribulation realm. When will I be able to achieve that?" Naturally, some felt sad as well. Zhou Jifeng, who prided himself on being a genius, was slightly stunned as he looked at the energy spilling into the surroundings. Compared to little Yuaner, he was just garbage. Little Yuaner had entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm after only joining the Evil Sky Pavilion for 5 years. She had to be a peerless genius to be able to achieve this. The door did not open. The energy seemed to be spilling continuously. Bang! All of a sudden, Yi Tianxin crashed through the door as she was sent flying back. There was another strong surge of energy. Lu Zhou merely glanced at Yi Tianxian indifferently before he strode into the room. As soon as he entered, he saw little Yuaner shining with golden radiance. Apart from that, she was also bathed in a peculiar energy. The remnants of the blue waves technique could be seen under her feet. The 2 energies seemed to be in harmony as well. Little Yuaner, who was seated on the bed with her legs crossed, gradually calmed down. The aura she emitted was much formidable compared to before. After a while, she finally opened her eyes. "Master!" Little Yuaner appeared puzzled, as though she had just awoken from a dream. The primal chi around her dissipated. "Congratulations, little junior sister. Congratulations, little junior sister." for entering the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Congratulations, little junior sister. The congratulatory messages from her seniors entered her ears. Little Yuaner looked at her own hands and tried to circulate some primal chi. She raised her right hand and circulated some primal chi again. 100 Tribulations Insight avatar that was nearly her height appeared. There was no golden lotus under the avatar, and it resembled a golden person. She clenched her fist, and the avatar disappeared. Little Yuaner leaped off the bed and said, "Master, I've achieved a breakthrough. I'm now in the nascent divinity tribulation realm as well. On your knees." Lu Zhou's voice was light, soft, and stern. Little Yuaner was stunned. With an "oh," she kneeled obediently. "Do you know what your mistake was?" "I do," little Yuaner answered honestly. "What is it?" I don't know." Lu Zhou was speechless. Mingxirin spoke from outside. "Little junior sister, you were impatient and consumed the sable magnolias without consulting anyone. If junior sister Tianxin didn't risk her life to stabilize and lessen the herb's effect, you wouldn't have been able to successfully break through. Senior sister Tianxin? She's injured, but it's nothing serious. She'll be fine after a few days of recuperation," Mingxirin said. When she heard this, little Yuaner regretted her actions. She lowered her head and said, "I know I've done wrong. Please punish me heavily, master. The most important thing is that you know you've done wrong and that you're willing to repent. Rise to your feet and talk," Lu Zhou said as he stroked his beard. Thud. Zhu Honggong sat on the floor. Mingxirin frowned and said, "Old Eighth, what are you doing?" "It's nothing. I just need some time to get used to this." Zhu Honggong had never heard his master say something like that. "I'm warning you. You'd better stay away from me." Mingxirin quickly moved away from Zhu Honggong, afraid that the fool would drag him down. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at little Yuaner as he said, "You've just entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm, so you should stabilize it first. Also, cultivate the supreme purity jade slip from the beginning according to the completed cultivation method I gave you." Little Yuaner nodded vigorously and said, "I won't let you down, master." She giggled before she said, "Master, you're the best." Lu Zhou frowned and chided her. "There's never a serious moment with you." Little Yuaner sat with her legs crossed and began stabilizing her cultivation base. Lu Zhou walked out of the room with his hands on his back. When the others saw him coming, they retreated. Lu Zhou walked toward Yi Tianxin, who had a trail of blood at the edge of her lips. Yi Tianxin was supported by 2 female cultivators at this moment. She did not seem to be in a good shape. She seemed extremely exhausted. Her aura was weak and faltering. Yi Tianxin hastily kneeled and said, "I know that I've done wrong. I shouldn't have acted on my own accord. Master, junior sister Tianxin was only trying to help little junior sister. That's why she acted without asking." Mingxirin suddenly fell to his knees to plead for Yi Tianxin. Only, Zhu Honggong, who was standing nearby, instantly fell to his knees as well. Duanmu Shang cupped his fists and said, "Fourth junior brother has a point. Please consider it, master." Zhao Yu said nothing. She merely kneeled on the ground. All of Lu Zhou's disciples were kneeling at this moment. Yi Tianxin's heart stirred slightly. She was unfamiliar with the emotions that welled up in her heart. She mustered her courage and said, "Master, I want to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Please grant me this wish, master." The courtyard fell silent. Lu Zhou's gaze was trained on Yi Tianxin. Lu Zhou looked around his surroundings. He remained quiet even when he saw all his disciples kneeling on the ground. His gaze shifted from Yi Tianxin to Pan Zhong before he called out, "Pan Zhong, I'm here. If you want to return to the Clarity Sect, will the Clarity Sect agree to it?" Lu Zhou asked indifferently. Pan Zhong fell to his knees immediately and declared his allegiance. "Pavilion Master, since I've joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, I've never thought about leaving. If you didn't give me the 6-yang technique, I'll still be afflicted by the bitter cold. As long as I live, I'll be a person of the Evil Sky Pavilion. If I die, I'll be its ghost. I was saying, what if? Lu Zhou said. What if? Pan Zhong scratched his head and said, if I return, I think I would be cut into 8 chunks before I could even reach the main entrance. Mingshi rolled his eyes and said, what did you do that you're not even deserving of a second chance to make amends? It's not about making amends. This is the clarity sect's rules. The elders stick to the rules rigidly, Pan Zhong said. Lu Zhou looked toward Zhou Jifeng and asked, Zhou Jifeng, what about you? Zhou Jifeng knew the reason Lu Zhou was asking these questions. He replied, although the Heavenly Sword Sect has been good to me, we're no longer able to share the same sky. Even if I want to return, they would never take me in. Lu Zhou turned to look at Hua Wudao and asked, Elder Hua, what about you? Hua Wudao seemed to have foreseen that he would be asked the same question. He cupped his fists and said, would you like to hear the truth, Pavilion Master? Naturally. If I didn't join the Evil Sky Pavilion and am willing to return to the Yun sect, I think the Yun sect will accept me. Hua Wudao was a 6-leaf elite after all. After his recent breakthrough, he was now a 7-leaf elite. A talent such as himself would have been accepted anywhere he went. However, he had joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. It was practically impossible for him to return to the Yun sect. The trio's answers reached everyone's ears. At this moment, all of Lu Zhou's disciples did not dare to say anything. They did not want to interrupt Lu Zhou's thoughts, whatever they were. Their kneeling alone was the utmost they could do to plead for Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin clearly knew what the questions meant. She felt worse when she heard Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong's replies. She kneeled without moving as she linked her fingers together. She had betrayed her master, denounced her ancestors, and left. She was no different from Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng. She was not Hua Wudao after all. The Fish Dragon Village incident has been solved. Wei Zhuoyan, who framed me, has died. Do you have anything to say about it? Lu Zhou asked calmly. Yi Tianxin's body trembled. She did not dare to look at Lu Zhou. She kept her head lowered as she said, I know that my sins are grave and unforgivable. Lu Zhou's expression was calm. He waved his arm dismissively and said with nary a ripple in his tone, our ties have been severed. Leave. Yi Tianxin's heart sank when she heard this. The others only looked up and sighed. They wanted to help but were powerless to do anything else. Yi Tianxin rose to her feet with great difficulty. Palace Master. Her former subordinates were pained to see her like this. The only thing they could do was support her. Yi Tianxin bowed deeply toward Li Zhou and said, I joined the pavilion when I was 10 and have been cultivating 20 years. I will never forget how you've nurtured me, instructed me, and gave me the amorous hoop. I have committed a grave sin and returning to the Evil Sky Pavilion was only my wishful thinking. However, you responded to my hostility with kindness by getting to the bottom of the Fish Dragon Village incident and killing Wei Zhuoyan. This favor amounts to a new lease on life for me. Then, she kneeled on the ground again. Please accept my final kowtow, Master. She kowtowed loudly 3 times to Lu Zhou. Nobody stopped her. They only watched in silence. Mingshi wanted to plead at first, but Duan Mushang stopped him. Judging by the hour and the situation, it was not wise to oppose their master right now. Mingshi understood that as well and only shook his head helplessly. Lu Zhou seemed calm. Yi Tianxin rose to her feet after she finished kowtowing. Since you saved little Yuaner, I'll give you the amorous hoop. You're on your own now. When Lu Zhou flipped his palm, the glittering amorous hoop materialized in the air while spinning slowly. He swung his arm and the amorous hoop floated toward Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin was surprised. This was the weapon she had spent much time with. She had long forged an exceptional bond with it. She would not have said anything even if her master destroyed her weapon. She truly did not expect her master would give the amorous hoop to her. Yi Tianxin conjured up some weak primal qi to wrap around the amorous hoop. When she got the weapon, she could feel that her spirit, qi, and essence had undergone some noticeable changes. The amorous hoop was made for junior sister Tianxin. Duan Mushang was all praise when he saw this. However, when he thought about it, he felt the Overlord spear was all right as well. He felt much better with that thought in mind. He turned to look at Mingshi and sighed inwardly. Poor fourth junior brother. He was given some junk, and yet, he's beside himself with happiness. Yi Tianxin bowed deeply toward Lu Zhou again. All the words she wanted to say were conveyed with this bow. Lu Zhou said nothing. He looked on as she turned around and left the south pavilion. Hua Wudao sighed. I can see that the child is genuinely sorry for her sins. However, I agree with your decision, Pavilion Master. Deceiving one's master and denouncing one's ancestors are crimes that incite the fury of gods and men alike. Mingshi was about to offer a few more words of plea, but Hua Wudao's statement made him swallow his words. Forget it. She's gone. There's no need to waste any more words on this. Mingshi bowed at Lu Zhou and said, Master, may I send her off, seeing that we've spent many years as fellow disciples? Lu Zhou nodded slightly. He can do whatever he wants. Mingshi exited the south pavilion and saw the derived Moon Palace's female cultivators gathered outside. He frowned involuntarily. What are you guys doing? The derived Moon Palace's female cultivators stopped in their tracks. Mr. Fourth. The female cultivators saluted him. One of the female cultivators bowed at Mingshi and said, We're grateful for your help back then, Mr. Fourth, and we're grateful for all the care you've showered upon us all this time. We, sisters, have followed the Palace Master for many years. Where the Palace Master goes, we shall follow. Mingshi felt speechless. How touching. Alas, you're too dumb. Mingshi ran down the mountain and caught up to Yi Tianxin. Fourth senior brother? Yi Tianxin turned around, puzzled. Junior sister. Don't hold this against Master. You saw how it was earlier. I tried to plead for you, but... When Mingshi said this, he turned to look at the female cultivators before saying, You aren't going to rebuild the derived Moon Palace, are you? What do you mean, fourth senior brother? Your cultivation base isn't restored yet. You'll attract too much attention if you bring them along with you, and you'll easily be a target, Mingshi said. Yi Tianxin nodded. She was now a clay Buddha that was trying to cross the river. She could hardly fend for herself. She could not act as though she was her former self. Mingshi smiled faintly. Don't be upset. Master didn't kill you, and he has taken out Wei Zhuoyan. This is a wonderful show of grace. Moreover, Master merely told you to leave. He didn't say anything about banishing you from the pavilion. This shows that he isn't that heartless after all. Ever since Yi Tianxin was captured and brought back to the Evil Sky Pavilion, she rarely had contact with her master. She did not know that her master had changed. With a befuddled expression, she said, Fourth senior brother, are you telling me that I still have a chance? Of course, Mingshi said with a nod. I'll try and slowly persuade Master. Perhaps his anger will fade in the future. I certainly hope so. Yi Tianxin's expression brightened up immediately. Moreover, you saved little junior sister. Master is most fond of her. I'll try my best to persuade little junior sister to put in a good word for you in front of Master, Mingshi said. When Yi Tianxin heard this, she bowed at Mingshi and said, Thank you, fourth senior brother. We're both fellow disciples. There's no need to thank me. Mingshi looked beyond the barrier and said, Forget the main road. Take the inconspicuous roads instead. Also, before your cultivation base is restored, you shouldn't show your face in public. Yi Tianxin nodded. Then, she faced the female cultivators. At this moment, she seemed to have turned into a cold, noble lady. Although we're sisters, you'll only be in danger if you follow me. You'll remain here in the Evil Sky Pavilion and look after my master on my behalf. Palace Master. All the female cultivators fell their knees in unison. Yi Tianxin was a cold person. When she saw her sisters who had been following her for a long time kneeling down, she merely sighed. She did not say anything. She bowed at her sisters who were kneeling on the ground and left the mountain. When Mingshi saw the female cultivators were about to speak up, he interjected, You guys really are stupid. Do as you're told. The female cultivators stood rooted to the spot. Meanwhile, in the South Pavilion's courtyard, Hua Wudao sighed and said, I can see the child genuinely wants to repent. What a shame. Mingshi seized the chance and said, Master, 6th junior sister's cultivation base has just recovered. She was even hit by the backlash from helping little junior sister. I'm worried it's dangerous for her to leave the Golden Court Mountain like this. Lu Zhou glanced at Mingshi and said, That's her fate. Zhu Honggong pulled the hem of Duan Mushang's garment to stop him from talking. Duan Mushang took a step back and silently stood at the side. It was as Mingshi had said. The current Yi Tianxin was still weak. With her identity as a Bai, if she left the Evil Sky Pavilion, there would be many who would be vying to kill her. However, if she did not have a trick or two up her sleeve after all these years, she would have been a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion in vain. Even Zhu Honggong, Old 8th, whose cultivation base was only in the Divine Court Realm cultivation base, managed to establish a stronghold in Tiger Ridge and kept himself from harm for so long. It was highly improbable for the intelligent Yi Tianxin to get into trouble. Look after little Yuaner. Yes, master. Lu Zhou returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion and entered the hidden chamber. There, he sat down cross-legged. Before comprehending the heavenly writing, Lu Zhou glanced at the mission list. Indeed, Yi Tianxin's name could no longer be found there. At this juncture, it was pointless dwelling on these things. He opened the heavenly writings interface and began to comprehend it. At this point, he had basically memorized the contents of the heavenly writings. Apart from the indecipherable scribblings, he was not sure if there would be any new content. He scrolled down. To gain the power of speech, even about unspeakable truths, and understand the words spoken by the tongues of beings in different worlds. To gain the power of immaterial existence so that we may visit many places without having to move, reaping many benefits. To gain the power to foresee the future, even about unspeakable possibilities and the tribulations in the different worlds. The contents were the same as before. There was no additions or anything missing. Naturally, it was still as incomprehensible as ever. His comprehension of the heavenly writing was currently on loop. On the surface, it seemed extremely bland. However, the effects of comprehending the heavenly writing were becoming more and more noticeable. This motivated him to continue comprehending it. However, when would this end? As he looked at the rows of incomprehensible words of the heavenly writing, Lu Zhou shook his head. Then, he quickly entered his comprehension state. Time passed in just a blink of an eye. Before he knew it, a day had passed. Early the next morning, Lu Zhou had just emerged from his comprehension state when he heard voices from outside. Master, I'm here to wish you good morning. Lu Zhou stood up slowly and opened the door of the hidden chamber. His gaze fell upon an excited little Yuaner. Little Yuaner squatted on the ground obediently. When she saw her master, she leaped to her feet and said enthusiastically, Master, I can now easily unleash my 100 Tribulations insight. She casually waved her arm, and her 100 Tribulations insight avatar appeared. The golden avatar disappeared just as quickly as it appeared. She could conjure it and dismiss it at will. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction and said, Entering the nascent divinity tribulation realm signifies you're among the experts. However, you shouldn't be too prideful about this. Understood, little Yuaner said. The sable magnolias are extremely potent, and yet you took all of them in one go. If it weren't for... Lu Zhou paused. Then he said, You nearly lost your life by consuming them in such a manner. Little Yuaner mumbled, Master, senior brother told me that senior sister Tianxin was the one who saved me. When he saw little Yuaner was about to plead on Yi Tianxin's behalf, he chided her, Don't mention her. I've been extremely lenient toward her. Little Yuaner no longer dared to speak. Lu Zhou went into the great hall with his hands clasped on his back. Apart from several female cultivators cleaning the hall, there was no one else around. Lu Zhou was puzzled. These female cultivators belonged to the derived Moon Palace. He did not expect them to remain here now that Yi Tianxin was gone. When they saw Lu Zhou, the female cultivators stopped what they were doing and bowed at Lu Zhou. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Lu Zhou merely nodded and took his seat. Little Yuan walked up to him with an ingratiating smile. She kneaded Lu Zhou's shoulders and chuckled occasionally. Lu Zhou frowned. One who was friendly for no reason was certainly hiding evil intentions. He said in his deep voice, "Just say what you want to say. It's unbecoming to hide your true intentions." Little Yuan said with a smile, "Master, have you forgotten something?" Lu Zhou raised his hand and gave Little Yuan's forehead a knock. This girl. Naturally, he knew what Little Yuan meant. Back then, he had promised her that he would give her a weapon once she entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Due to a fortuitous turn of events, Lu Zhou had purchased the limited-time treasure box and obtained a weapon that was suitable for Little Yuan. Whether it was Life Cutter or the other junk inside the hidden chamber, none of them seemed compatible with Little Yuan. Lu Zhou raised his palm slowly. With just a thought, the scarlet Nirvana sash appeared in his hand. It was completely red and 7 foot long. Its hue was like fire, and its shape was like a dragon. When Little Yuan saw the Nirvana sash, she looked at it intently as she said, "My master? What's this?" "This is the Nirvana sash, a binding treasure. Its length is flexible and dependent on your cultivation base." Lu Zhou turned to look at Little Yuan. "You don't like it?" "If it's from you, master, there's no way I won't like it." Little Yuan's gaze was still trained on the Nirvana sash. Initially, she did not think it looked too impressive. However, the more she looked at it, the more she felt it was not as simple as it seemed. "In that case, I'll give you this Nirvana sash." He waved his hand. The Nirvana sash did a 360-degree turn above his palm. Golden dragon veins shone along the sash and blended harmoniously with the red of the sash. The Nirvana sash flew toward Little Yuan. It wrapped around her 3 times, from her waist to her upper body. Little Yuan exclaimed in surprise. When the Nirvana sash finished wrapping itself around her body, its radiance immediately disappeared. Ding! The Nirvana sash has successfully acknowledged its owner. Activated grade, Heaven grade. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Little Yuan was utterly thrilled. She held the Nirvana sash like a monkey. "Thank you, master." When Little Yuan received the Nirvana sash, she bowed at Lu Zhou. "I won't let you down." Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, "The Nirvana sash has acknowledged you as its owner. You should get used to it as soon as you can and don't slack off." Little Yuan nodded vigorously and said, "I'll surely put it to good use." When she finished speaking, she dashed out of the Evil Sky Pavilion with a hint of impatience. Lu Zhou nodded. He felt pleased. He was filled with anticipation in regard to Little Yuan's future. With her talents, she would have no problem surpassing his other disciples in the near future. He was just about to return and comprehend the heavenly writing when he heard the wails from outside. "Miss Ninth. No, don't." Lu Zhou saw Pan Zhong being bound by the Nirvana sash as he shot past the doors of the Great Hall. He projected his voice. "Stop playing around." Little Yuan landed on the ground and responded with a slightly aggrieved tone. "Oh." Lu Zhou shook his head. He returned to the hidden chamber and continued his comprehension. Outside the Great Hall, Pan Zhong's face was bruised and swollen from being tossed around by the Nirvana sash. Under Little Yuan's control, the Nirvana sash unbound him and returned to its owner. It wrapped around Little Yuan before it seemingly disappeared into her black robes. Little Yuan scratched her head and said, "Shall we try this again at the back of the mountain? I'm not familiar with it yet." Pan Zhong waved his hands frantically and said, "Miss Ninth, I'm no match for you." He kept begging for mercy, unwilling to spar with Little Yuan. Even if she did not have a breakthrough, he still would not be so foolish as to spar with her. "You're boring." Little Yuan placed her hands on her hips. When Pan Zhong saw this, he said in a hushed tone, "Miss Ninth, Brother Zhou has been practicing the sword lately, and he seems to have improved a lot. He was the first disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect and is a genius in swordplay." "Where's he?" "At the back of the mountain." Pan Zhong did not hesitate and pointed toward the back of the mountain. He intended to offer more words of praise, but when he turned around, he discovered little Yuaner had left, leaving only a fleeting afterimage behind. Pan Zhong sighed and shook his head. He muttered under his breath, "I'm sorry, Brother Zhou." He touched the wounds on his face. Fortunately, they aren't too serious. At this moment, Ming Shirin, who so happened to be flying past, saw Pan Zhong's bruised and swollen face. "Pan Zhong, what happened to you?" Pan Zhong bowed and said, "Hello, Mr. Fourth. It's nothing. I just tripped and fell over while I was walking." Ming Shirin was no fool. Nobody could injure themselves to this extent from a minor fall. He asked, "Where's my little junior sister?" Pan Zhong glanced in the direction of the back of the mountain and said, "Miss Ninth obtained her heaven-grade weapon, the Nirvana Sash, and was eager to find someone to spar with. I think she has gone to look for Zhou Jifeng." "What? The heaven-grade weapon, the Nirvana Sash?" Ming Shirin repeated, puzzled. "How could I have forgotten about Mr. Third and Mr. Fourth? Both of you have profound cultivation bases and wield heaven-grade weapons. Both of you are the best candidates to spar with Miss Ninth and her new heaven-grade weapon," Pan Zhong said as he smacked his forehead. Ming Shirin landed on the ground and said nonchalantly, "It's fine if you tell my little junior sister to look for Third Son, your brother. If you see her, tell her I'm terribly busy." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared at lightning speed. Pan Zhong scratched his head. "Busy? Weren't you just looking for Miss Ninth?" A series of low wails rang from the back of the mountain, causing Pan Zhong to shudder. Realization dawned on him at this moment. "I should leave now." 5 days later, the Golden Court Mountain was in disarray during these 5 days. The Nirvana Sash could be seen everywhere. In the hidden chamber of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou, who was comprehending the heavenly writing, was, naturally, unaware of what was happening outside. The Tao-shaping stage of his divine court realm was stable now. With just a thought, he launched the system interface. Name Lu Zhou. Race human. Cultivation base. Tao-shaping stage. Divine court realm. Merit points. 12,820. Avatar. 7-star soul. Remaining life. 6,249 days. Item. Deadly Strike card X1. Impeccable card X1. Critical Block card X7. Passive. Binding Cage card X4. Refining Talisman X2. Ji Tiandao's Peak Trial card X1. Wizard. Rest completed. Buy-in. Sky Fragment X1. Weapon. Unnamed. Life Cutter. Tear Stain Box. Cultivation Method. 3 scrolls of heavenly writing. Lu Zhou noticed that Wizard was completely rested. He did some calculations and discovered it would take Wizard 5 days of rest to recover after unleashing a powerful support move. This was a surprise to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou decided to see if there were any new item cards. He opened the item mall. Unfortunately, the item cards remained the same. Regardless, it was still a boost to have these item cards around. He only wished the price was not so high. Sky Fragments. Lu Zhou checked the mission list again. The missions of disciplining his disciples were there, as always. However, he did not know how he was supposed to go about disciplining his disciples to earn merit points. He could not just look for faults with them for no good reason. Moreover, the system would never allow him to exploit such a major flaw. Lu Zhou searched for anything related to the sky fragments in his memories. Alas, Ji Tiandao had never given much thought to the sky fragments. He did not even bother to look at them. There were no clues at all. Perhaps Elder Hua might know something about it. Lu Zhou got up slowly. An idea suddenly appeared in his mind. He raised his right hand, and unnamed materialized in his grasp. He waved his left hand, and the sky fragment appeared. Since the sky fragments are items from the system's mission, can it be broken by unnamed? Lu Zhou could not explain it, but he felt that he was developing an obsession to test anything solid against unnamed. Lu Zhou raised his hand, and a cold gleam flashed past. Bam! To Lu Zhou's surprise, the sky fragment broke and fell to the floor. The cut was clean, and unnamed was unscathed. It's really junk? Lu Zhou regarded the sky fragment with a suspicious look. Even if he gathered all 8 fragments, They were only a pile of junk. What's the use of collecting these? Lu Zhou was inwardly mocking the items when the broken sky fragment slowly connected and restored its original form. What? It can repair itself. Lu Zhou conjured up some energy and picked the sky fragment up. He scrutinized it and saw that it was flawless, as though it was never cut. What an interesting item. Lu Zhou put the sky fragment away, turned around, and left the hidden chamber. He went into the great hall. As soon as he entered, he saw Mingshi pacing around in the great hall. When Mingshi saw his master, he hastily bowed and said, "Greetings, master. May you live for 10,000 years and beyond." He must have picked this up from old 8th. Lu Zhou asked, "What's the matter?" Mingshi replied, "I have 2 things to report. First, Pan Zhong returned home to pay respect to his ancestors. When I saw you were resting, master, I told him to go. Pay respect to his ancestors? Ever since Pan Zhong cultivated the 3-yin technique, he had looked terrible. For this reason, he didn't return home for 3 years. Now that he has cultivated the 6-yang technique, he's looking much better," Mingshi said. "However, he was from the Clarity sect after all. I'm just worried the Clarity sect won't leave him alone when he's out there." Pan Zhong was now regarded as a villain as well, having joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Clarity sect could not capture old 8th before this. There was no way they would let Pan Zhong slip through their fingers. Lu Zhou nodded. The Clarity sect has already merged with the Righteous sect. That's not unexpected. The Clarity sect has already aligned itself with the Second Prince. I think Mo Li is behind many of these incidents. Master, Mo Li has been opposing us constantly. Why don't you go to the divine capital and directly kill her? Great Yan's imperial family isn't as simple as you think, Lu Zhou replied. What's the second matter? The second matter is about little junior sister, Mingshi said with a smile. She's turning 16 in 3 days. 16 is an age to remember. I've discussed this with 3rd senior brother, 5th junior sister, and 8th junior brother. We feel that we should do something to make her happy. Lu Zhou sighed. Time flies. In just a blink of an eye, little Yuaner is now a young adult. At this moment, little Yuaner entered the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall with a few others. Master! Pavilion Master! Lu Zhou glanced at them. He frowned slightly as he looked at Zhou Jifeng and asked, How did you sustain these injuries? Zhou Jifeng hastily bowed and said, I fell. Lu Zhou looked at Duanmusheng. He was not injured, but there was a slight tear at the hem of his clothes. The female cultivators stood at the side, clearly too afraid to say anything. Only, little Yuaner lowered her head and shrugged, sticking her tongue out for a moment. Troublemaker, Lu Zhou chided. Little Yuaner spoke fearfully. I'm wrong, master. Lu Zhou shook his head. She's turning 16 soon. And yet, she has no respect for her seniors. This is unbecoming. She's behaving outrageously after obtaining the Nirvana sash. She shows no restraint or discipline. Moreover, with Duanmusheng's cultivation base, there's no way that he couldn't beat little Yuaner. If she doesn't respect her senior brothers, this meant she wouldn't respect her seniors. She might even be disrespectful to me in the future. On your knees, Lu Zhou said. Thud. Zhou Jifeng kneeled instinctively in little Yuaner's direction and said, Miss Ninth, I'm sorry. Lu Zhou was speechless. Kneeling must have been ingrained into Zhou Jifeng that it had turned into a reflex. He must have been bullied all the time. He said in a slightly displeased tone, Yuaner, on your knees. Little Yuaner shuddered and kneeled. Zhou Jifeng blushed from embarrassment when he realized what had happened. He quickly shuffled to the side on his knees. Lu Zhou chided. Now that you're 16 and is coming of age, you're no longer a child. How can you treat your seniors with such disrespect? Little Yuaner pouted. Teaching another person had always been a great problem since ancient times. Jia Tiandao had neglected this. Perhaps he had his reasons for taking in all these rascals. However, Lu Zhou would not allow himself to repeat Ji Tiandao's mistakes. He said sternly, Apologize. Little Yuaner turned around obediently and said, I'm sorry, senior brother. Duamu Shang merely waved his hand and said, It's all right. I wasn't hurt anyway. It's one of my duties to instruct you, little junior sister. An unnatural expression could be seen on Zhu Honggong's old eighth face, as he said, Master, little junior sister wasn't harsh. Mingshi Yin turned to glare at him. Zhu Honggong immediately clamped his hands over his mouth. Did his words not contradict his master's words? Lu Zhou did not mind this. After all, it was good for little Yuaner seniors to teach her and look after her. After she apologized, Lu Zhou said again, Your punishment is to copy the Great Purity Jade slip 200 times and face the wall inside the Cave of Reflection for 3 days. The others were shocked. Master is going all out. He has never punished little junior sister before. What's gotten into him today? Little Yuaner was taken aback as well. She was akin to a child who had never received a beating all her life and was suddenly dealt a heavy punishment. It was only natural for her to feel aggrieved. However, she replied obediently, I accept the punishment. She rose to her feet and left the great hall for the south pavilion. Lu Zhou looked up and saw everyone's unnatural expressions. He asked, Any problems? Master, little junior sister is still young. She's not a child anymore. Lu Zhou raised a hand and cut Mingshi Yin's words short. A 16-year-old could no longer be considered a child no matter which era they were in. When the others saw that Lu Zhou had made up his mind, they no longer dared to plead for little Yuaner. Lu Zhou swept his gaze across them and asked, Where's Elder Hua? I'll go and get him. Mingshi Yin fled the hall. He intended to discuss their celebration plans for little Yuaner. By the looks of things, he decided to forget about it. A short while later, Mingshi Yin and Hua Wudao arrived in the great hall. Hua Wudao bowed at Lu Zhou and asked, What is it that you've summoned me for, Pavilion Master? Lu Zhou casually waved his hand and the sky fragment appeared. Do you recognize this? A sky fragment? Hua Wudao said with a smile. This is yours, to begin with, Pavilion Master. It said that the evil Sky Pavilion's barrier had gone down one day, and it was stolen by the pickpocket sex Yanzi Yunsan. However, I have no idea if that's true or not. A curious expression could be seen on his face. He clearly wanted to verify this with Lu Zhou. It was also clear that he found it amusing that a petty thief had stolen something from the great evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou said honestly, I've never cared about it and have tossed it away without much thought. It's only natural that it was stolen. Hua Wudao opened his mouth but chose to shut it in the end. Treasures that everyone else raced to obtain were just trash that he tossed away without a second thought. Perhaps the master of the Evil Sky Pavilion Master was the only one who could talk like this. Why are you asking about this, Pavilion Master? Hua Wudao was curious. I'm looking for them. Why is he looking for something he had tossed away? Hua Wudao, naturally, did not dare to verbalize his thought. Instead, he said, It's said that there are 8 sky fragments. I'm not entirely sure where they are right now. I'm afraid that it'll be difficult to look for them. Lu Zhou nodded. He was not surprised. It was normal for Hua Wudao to not know about this. Rather than fishing for a needle in the ocean, it may be quicker to locate the thief who stole them in the first place. Yanzi Yunsan? That's right. The sky fragments are precious items in the outside world. They wouldn't have disappeared without good reason, Hua Wudao said. However, the pickpocket sect has vanished from the cultivation world. It won't be easy trying to locate Yanzi Yunsan. After pondering about it for a while, Lu Zhou said, Mingshi Yin. Yes, Master. Old Seventh's information network is everywhere. Tell him to find Yunsan, Lu Zhou said. Mingshi Yin felt slightly nervous. Si Wuya, Old Seventh, had left the Evil Sky Pavilion. On all accounts, he was also a traitor. Was it not inappropriate to solicit a traitor's help? Master, what if Old Seventh refuses to help? He's an intelligent person. The problem is, I can't even find him. Mingshi Yin scratched his head. Zhu Honggong raised his hand. I know. Seventh Senior Brother's darknet is spread out in all corners of Great Yen. They have a base in Anyang as well, Zhu Honggong said. See, Wuxia was a cunning person. There was no need to ask, the others knew he only told Zhu Honggong about one of the bases. Ming Shiyin said, I'll send a letter now. Then, he turned to Zhu Honggong and said, Old Eighth, what are you standing around for? Hua Wudao smiled brightly and said, I heard that the Evil Sky Pavilion's seventh disciple is treacherous and resourceful. Looks like the rumors are true. If Ming Shiyin can't find him, no one can. Indeed, Old Seventh is cunning, Lu Zhou said with a nod. I've always been curious. Based on my recent observations, you aren't someone who would commit all kinds of evils, Pavilion Master, contrary to the rumors. Although there are certain things that I don't agree with, I'd still support them wholeheartedly with a clear conscience. Why did you drive your disciples out of the Evil Sky Pavilion in the first place? Hua Wudao asked. Lu Zhou's expression was calm. As soon as Hua Wudao finished speaking, the others shifted their attention to Lu Zhou as well. Duan Mushang and Zhao Yu looked especially eager to hear the answer. Elder Hua, you're exceptionally talkative today, Lu Zhou commented. Hua Wudao noticed that he had overstepped his bounds. He hastily cupped his fists and stepped back. When Lu Zhou saw that Hua Wudao had left the Great Hall, he said, Send word to Jiang Aijian, tell him to investigate Yunsan's whereabouts. Master, there's a letter from Jiang Aijian. Ming Shiyin and Zhu Honggong returned. Lu Zhou was suspicious. How does that fellow manage to appear at the right time? Every time. Read it. Ming Shiyin unfolded the letter and read, Old Senior G. I've missed you since we last parted. I'm impressed by your methods of stealing a rafter and replacing it with a column. I can't help but applaud what you've done. Pa. 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 Ming Shiyin held the letter with one hand and clapped with his other hand. The others looked at him as though he was a fool. It's one thing to read it. What gave you the courage to actually clap your hands? Lu Zhou did not mind this. Instead, he said, Continue. 3 days ago, Wei Zhuoyan was ordered to quell the disturbance in Anyang. Mo Li and consort Yi won a medal in this affair using their influence. The stars are lining up, and there are many things that cannot be conveyed through writing. I wish to meet you. Looking forward to your reply. When he finished reading, Ming Shiyin said, This Jiang Aijian thinks too highly of himself. Master isn't someone he can meet just because he wants to. Zhu Honggong looked perplexed. He inquired in a low voice, Fourth Senior Brother? Who's Jiang Aijian? Lu Chun, the third prince of Great Yan's imperial family, Ming Shiyin replied offhandedly. Jiang Aijian's real name was Lu Chun. Zhu Honggong was speechless. He's quite the character. Has anyone discovered the truth about Wei Zhuoyan? Duan Mushang asked. Ming Shiyin said, Well, previously, Jiang Aijian told us about the real Wei Zhuoyan's location. This time, it seems like he knows Wei Zhuoyan is a fake. This means he has eyes around Wei Zhuoyan. Lu Zhou was deep in thought. Ming Shiyin's inference made sense. Even if the upper echelons of the palace knew that Wei Zhuoyan was a fake, they would never acknowledge it officially. The commander-in-chief of the 3 armies could never be touched. They would prioritize the bigger picture. Those who intended to expose Wei Zhuoyan would be those who wanted to cause a disruption. Is Consort Yi trying to plunge Great Yen into chaos? She's from the western regions, after all. She has the strongest motive to do this. No matter how at odds Mo Li and Wei Zhuoyan were, they're still part of the second prince's faction. They wouldn't turn against each other. In that case, who would want Wei Zhuoyan dead? Lu Zhou could not come up with an answer no matter how much he thought about it. Instead of guessing blindly, it's much better to meet him and ask him about it directly. At this moment, a female cultivator entered the hall and said, At the base of the mountain, Xian requests an audience. Xian? Who's that? Ming Shiyin scratched his head. Then, he smacked his forehead and said, Master, it's little junior sister's relative. He came here before. Duan Musheng frowned and said, Did something happen? Let him in. Lu Zhou waved his arm. Understood. Soon enough, a visibly nervous CI arrived in the Great Hall. His eyes darted around warily as though he expected a villain to jump at him and kick him. He stammered, Greetings, old senior. Mingshi asked, What's wrong? Is someone kidnapped again? It was no wonder their master established a rule for those who wished to join the Evil Sky Pavilion to sever ties with their pasts. Little Yuaner's relatives alone had gotten into trouble several times. Ordinary people could never endure this. They might be used as hostages to threaten the disciples. Panzhong was the same. He would have to be severely warned when he returned. Xian hastily waved his hands and said, No, it's not a kidnapping. What is it then? Mingshi asked. Xian sighed and said, The old master and the madam plans to leave Anyang. They miss the young lady and wish to see her one last time before they leave. Do you know about the Evil Sky Pavilion's rules? Mingshi asked. I do. How dare you come here then? Ever since the incident in Blue Sun, the old master and the madam have been missing the young lady. Now that the young lady's turning 16, the old master and madam want to meet the young lady dearly. They'll never see her again after this meeting. Please be magnanimous, pavilion master, Xian said as he fell to his knees. Lu Zhou was curious. The mortals would not dare to contact the Evil Sky Pavilion, let alone doing it repeatedly. It was truly strange. The old master of the Ci family had been unconscious throughout the kidnapping incident on Blue Sun Mountain. He did not get a chance to see little Yuaner at all. However, according to the Evil Sky Pavilion's rules, a disciple would have to sever ties with their past once they joined. He could not make an exception just because they were related by blood. If all of his disciples had that many ties to the secular world, things would be difficult for the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, he was not in a hurry to turn Xian away. Why are they moving? Lu Zhou asked. Xian replied, Anyang hasn't been peaceful as of late. Murders keep happening every now and then. It's said that the other tribes are responsible for this. Previously, the Ci family had the protection of the officials, but those people have fled. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Combined with Zhang Aijian's information that Wei Zhuoyan had been ordered to quell the disturbance in Anyang, Xian should be telling the truth. Xian lowered his head and trembled. The great hall was quiet. Xian glanced at the greatest villain in the world furtively before he hastily lowered his head again. He did not know what was going through Lu Zhou's mind and found the silence stifling. After a long pause, Lu Zhou waved his arm and said, Send the guest away. Mingshi cupped his fists at Lu Zhou. Then, he made an inviting gesture toward Xian this way. Pavilion Master? Xian did not seem to have heard if his request was granted or not. When he heard Lu Zhou ordering his disciple to send him away, he was slightly stunned. A hint of annoyance crept into Mingshi voice as he said, Aren't you leaving? Xian hastily rose to his feet and followed Mingshi out of the great hall. The others bowed and left as well. Meanwhile, in the great hall of the Darknet's headquarters, Crouching Dragon. Sect Master. The Evil Sky Pavilion's Mr. Forth has sent a letter. What's the matter? Wuxia stood up slowly. He was slightly curious. He left the Evil Sky Pavilion a long time ago. The Evil Sky Pavilion had never contacted him all this while. There was no precedent for this. It was sent to the contact point in Anyang and was redirected here. The Evil Sky Pavilion wants you to investigate Yunsan's whereabouts. Yunsan? That's right. The only descendant of the pickpocket sect, Yanzi Yunsan. The pickpocket sect is no more. Yunsan is the only member left. What business does my master have with him? Wuxia found this very strange. I'm not sure. Calling Yunsan the descendant of the pickpocket sect was a nice way of putting it. To be direct, he was just a thief. To think that a person like Ji Tiandao would contact Wuxia just for a thief. Wuxia could not wrap his mind around this. One of his subordinates who was standing by the side bowed and said, I heard that Yunsan has stolen something from the Evil Sky Pavilion before. Could this be related to that incident? Wuxia nodded and said with a smile, "Oh, master, your heart is growing less and less generous by the day. Sect master, should we investigate Yunsan? At the end of the day, the Darknet did not belong to the Evil Sky Pavilion. They could reject this request without any qualms. Let's fulfill his wish," Wuxia said lightly. "After all, he's getting old. I wish that he'll be able to live out his final years comfortably." Understood. The subordinate was just about to turn around and leave. "Hold on. Your orders, sect master? Have the clarity and righteous sects been up to anything lately?" Wuxia asked with his hands clasped on his back. The clarity and righteous sects had assembled and went to Tiger Ridge but found nothing. They had returned yesterday. I assume they're seething with anger right now. Very good. Wuxia twirled his peacock plume and asked, "Anything from the palace?" Wei Zhuoyan has left the divine capital and is heading for Anyang to quell the disturbance. When Wuxia heard this, he chuckled and said, "That little impostor sure has guts. Sect master, should we do anything about it?" "There's no need for that." Understood. Also, spread the word that the giant silkworm gloves have been sighted in Anyang. When the subordinate heard this, he was stunned. "Sect master, to lure Yunsan with this method, isn't it too? It's true that Yunsan is skilled in stealing, however, he's extremely proud as well. Since my master wants to find Yunsan, as his disciple, I can't sit back and do nothing. The giant silkworm gloves are the best bait." Understood. I'll see to it right away. During these 3 days, little Yuaner had been copying the Supreme Purity Jade Slip. She copied it throughout the days. Her back was hurting, and her hands were spasming. Moreover, she was punished to stay in the Cave of Reflection. Fortunately, she had obediently completed her punishments. The others could not help her as well. Her senior sister, Xiaoyu, was the only one who offered some words of comfort by her side. "Senior sister, is master really mad at me?" Little Yuaner asked after finishing the 100th copy of the Supreme Purity Jade Slip. "Master's doing this for your own good, so that you won't make the same mistakes in the future." Little Yuaner nodded and muttered, "How am I going to practice with the Nirvana sash from now on?" "You can still practice, but you should know how to hold back. Personally, it doesn't bother me if Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong are beaten up. However, since you even attacked your senior brothers, it's no wonder master is angry." "You're right. I should be less harsh next time." After little Yuaner put the Supreme Purity Jade Slip away, Xiaoyu said, "Go on. Wait for me, senior sister. I'm getting quite good with my Nirvana sash now." Xiaoyu gestured for her to go. Little Yuaner walked to the Evil Sky Pavilion with 100 copies of the Supreme Purity Jade Slip in her hands. She went along the small path, the corridor, and the pavilion before arriving at the Great Hall. Little Yuaner saw her master, who seemed to be deep in thought. She smiled and walked over. "Greetings, master." She propped the 100 copies of Supreme Purity Jade Slip above her head with her small hands as a sign of repentance. Lu Zhou turned and glanced at her. He asked, "Have you thought things through?" Little Yuaner declared, "I'll make sure to respect my senior brothers and sisters and honor you, master." "It's good that you've thought things through. If you repeat this offense again, I won't be so merciful," Lu Zhou said. "I understand." If she was being disrespectful in the Evil Sky Pavilion, her senior siblings would still be able to cover for her. However, if she went out into the cultivation world that was full of sinister people, nobody would be able to protect her. 10 years? 100 years? 1,000 years? Lu Zhou was not sure if he could actually exploit the system's loophole and continue to live on forever just as he had imagined. Ever since he discovered the item cards' prices could rise, he became extremely cautious and only used them sparingly. At 16, little Yuaner's cultivation path was only beginning. It was the duty of a teacher to instruct and solve confusion. Instructions were there for a reason. "Yuaner, you're 16 now. Do you have any wishes?" Lu Zhou asked while stroking his beard. "I have but one wish. I hope that you'll live a long life, master." This answer surprised Lu Zhou. Why? Everyone's saying that your time is almost up and that you'll only be able to live for more than 10 years at most. I don't believe them. You'll still be around even after those people wither to death in their old age. Little Yuaner said confidently. Clearly, this little girl did not have a bad character. Moreover, this little disciple of his had also given him much help all this time. Now that she had entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm and possessed the nirvana sash, he could not let her wander down the wrong path. If she could be taught, she would have a future worth looking forward to. Yuaner, have you thought about your family members? Lu Zhou asked. Little Yuaner shook her head. She put her copies of the Supreme Purity Jade slip down. It seemed like she had never felt homesick. Perhaps she had been too young when she left home and had gotten used to life in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Her concept of home might be different. Master, since I joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, I know what the rules are, Little Yuaner said. Lu Zhou sighed softly. You're different from your senior siblings. They'd been alone and had nobody to depend on since they were young. They have nothing to tie them to the world. Just when the master and the disciple were having a conversation, Mingshi Yin and Zhu Honggong walked in. They bowed at Lu Zhou before they greeted him. Master, it's as you've said. Old Seventh has replied, and he agreed to help us find Yunsan. Mingshi Yin reported. Good, Lu Zhou replied calmly. Mingshi Yin glanced at Little Yuaner and said, Master, about little junior sister. Lu Zhou raised a hand and cut him short. He said, Send word to Jiang Aijian. Mingshi Yin hastily bowed. Lu Zhou continued, Ask him to meet me in Anyang City. Mingshi Yin appeared delighted. He hastily said, Little junior sister, what are you standing there for? Thank Master quickly. Little Yuaner was confused. However, she did as she was told. Thank you, Master. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve, turned around, and returned to the hidden chamber. Currently, the only thing he could do apart from comprehending the heavenly writing was try his luck at lucky draws. After a while, he realized there was no end to his bad luck with the system. His luck points were now at 89, and yet he did not win anything at all. It was more practical for him to comprehend the heavenly writing. Lu Zhou closed the system dashboard, and he began the dreary comprehending process. The densely packed glyphs and symbols appeared exceptionally lively. Time passed by in a flash. Before he knew it, a whole night had passed. Ding! You have read the human scroll of the heavenly writing 100 times. Reward: 100 merit points. Lu Zhou opened his eyes. He had read the scroll for more times than he cared to count over a long period of time, and yet he had only finished reading the human scroll. He had difficulty understanding that. However, he could clearly feel that his mental state was much clearer compared to before. It was as though he had returned to his state when he was younger. He touched his beard and his skin. Well, it seemed like he still looked old. Lu Zhou stood up slowly before he stretched his limbs. He checked his body once. There did not seem to be any changes physically. In other words, comprehending the heavenly writing merely improved his mental state. He remembered that the heavenly writing was effective against witchcraft and the Brahmin lullaby. Lu Zhou guessed that the heavenly writing's power was most probably related to his mental state. Lu Zhou glanced at the system dashboard. Everything was normal. Lu Zhou saw a short reminder on the item cards column. The prices of item cards would be adjusted according to the user's cultivation base and purchasing frequency. He looked at the prices. As he expected, they have risen again. The Deadly Strike card was sold at 800 points. The Impeccable card was sold at 600 points. Even the Thunderblast card was sold at 400 points. 000 llamas stampeded across Lu Zhou's heart. This is such bullshit. It was clear now the prices of the item cards were not merely related to the frequency of purchase but to his strength as well. He had thought it was only related to the frequency of his purchase. It was clearly his wishful thinking. The combination of these two conditions would prevent the host from being over-reliant on item cards. It would also serve as a motivator for the host to improve his strength as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, it provided the host with a means of self-defense when he was still weak. The system won't even let me exploit any loophole. Lu Zhou instinctively glanced at the reversal card's price. He read the display, 500 points. Fortunately, it hasn't gone up. He was going to rely on it to stay alive. If its price increased, he would be hard-pressed to keep going. His current endeavor of comprehending heavenly writing had resulted in a great loss on his side. Fall into the moat and you would be wiser. Lu Zhou thought about it. He decided to buy some item cards every time before he comprehended the heavenly writing. At this moment, Mingshi Yin's voice rang from outside. "Master, the flying chariot's ready." "All right." Lu Zhou waved his arm. The system dashboard disappeared. He walked out of the hidden chamber into the great hall. "Greetings, Master." "Greetings, Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou looked at everyone and said bluntly, "We're going to keep a low profile this time when we go to Anyang. There's no need for the flying chariot." Mingshi Yin was slightly stunned. He said, "Master, our numbers. That's why we shouldn't be traveling in such a large group." Lu Zhou had a feeling they would attract too much attention if too many of them went. After all, Zhang Aijin was only willing to discuss this in person. The Evil Sky Pavilion was still lacking in strength. It was a far cry from its glory days. Even the newcomer, the 8-leaf expert Fan Shouwen, might not be able to compare to the Evil Sky Pavilion when it was at its strongest. There was nobody who did not fear the Evil Sky Pavilion. The first disciple, Yu Zhenghai, founded the Nether sect on his own, and it had grown into the greatest cult. His strength was apparent. The second disciple, Yu Shangrong, had never lost a fight. If those two were still around, the crisis where Golden Court Mountain was besieged by the 10 great elites would not have happened. Someone had to stay back to guard the Evil Sky Pavilion. For this reason, Lu Zhou merely brought Little Yuaner, Mingshi Yin, and Duan Mushang to Anyang. Zhao Yu and Zhu Honggong were weaker. They were more suited to remain in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Perhaps, Little Yuaner had just been heavily punished. She did not jump and make a fuss about wanting to ride in front on Witzard. When Witzard's auspicious aura appeared above the Evil Sky Pavilion, Zhu Honggong, Old Eighth, widened his eyes until it seemed like they were going to pop out of their sockets. When did Master subdue this mount?" Zhou Jifeng said with an expression of awe. "Ordinary mounts can be captured in foreign regions or the forests. To capture a mount with certain abilities such as this one, it's fated. I heard that Mr. First once caught a legendary hippogriff in the Misty Forest as a mount. However, nobody has seen it before." Zhao Yu shushed them and said warningly, "Are you tired of living?" The others shut up. It would not be pretty if Lu Zhou heard them discussing the first disciples, Yu Zhenghai, in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou and Little Yuaner left on Witzard. Mingshi Yin and Duan Mushang could only fly on their own as usual. Although a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator could not compare to a mount's speed, they were by no means slow. 2 hours later, inside Anyang City, Lu Zhou and Little Yuaner walked on the streets. They were surprised to see the streets were not as crowded as they had expected. Moreover, there were only half as many merchants compared to the last time they visited. It was a slightly desolate scene. Little Yuaner, who found this strange, asked, "Master, should I stop someone and ask them about this?" In order not to repeat her mistakes, she had kept her senior sister's words close to heart. Before she did anything, she would ask her master first. There's no need for that. Lu Zhou decided to go to the CI mansion. The rise or fall of Anyang City was a problem for Great Yan's emperor. It had nothing to do with him. Little Yuaner nodded vehemently with an emechim. Shortly after, both of them arrived at the CI mansion's door. Little Yuaner knew what she had to do. "I'll go and knock, master." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. He felt pleased. She's learning well. Previously, she would have kicked the doors down without a second thought. Dong! Dong! Little Yuaner knocked twice. The doors opened with a creak. "Young lady." The person who opened the door was Xian. They met him when he was rescued from Blue Sun Mountain and another time when he went to the Evil Sky Pavilion for the first time. How could he not recognize little Yuaner now that she had appeared before him? I'll inform the old master and the madam right away. Xian turned around and ran. He kept shouting that the young lady was back. Little Yuaner did not seem to care about this. Instead, she turned around and said, "Master." Lu Zhou, who was next to her, said calmly, "Let's go in." They had just crossed the threshold when they saw dozens of individuals escorting a middle-aged couple dressed in embroidered clothes out. They were little Yuaner's father, Ci Yuan, and mother, Ci Xianxia. Ci Yuan was in his midlife. He seemed to have an indomitable spirit. Madame Zhang was graceful and elegant. She was still attractive despite her age. When she was young, she must have been a well-bred young lady with looks that could topple a city. Lu Zhou was surprised to see Ci Yuan did not seem to fear him. Apart from being more alert, Ci Yuan was neither servile nor overbearing. It was truly rare for a mortal to show such courage. "Yuaner!" Madame Zhang ran over and embraced little Yuaner. Little Yuaner was slightly taken aback by this. After all, they had not met for 6 years. It was only natural that they felt like strangers. Lu Zhou said calmly, "Kowtow to your father and mother." "Oh!" Little Yuaner kneeled on the ground. It was right and proper for a person to kneel to the heavens, to the earth, and to their parents. "I must teach her well." When little Yuaner kneeled on the ground, Madame Zhang was moved to tears. The mother and daughter spoke at length. Ci Yuan glanced at little Yuaner, and his heart stirred slightly. He stood at a distance and cupped his fists toward Lu Zhou before he bowed. There was respect in his eyes. Lu Zhou merely nodded in response. The servants did not recognize Lu Zhou. They did not know that little Yuaner had joined the Evil Sky Pavilion as well. However, these people were secular individuals who had nothing to do with the cultivation world after all. It was to be expected. There was nothing to talk to them about. Moreover, their current objectives were completely unrelated to these people. "I'm tired," Ci Yuan hastily told Ci and to ready a room. Ci Yuan knew who this person was, so he dismissed those who were not needed and forbade them to come close. Inside the room, it was much quieter. Lu Zhou sat down and calmly looked at Ci Yuan and his wife. There were no outsiders in the room. Ci Yuan and his wife walked up to Lu Zhou respectfully. "Old mister, you once saved the Ci mansion from a serious crisis. Please accept my gratitude." The couple was about to kneel when Lu Zhou waved his arm. A gust of energy pushed them back on their feet. "Since you're Yuaner's parents, we're of the same seniority. There's no need to kneel," Lu Zhou said. Ci Yuan and his wife appeared grateful. Lu Zhou looked at two of them and said without beating around the bush, "I have a question for you. I hope that you'll answer me honestly." Ci Yuan did not dare to dally and replied, "Ask away, old mister. Did something happen in Anyang?" Ci Yuan answered, "The rebel army is wreaking havoc here, and the people are suffering. It won't be long before the citizens of Anyang will be left miserable and homeless." "Isn't the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, Wei Zhuoyan, here in Anyang?" Lu Zhou asked. "He arrived at the northern side of Anyang City 2 days ago. However, he hasn't entered the city yet." "I'm not sure about the reason why," Ci Yuan replied. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Wei Zhuoyan was an imposter, after all. It was normal for him to be cautious. "Final question." Lu Zhou made a sharp turn with his words. "Yuaner has joined the Evil Sky Pavilion since she was 10. Joining the Evil Sky Pavilion means she has to sever her ties to her past. I can let the Blue Sun incident go since there was a danger that your entire family might be annihilated. However, what's the reason for the contact this time?" When Ci Yuan heard this, he hastily gestured at Madame Zhang. Madame Zhang produced a scarlet embroidered box and held it in her palm. Ci Yuan said, "Please have a look, old mister." Lu Zhou waved his hand and the embroidered box flew into his grasp. He opened the box and took a look. The item within shocked him and little Yuaner slightly. "A sable magnolia?" Ci Yuan glanced at little Yuaner and said nothing. Lu Zhou knew what he meant. He found a random excuse and said, "Yuaner, go have a look outside." "Yes, master." Little Yuaner obediently left. She walked out of the room as she looked at the sky. It was still early. Her senior brothers were taking their time, so they might not be arriving anytime soon. Little Yuaner did not like to talk with the people from CI Mansion. Hence, she went to a deserted corridor in the CI Mansion. "Hello." A gentle voice reached her ears. Little Yuaner shuddered. She looked all around her. "Who's there?" A slender green-clad swordsman who was holding a sword stood with his back facing her. Little Yuaner felt suspicious. She remembered her master's words and did not dare to be careless. She asked again, "Who are you?" The green-robed swordsman turned around slowly. A genial smile could be seen on his face as he looked at Little Yuaner. He nodded slightly and said in a gentle voice, "It's just as I expected." "What do you mean by it's just as you expected? What are you looking at?" Initially, Little Yuaner intended to threaten to poke his eyes out, but she was worried her master would get angry. For this reason, she swallowed the threats that were hanging on the tip of her tongue and said, "I'm warning you, stop following me." After she finished speaking, she walked past the green-robed swordsman and walked along an alley. The green-robed swordsman crossed his arms and followed Little Yuaner. Little Yuaner frowned. She stopped and said, "Hey!" Then, she raised a foot and stomped on the ground. Bam! The ground was dented. Anyone at the 5th stage of the body-tempering realm was capable of this. Little Yuaner thought the green-robed swordsman would be frightened by this. However, to her surprise, he seemed completely at ease. He continued to stare at her as he followed her around. A thought suddenly appeared in Little Yuaner's mind. "This fellow isn't a pervert, is he?" She came to a halt abruptly and turned her head to the side before asking, "Do you really plan on following me?" The green-robed swordsman did not reply to her. Little Yuaner instinctively gauged his primal chi waves, but she discovered she could not gauge it. "An elite. Is he here to harm master?" The green-robed swordsman remained calm with an easy smile on his face. He seemed to be watching her every move. Little Yuaner instantly put her guards up. The green-robed swordsman thought she would continue on her path when suddenly, bam! Little Yuaner launched an attack at the green-robed swordsman like a fired arrow. The explosive speed of the Supreme Purity Jade Slip that was cultivated by a nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm cultivator was not to be taken lightly. A nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm cultivator was not easily found even in Anyang City. With this in mind, Little Yuaner thought the green-robed swordsman would be so frightened that he would wet his pants. However, there was only a slight hint of shock in his eyes before it disappeared. He looked just as at ease as before. His protective energy blocked all of Little Yuaner's attacks. Bam! 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 Little Yuaner unleashed every technique in the Supreme Purity Jade Slip. Her shadows seemed to appear everywhere. Every punch from her landed on the energy wall, leaving faint ripples on it. The green-robed swordsman did not fight back. He was just smiling as he glanced at her occasionally. His dense energy barrier did not reflect her attacks. Instead, it behaved like water. It did not disperse nor did it hit back. Little Yuaner felt angrier the more she attacked. 100 Tribulations Insight, an avatar that was roughly the same height as her appeared. The dazzling, translucent golden girl-shaped avatar was exquisite and refined. The green-robed swordsman turned to look at it before smiling faintly. He moved his hand. Whoosh! The energy disappeared. The surging of primal chi vanished as well. Everything fell silent at this moment. The green-robed swordsman's hand was on Little Yuaner's forehead. Little Yuaner kept flailing her arms, but she could not reach the green-robed swordsman. Darn it! Let go. Let me go. Interesting, the green-robed swordsman commented. All right, you win. Little Yuaner looked at him warily. She gave up fighting and retreated. What if he's a bad person? She could feel that the man before her possessed formidable strength and cultivation base. The green-robed swordsman flashed a faint smile. He greeted her again. Hello. Goodbye. Little Yuaner walked back up the path. Little junior sister, you should say hello as well. I'm your second senior brother. Little Yuaner did not have much recollection of her eldest senior brother and second senior brother. In fact, they had not officially met. There was no way she would recognize Yu Xiangrong. She really found it hard to believe that the green-robed swordsman standing before her was her second senior brother, Yu Xiangrong. She said skeptically, "Second senior brother?" When he saw she was doubting him, Yu Xiangrong's longevity sword left its scabbard, shot to the end of the alley in a blink of an eye, and appeared before little Yuaner just as quickly. He wore a faint smile on his face as the elegant scarlet sword hovered in front of him. Little Yuaner was shocked. A hint of surprise could be seen on her face as she frowned. "Huh? Say second senior brother? No, I mean traitor." Yu Xiangrong did not seem to mind her words. With just a thought, the longevity sword returned to its scabbard. "Little junior sister, do you think I'm a traitor as well?" Little Yuaner looked at the elegant and smiling Yu Xiangrong. He was not what she had imagined him to be. He looked like the boy next door. She had trouble reconciling his image with that of a traitor. Hence, she shook her head before nodding and said, "I don't know. You must be, since that's what Master said." "Let's not talk about that," Yu Xiangrong said. "What are you doing here in Anyang?" "To see you." The two of them walked back at a leisurely pace as though they were taking a stroll together. "How did you know?" Little Yuaner's curiosity was piqued, and she followed up with more questions. "Seventh junior brother told me about it." "Seventh senior brother is here as well?" "I don't know." "What about eldest senior brother?" "I don't know." "Second senior brother. Can I see your sword?" To a swordsman, their swords were their lives. They would never part with it. However, Yu Xiangrong's reply was light and easy. "Sure." He handed his longevity sword over. Little Yuaner received it carefully. However, the instant she held it in her hand, the terrifying weight made her stumble backward. Fortunately, her cultivation base was not weak. She made timely adjustments to her strength and wielded it as though it weighed nothing. Little Yuaner admired it for a moment. She even gave it a few swings. She clicked her tongue in wonder. Then, she presented it back to Yu Xiangrong with both hands in a respectful manner. "What do you think?" Yu Xiangrong asked. "I can't say for sure. I feel that it's good, but it doesn't seem to fit me," Little Yuaner said honestly. Yu Xiangrong sheathed his longevity sword and said with a faint smile, "You're not suited for the sword, little junior sister." "That's right. I have the Nirvana sash. Senior brother, would you like to see it?" "No, thanks." Yu Xiangrong stopped in his tracks. He looked up at the sky and at Ci Mansion before he said, "Little junior sister, I have a gift for you." Little Yuaner clapped her hands and said, "Really?" Yu Xiangrong raised his right hand, and an embroidered box flew toward him from afar. He had clearly prepared this beforehand. "What's that?" Little Yuaner asked curiously. "I hope you'll like it." Yu Xiangrong gave her the box. Little Yuaner opened it and looked inside. A set of green, exquisite-looking clothes were folded neatly inside the box. They had a faint glow to it as well. When she looked up again, Yu Xiangrong was already walking in the opposite direction with his sword in his hands. "Say second senior brother? I'm glad that I met you. I have something to attend to. We'll meet again." With that, Yu Xiangrong went further and further away. Little Yuaner put the embroidered box away. She nodded at Yu Xiangrong's back. With surprising maturity, she said, "Thank you for your gift, second senior brother." Whoosh! Yu Xiangrong's figure disappeared. The empty alley was now deserted. It was as if the famous sword devil had never been here in the first place. Little Yuaner carried the embroidered box, unsure of how to feel. At this moment, Xian called out from afar, "My lady, old Mr. wants to see you." "Coming." Little Yuaner returned to the Ci mansion. When she entered the room, Lu Zhou's gaze fell on the embroidered box she was carrying. Little Yuaner hastily said, "Master, I didn't steal this. It was given to me by second senior brother." Little Yuaner carried the box in a respectful manner. She opened it gently and took a look. She said, "Master, it was second senior brother who gave this to me." It's a set of clothes. Lu Zhou's eyes fell on the clothes that were glowing faintly. She won't steal a set of clothing, right? After a while, he said, "Bring it here." Little Yuaner obediently placed the embroidered box by his side and removed the lid. Xia Yuan and Madame Zhang looked at the clothes inside the embroidered box at the same time. They were mere mortals. Although they had a few friends from the cultivation world, they did not recognize what this feather raiment was. Lu Zhou recognized it. However, his expression remained calm as he said softly, "Cloud feather raiment." Cloud feather raiment? It was said that the cloud feather raiment was completed over several centuries by the hands of 3 generations of master tailors. The procurement of the materials, formation veins, decorations, and the drafts of the design alone took decades. All of the materials came from Misty Forest. The cloud feather raiment could negate most energy damages. It was the same kind of treasure as the Zen tunic. In terms of level, it might be even higher than the Zen tunic. Lu Zhou did not expect Yu Shangrong to be this generous. He muttered to himself for a moment and said, "Take it." He thought to himself, "It's a waste to throw such a treasure away." Little Yuaner scratched her head. "I'm allowed to keep it?" Lu Zhou nodded lightly. Little Yuaner gave an "oh" before she stowed the cloud feather raiment away. Lu Zhou looked at the CI couple and said, "If there's nothing else, you're dismissed." From their brief conversation before this, Lu Zhou learned that little Yuaner had been afflicted by a terrible disease when she was young. CI Yuan looked for a doctor that could treat his daughter high and low. An elite diagnosed little Yuaner and told them her sea of qi was blocked. CI Yuan had remembered that ever since she joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. When he finally obtained a sable magnolia, he sent CIN to the Evil Sky Pavilion to request an audience. However, what puzzled Lu Zhou was, with CI Yuan's abilities and identity, he should not have been capable of obtaining a sable magnolia. After a brief moment of muttering to himself, Lu Zhou stopped dwelling on the matter. He did not have to explain much about little Yuaner's problem with her sea of qi to CI Yuan too much. The sable magnolia was a rare treasure, after all. It would only bring the CI family trouble if it were left here. Mingshi and Duan Mushang arrived at the CI mansion in the afternoon. Their lodgings were prepared there as well. Night fell. The moon was bright while the stars were few and far in between. Movements could be heard outside of CI mansion. The sounds seemed to have come from the streets. "The rebel army!" someone shouted. Lu Zhou had not gone to bed yet. He was sitting cross-legged, trying to stabilize his cultivation base. Perhaps it was due to the heavenly writing's extraordinary power. His mental state was in top condition. He opened his eyes and saw lights flashing outside the door. "Master, the rebel army is on the streets. Should I go and take care of them?" Mingshi Yin's voice rang from outside. Lu Zhou replied, "There's no need to bother with anything outside of CI mansion." "Yes, master." Lu Zhou closed his eyes again and circulated his primal qi. The sound of hooves clopping down the streets could be heard moving across the streets of Anyang. It was Wei Zhuoyan's duty to quell the disturbance. The Evil Sky Pavilion had no responsibility to do that. Shortly after, the sounds of killing and fighting rang from Anyang City. People or objects flying in the skies could be heard as well. A brief moment later, everything was quiet again. Early the next morning, dawn was just breaking when Lu Zhou opened his eyes slowly. He shook his head lightly. The improvement of his cultivation base was excruciatingly slow via cultivation. However, it was better than nothing. He preferred this over his state when he had just transmigrated where he could not cultivate at all. He had many cultivation methods in his mind. His experience and insight regarding cultivation were much greater than most cultivators. However, it did not seem to be overly helpful in regard to improving his strength. The most use he had for them was to discipline his disciples with it. Meanwhile, in the sky north of Anyang City, a flying chariot was headed toward the city at a uniform speed. The huge flying chariot was a sight to behold. Dozens of cultivators formed a formation around the flying chariot. Although the citizens of Anyang were no strangers to flying chariots, it was their first time seeing such a majestic one. This flying chariot was well known. The citizens seemed to have forgotten about the disturbance last night as they looked at the sky. The flying chariot kept moving forward until it stopped above Anyang City. At the same time, smoke signals indicating the presence of hostile forces rose from Anyang City. The thick clouds of smoke floated toward the horizons. From the flying chariot, throngs of masked cultivators leaped down and dove at the soldiers of Anyang City. The rebel army! The rebel army! The citizens immediately realized what this was. They scurried back to their respective homes. Chaos had descended upon Anyang City. However, the cultivators' targets were not the citizens of Anyang City. Their targets were the soldiers on top of the city walls. Sounds of killings and fighting could be heard throughout the city. The northern gate was forced open by the masked cultivators, and thousands of mounted soldiers flooded into the city. Mingshi and Duan Mushang leaped onto the rooftop and looked from afar. In the southern part of the city, troops of soldiers and cultivators swarmed against the masked cultivators. Both sides clashed. Mingshi shook his head and said, "The rebellion of Anyang. Things look serious. Are we going to ignore this? Why shouldn't we? This is the Imperial Court's matter. It has nothing to do with the Evil Sky Pavilion." Mingshi obediently stood by his master's words. "We'll just sit here and enjoy the show then." The servants of the CI mansion stayed indoors and did not dare to take a single step out of the mansion. The battle on the streets was fierce. Mingshi and Duan Mushang decided to sit on the roof and watch the battle play out from a distance. Can Wei Zhuoyan really do this? Isn't he just sending these small fries to their deaths like this? Mingshi said, seemingly amused. In an instant, half of the soldiers were lost. Those that emerged from the flying chariot were cultivators after all. Although they were only in the sense condensing and Brahman sea realms against ordinary soldiers, it was like killing an ant with a hammer. Well, an imposter is an imposter after all. If he can't quell the rebellion here, I don't think he'll be able to keep his position for long, Mingshi said. At this moment, Mingshi saw two 10 Worlds avatars appear on the northern side of the city. Oh, he finally made a move. A 10 Worlds avatar meant the cultivator was at least in the middle stage of the divine court realm. There were 2 of them to boot. That should be enough to intimidate these masked cultivators. As expected, the masked cultivators retreated. After all, Brahman Sea Realm and Sense Condensing Realm cultivators were nothing before a divine court realm cultivator. However, the masked cultivators had numbers on their side. On top of that, they had sent their troops in through the open city gates. Both sides were almost equally matched. Corpses were strewn all over the streets of Anyang City. They were all bodies of cultivators and soldiers. The common folk of the city was unaffected. The impressive display of strength by the cultivators damaged many of the city's buildings. The ground was filled with bumps and potholes. This is quite the stalemate. Mingshi was still sitting on the roof, watching with great interest. I can understand why Wei Zhuoyan isn't doing anything, but what about his subordinates? He was the commander-in-chief of 3 armies after all, and he was tasked to quell the rebellion. If Anyang City was plunged into chaos, would that not be humiliating for the Imperial Court? His voice barely faded when 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar shot toward the city at lightning speed from the northern city gates. An elite! Mingshi frowned. Mingshi and Duan Mushang moved in unison as they retreated to the other side of the roof. A 6-leaf 100 Tribulations Insight. They knew the cultivator was an elite because his 70-foot-tall 100 Tribulations Insight avatar did not damage any building as it shot past them at low altitude. Under the 100 Tribulations Insight avatar, a pretty lady in embroidered clothes charged at the masked cultivators. Wherever her avatar passed, the masked cultivators were sent flying. At this moment, hundreds of masked cultivators spat fresh blood from their mouths. It was a breathtaking scene. Mingshi hardly blinked as he said, "An avatar can be used in this manner?" Duan Mushang had never seen anything like this before either. He said, "She must be one of Wei Zhuoyan's people. Strange, when Master took Wei Zhuoyan's dog life, was she not there?" With just one skill, the masked cultivators dropped to the ground. Thud! 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 They crashed through the roofs and the buildings crumbled. There were a few houses that were still inhabited, and their occupants evacuated the place in a hurry with no plan in mind. They merely scattered on the streets. The two fighting forces seemed to have principles of their own. It seemed like they tried not to harm the citizens. At this moment, all eyes from the rebel army were focused on the lady. The 100 tribulations inside Avatar vanished, and a lady in blue embroidered robes slowly descended. Her expression was determined as she said, "Those who surrender will be spared. Those who choose to continue with this will be killed without any exception." The lady in the embroidered clothes had a soft and light voice, but it was filled with force. Mingshi and Duanmushang did not expect there was such a powerful lady by Wei Zhuoyan's side. "What do we do now?" Duanmushang scratched his head. He had the urge to jump in the moment he saw a fight. "Don't move. This has nothing to do with us. Master's cultivation base is profound. He must have noticed such a huge commotion by now. If he wanted to interfere, he wouldn't have waited until now." "You have a point, junior brother." On the chaotic streets, the metallic scent of blood wafted in the air, accompanied by the sound of flies buzzing. The flies seemed to have found a great feast. However, the filthy creatures could not get within 3 meters of the lady in embroidered clothes. The lady in the embroidered clothes crossed her arms, her movements elegant and refined. The masked cultivators behaved as though they were facing a formidable enemy. They kept retreating. The soldiers with spears were merely cannon fodder in the battle between cultivators. Who could go against this elite? When she saw that nobody answered her, the lady in the embroidered clothes walked forward. Neat rows of soldiers and several armored cultivators advanced behind her. One side advanced while the other side retreated. As though it could sense the perilous situation below, the huge flying chariot in the air moved slowly toward the southern city gates and lowered its altitude. The lady in the embroidered clothes slowed down before she looked up. A slight frown could be seen on her face. A flying chariot as huge as this one required at least 50 Brahman Sea realm cultivators infusing their primal chi into it at the same time. Moreover, if they flanked the chariot as it flew, it would need at least 5 divine court realm cultivators. This meant that there were other cultivators on board the flying chariot. Powerful cultivators. The lady in the embroidered clothes spoke softly. "Since you're here, senior, why did you have to use the rebel army in the city?" Her voice that was laced with primal chi traveled in the air. She knew that her voice had reached the flying chariot loud and clear, and yet, there was no response that came from the flying chariot, deliberately ignoring her. Both sides were now at a standoff. The lady in the embroidered clothes turned to the side. The officials and soldiers behind her parted to the sides. Wei Zhuoyan rode on a tall and mighty steed and approached her. Apart from the rhythmic clopping of hooves on the road, the streets of Anyang were silent. All eyes were on the warhorse. This was the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, the cultivation elite who was rumored to be at the 7-leaf stage, Wei Zhuoyan. "General." His 4 deputies lined up next to him before they bowed and greeted him. The lady in embroidered clothes merely bent her back slightly before returning her gaze to the flying chariot. Wei Zhuoyan did not look at the flying chariot. Instead, he said, "Jingyi, do you know why His Majesty merely gave me 5,000 men and horses even though he sent me here to quell the rebellion? In a battle between cultivators, quality trumps quantity." The lady dressed in embroidered clothes was called Li Jingyi. "His Majesty also wished to test your strength, General. It's good that you understand this. I shouldn't have held back," Li Jingyi said apologetically. Wei Zhuoyan nodded and projected his voice. "All lands under the skies belong to His Majesty. What are your motives for disturbing the peace in Anyang under the rebel army's name?" The huge flying chariot hovered in the air silently as ripples of dense primal chi surrounded it like waves. Based on this, it could be seen that the expert had an aura that rivaled Li Jingyi. When he saw Wei Zhuoyan's condition, Mingshi nodded as he clicked his tongue. He was surprised by Wei Zhuoyan's acting skills and transformation. If he had not known better, Mingshi would have thought this was the real Wei Zhuoyan. Real and fake, truth and illusion, Wei Zhuoyan had undergone a huge transformation. Also, from their conversation, Ming Shiyin understood that Li Jingyi was an elite by Wei Zhuoyan's side. She had been holding back when she had unleashed her 6-leaf 100 tribulations insight avatar earlier. Just how strong is she? Ming Shiyin took a deep breath. It was normal to meet many elites in the divine capital. However, he did not think the chances were high for backward places like Anyang. Are there treasures underground? Is the air sweet? No, it isn't. In fact, it smells. Ming Shiyin said irritably. Third senior brother, stay away from me. Who's there? Li Jingyi's eyes flashed like lightning as she looked toward the roof. Drat! I forgot to project my voice inwardly. An elite like Li Jingyi would definitely pick up on his voice if he had spoken out loud. On the rooftop 100 feet away, Ming Shiyin stood up awkwardly and waved his arm. Carry on. Carry on. I'm just an ordinary citizen. Carry on. At this moment, Ming Shiyin felt thousands upon thousands of eyes on himself. He was standing with his back to the sun. Ming Shiyin's and Duanmu Shang's appearances could hardly be seen. Li Jingyi spoke softly. Unrelated people should keep away. I'll leave. I'll leave. Ming Shiyin and Duanmu Shang moved 2 roofs back. When the 2 of them came to Anyang, they had concealed their auras. They should appear no different from new cultivators right now. The 2 sides resumed their face-off. Waves rippled from the huge flying chariot in the skies, and a voice finally rang from the flying chariot. Wei Zhuoyan must die. The voice was booming. Preposterous. Kill, Wei Zhuoyan said coldly. His 4 deputies waved their arms. Dozens of cultivators behind them charged toward the rebel army. 5 energies universe to 8 methods connected avatars appeared. The avatars lit up the streets. This must be what it would have looked like if the city was filled with soldiers in golden armor. The thousands of soldiers present on the scene merely served as a stark contrast to the impressive avatars. When the masked cultivators and the rebel army charged forward, a huge sword floated down from the flying chariot. The sword was wide and thick. It resembled a saber. It was wrapped in dense energy. In just a moment, it began to spin, resembling a huge windmill. Li Jingyi frowned. She was the first to speak. The Nether sect? Retreat. The huge sword moved too quickly. The dozens of cultivators could not react in time. They were hit by the sweeping waves of energy from the sword that was spinning like a windmill. All of them were sent flying. Ming Shiyin looked at the sky in shock. Eldest senior brother's dark heaven starlight? Eldest senior brother? Duanmu Shang looked up hastily as well. That can't be right. What can't be right? I'll report this to Master and so he can capture his disciple. Duanmu Shang felt slightly shaken when he looked at the huge chariot. He turned around, preparing to leave. Ming Shiyin grabbed Duanmu Shang's arm. He looked at the cultivators who were sent flying and began to analyze. Eldest senior brother never parts with his saber. This huge sword looks like a saber, but it's not. The dark heaven starlight isn't as powerful as well. With eldest senior brother's skills, these people won't be alive after suffering 1 hit. You mean, someone's impersonating eldest senior brother? That's right. Upon hearing Ming Shiyin's words, Duanmu Shang carefully looked at the scene again. It looks really similar. Duanmu Shang muttered. I was wondering why eldest senior brother is so weak. As it turns out, it's just an imposter. An imposter against the fake Wei Zhuoyan. Don't you think this is interesting? If they did not look carefully, it was difficult to tell them apart from the real thing. Even the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples had to look carefully. There was no way the others would suspect this was not the real thing. This person isn't weak, Duanmu Shang commented. If he could recreate eldest senior brother's dark heaven starlight to this extent, there's no way he's a weakling. The 2 of them continued to watch the battle. Li Jingyi seemed shocked that her men were sent flying by the dark heaven starlight. She glanced aside briefly before she said in a hushed tone, General, retreat. I believe in your abilities, Wei Zhuoyan said. I'm afraid I won't be able to guarantee your safety in a high-level battle. If you fall, all hell will break loose, Li Jingyi said. At this moment, she had changed the way she addressed Wei Zhuoyan to you. Wei Zhuoyan remained silent. Wei Zhuoyan followed Li Jingyi's advice and retreated. His 4 deputies retreated as well. He sighed softly as he looked at Li Jingyi's slender back. Who knew Wei Zhuoyan had been relying on Li Jingyi all along to get to where he was? He felt exhausted. He was pushed into this position by some bizarre turn of events and was suddenly tied to the entire nation. Li Jingyi looked at the skies and said softly, "For the sect master of the greatest cult under the heavens, the Nether sect, to grace us with his presence, I apologize in advance for my rudeness." The voice that rang from the flying chariot was deep and confident. "What I want is Wei Zhuoyan's life." The words were straight to the point. "I don't understand. Why is the Nether sect meddling with the rebel army and impeding the general's efforts to quell the disturbance? Are you trying to make Great Yen your enemy? Do you have a death wish?" This sentence was laced with a powerful sound technique. The ears of the listeners rang from it. The huge sword appeared again. It was much more vigorous than before. Both sides retreated. Even the masked cultivators were wary of the dark heaven starlight. Boom! A deep chasm opened up between the vanguards of both sides. The houses in the area crumbled. "General Wei, retreat," Li Jingyi warned Wei Zhuoyan again. When Wei Zhuoyan saw the situation was getting dangerous, he turned his steed around and left. His 4 deputies kept close to him and protected him. They retreated in the direction of the city's northern gate. "I'll fulfill your wish then." Waves of killing intent surged from the huge chariot. Li Jingyi frowned. "I know I'm no match for you, sect master, but I won't back down." A powerful fluctuation of primal qi appeared on the huge chariot. When he witnessed this scene, Mingshi shook his head. He did not expect the lady in the embroidered robes would be so courageous. Although the person in the flying chariot was an impostor, there was no doubt he had a powerful cultivation base. Was it possible that the lady dressed in embroidered robes had concealed her strength? Was it possible that she actually possessed the strength to hold her own against such a powerful opponent? At this moment, a faint blue light rose from the CI mansion. This unique aura attracted everyone's attention, and everyone turned to look. The ordinary soldiers could not see it clearly, but the cultivators who were flying were awestruck by the sight. A petite and refined girl who was shrouded in blue light flew out of the mansion and landed on a roof. "Little junior sister?" Mingshi gulped. "Isn't this the effect of the cloud feather raiment?" Duan Mushang was also shocked by little Yuaner's cloud feather raiment. "Indeed, it's the cloud feather raiment." Little Yuaner flew nimbly as if she was a lark. Even the attention of the people on the flying chariot was focused on little Yuaner at this moment. Mingshi muttered, "Master is too biased. Isn't it enough to give her the Nirvana sash? He even gave her the cloud feather raiment as well." When little Yuaner saw Mingshi, she projected her voice to him. "Master said that Li Jingyi and Wei Zhuoyan mustn't die." Mingshi was stunned. "We're to do something about it?" "Zhang Aijin wrote to Master asking him to make a move," little Yuaner said. "Master is truly kind. Since Zhang Aijin has always been earnest while carrying out his duties, he can be counted as one of us now." Mingshi nodded. However, why would Zhang Aijin help Li Jingyi? Little Yuaner glanced at Mingshi and Duan Mushang before she flew above them. She looked at the opposing sides. Thousands of soldiers and hundreds of cultivators exchanged glances among themselves. Li Jingyi saw the girl in the feather raiment. A person in possession of a treasure like the cloud feather raiment would not be someone ordinary. Although she had just entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm recently and was a little girl who had not sprouted leaves yet, nobody dared to underestimate her. A deep and resounding voice rang from the flying chariot. "Little girl, who are you?" Little Yuaner glanced at the flying chariot and said, "Master said that nobody's to touch Li Jingyi and Wei Zhuoyan." The flying chariot was silent. It was as though its occupant was thinking about something. Li Jingyi cupped her fists and said, "Thank you for taking a stand, little girl. However, you should stay out of this matter. Look after yourself if you can." Little Yuan blinked as she looked at Li Jingyi, who stood with a straight back. She asked, "Are you Li Jingyi?" "I am." Li Jingyi bowed elegantly. "Little girl, on board that flying chariot is Yu Zhenghai, the sect master of the greatest cult under the heavens. Nether sect. You should run for your life now." Little Yuan looked at the flying chariot. She frowned. Eldest senior brother is on the flying chariot? Due to the appearance of her second senior brother, Yu Shangrong, and the fact that she had not seen her eldest senior brother before, she readily believed this. Mingshi did not expose the impostor's lie. Instead, he regarded Li Jingyi with interest. Little Yuan pointed at the flying chariot and asked in confusion, "The sect master of Nether sect?" "That's right." Li Jingyi saw that the girl was young. "Kind as she was," she said. "There's an organization called the Evil Sky Pavilion in this world. The Patriarch of the Fiend Path has 9 direct disciples, and they're all villains. The sect master of the Nether sect is the Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple. It's rumored that he has an 8-leaf golden lotus avatar and has never met his match yet." Little Yuan was slightly stunned. A voice rang from the flying chariot in the sky again. "Since you know who I am, why do you insist on putting up a fight?" Li Jingyi replied, "You know the answer to that, sect master. I can't possibly back down. The safety of Anyang City, and perhaps Great Yen itself, was tied to this woman." Mingshi knew he was no hero, nor was he a righteous person. However, he felt this woman seemed dependable. "Then you shall die." A huge sword floated down from the flying chariot again. The huge sword spun and dropped swiftly in a sweeping motion toward the city. Li Jingyi pushed herself off the ground with her feet and shot into the horizons. She raised her fair right arm, and an umbrella-shaped protective energy appeared above her. The energy rippled and glowed, seemingly alive. At this moment, 4 masked cultivators leaped down from the flying chariot. Even the 4 great protectors were imposters. It was clear their cultivation bases were nowhere close to the real ones. Mingshi said in a deep voice, "Master said that Li Jingyi can't die." Bam! Mingshi shot toward one of the masked cultivators. The separation hook and scabbard flashed in his hands. When Duanmusheng saw this, he shot out like a fired arrow at the other masked cultivators. He wielded his overlord spear in his right hand and launched himself at his target's face with cloud-splitting force. "Take that little girl down." "Roger." Boom! The dark heaven starlight collided with Li Jingyi's barrier. Energies converged and scattered in all directions. A huge ripple that resembled a large wave spread out for 100 meters. Li Jingyi continued to climb up in the sky. She glanced below. "Little girl, run." She raised her hand and a cone-shaped energy shot toward the masked cultivators. She intended to buy Little Yuan some time to flee with this attack. However, Little Yuan was puzzled. "Do I look like such a cowardly person?" The cloud feather raiment fluttered. The energy waves dissipated into nothing when they reached her. All of a sudden, the Nirvana sash appeared. The 7 stars cloud treading steps. The red sash wrapped around 2 of the masked cultivators. Everyone stared with their mouths agape. This was especially true for those cultivators who were just spectating. This little girl must have an extraordinary background. She has quite a lot of treasures. Although the cloud feather raiment was not a weapon, if it were to be graded, it would not lose to a heaven-grade weapon. "Is this all you got?" Little Yuan's Nirvana sash hit its targets. Mingshi and Duanmusheng had the upper hand now. Li Jingyi was slightly surprised as she said, "This little girl." At the same time, her gaze swept across Mingshi and Duanmusheng. All of a sudden, a peculiar beam of purple energy shot out from the flying chariot. It resembled an energy blast, but not entirely so. Li Jingyi raised a hand and shot an energy blast of her own toward it. "It has no effect?" At this moment, she understood this peculiar purple energy was witchcraft. Moreover, it was headed toward Little Yuan. Everything happened too quickly. Only a few seconds had passed since Little Yuan had leaped in and attacked. "Alas, little girl. I've done my best." Li Jingyi looked up and continued to fly toward the flying chariot. To catch bandits, one would first have to catch the ringleader.